Good morning, everybody. It is Tuesday, April 11th, 2023. This is a workshop meeting of the Commissioners of the City of Rehoboth Beach. We're live, City Hall, Commissioners Room, second floor at City Hall. Thank you all for being here. I'd like to call this meeting to order at 9:01 a.m. Would you please rise and join me in the Pledge of Allegiance? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. And would you shut that door for me, please? With that, I want to start off with roll call. We'll start off with the commissioners. Commissioner Tony Sharp.
Here.
Commissioner Jay Legree.
Here.
Commissioner Ed Shranowski.
Here.
Commissioner Patrick Gossett.
Here.
Commissioner Tim Bennett.
Here.
Commissioner Bunky Markert.
Here.
And Mayor Stan Mills. We have a full complement of the mayor and commissioners. Therefore, we're able to formally conduct business today because we have a quorum. I'd also like to identify our staff. I always say it takes a village, if you will, to conduct a meeting. And so we have Brant on the cameras today, City Manager Lawrence Christian's here. Sitting to my right shortly will be City Solicitor Glenn Mandalis. He's running a little late. Evan Miller, Assistant City Manager, is over here on stage right. Matt Janis is here, and we're going to meet the alderman in a minute. Lynn Cohen is also out in the audience here. Thank you all for being here in person, and I also want to thank you for those that are watching. Those that are in person, as you know, when we get to certain topics, we solicit input, and if you would raise your hand, identify yourself in relationship to the city, then we would let you give us some feedback, which is very valuable to us. I also like to remind everybody that support documents, those are documents that help support individual agenda topics that are on the agenda today. When they are ready in advance of a meeting, they are embedded into the agenda, and you need to access them electronically by going to the City of Rehoboth website, going on to the legislative portal, seeking the meeting, and voila, there you will have it in front of you, the same documents that we have. This meeting is likely to be a very long meeting, so I want to try to don't want to try to cut things off, but I may time limit certain topics and continue them at a May workshop meeting. There are also the possibility of omissions. It all depends on the duration, how long each topic goes. In other words, I may not be able to complete a topic and postpone it. With that, we are going to start off with the administration of the oath of office to Renee Bennett. Alderman, if you would join me up front. Very good, very good. This is Renee Bennett. She's our current alderman. She's been in that position for, I think, a decade. She serves 2-year appointments at the pleasure of the governor. She serves 2-year appointments at the pleasure of the governor with favor by the Board of Commissioners. So we welcome you here. I am going to administer the oath of office to Judge Renee Bennett. Ready? Thank you. She's done this to me many times before, so now I'm getting her back. I am going to be short and sweet on it, though. I state your name.
I, Renee Bennett,
Do proudly swear
do proudly swear
to carry out the responsibilities
to carry out the responsibilities
of the office of alderman
of the office of alderman
to the best of my ability,
to the best of my ability,
freely acknowledging that the powers of this office
freely acknowledging that the powers of this office
flow from the people
flow from the people
I am privileged to represent.
I am privileged to represent.
I further swear always
I further swear always
to place the public interest
to place the public interest
above any special or personal interests
above any special or personal interests,
and to respect the right
and to respect the right
of future generations to share
of future generations to share
the rich historic and natural heritage of Delaware.
the rich historic and natural heritage of Delaware.
In doing so, I will always uphold and defend
In doing so, I will always uphold and defend
the constitutions of my country
the constitutions of my country
and my state,
and my state.
so help me God.
So help me God.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
With that, we'll note that, as I mentioned earlier, support documents, when available, are embedded in the agenda. That includes correspondence, and you'll see that we have one bit of correspondence from Mike Strange relative to the parking requirements that will hopefully be discussed later today. And we don't read correspondence because it's embedded in the agenda for your reading pleasure. With that, we'll go to the city manager's report.
Thank you, Mayor. Commissioners, thank you so much for the opportunity to present another city manager report. I'll start off first with the City of Rehoboth Beach budget report dated February 28th, 2022. This 22-page budget report is uploaded as a support document for you able to read in its entirety. I will just read some highlights, if I may. Starting on top of page 1, general fund analysis. City of Rehoboth Beach, February 2023, budget report comments. In addition to a detailed summary presentation of the general fund, an analysis of the city's major expenditure categories, including operating expenditures, salary and wages, debt service, and capital expenditures, is presented at the bottom of the reports. The city's investments in U.S. Treasury bills are also reported in this package. For the month of February 2023, the city earned $81,416 on its Treasury bill holdings. Some highlights, also top of page 1, general fund revenue. That entire report also was listed on page 22. Total general fund revenue for the April 22 to February 2023 period was $21.7 million as compared to the prior year amount of $22.16 million, $455,000 below the prior year. However, the prior year was included a $1.07 million sale of 84 Kent Street and almost a full year of refuse revenue. In fiscal year 2023, the city began billing refuse on a quarterly basis instead of annually. After adjusting for these items, the increase from the prior year is $825,000. The increase in parking revenue was $1.82 million, more than accounting for the overall increase. Some parking revenue highlights. Total revenue from parking, excluding fines and permit sales, was $6.66 million in April 22 to February 2023 period. In the same period prior year, the city collected $4.92 million. Moving over to the middle of page 2, under general fund expenses, total general fund operating expenditures, including encumbrances and excluding salaries, in the April 2022 to February 2023 period were $7.31 million versus $6.79 million in the prior year, an increase of $520,000 or approximately 7.7%. In fiscal year 2023, 83.2% of the operating non-salary budget has been expended versus 84.9% in fiscal year 2022. Because the increases in the prior year are included in a variety of service and material categories, we believe that the city's increased costs are a reflection of the increases seen in the broader U.S. economy. Commissioners and Mayor, that's all I'm going to read for the budget report. The entire document is located on as a support document under the city manager's report.
Very good, thank you. Any questions? Commissioner Gossett?
Just one on the T-bill investments. Great return, but I noticed that we have 8 T-bills currently, and 4 of them are either coming up very soon, will expire. Yes. If you could give us an update in the future as to what will be done with those 4, reinvestment or just what, I'd appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you. Moving on to the bulk of the city manager's report dated April 11, 2023. We've got spring bulk pickup. A city's annual spring bulk pickup service will take place on the south side of the city to include School View, April 24th to April 28th, and on the north side of the city, May 1st to May 5th. Items may be left at the curb during each of the area's designated week. Again, that's the last week of April on the south side and the first week of May on the north. And the city will pick up most items throughout the work week. A list of acceptable and unacceptable items is available on the city website at cityofrehobothbeach.com/trash-recycling. Additional disposal assistance. On Saturday, April 22nd, the city is participating in 2 additional events that will help residents dispose of expired or unwanted prescription drugs and household hazardous waste items. The Rehoboth Beach Police Department is once again participating in the Drug Enforcement Administration National Prescription Take Back Initiative. Rehoboth officers will collect medications from 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. in the police department lobby. And also, the city is working with the Delaware Solid Waste Authority to set up a local collection event for household hazardous waste from 8 a.m. to 2 p.m. at Rehoboth Elementary. Residents may bring household hazards for free, safe disposal, electronics for recycling, and up to 2 boxes of documents for shredding free of charge. This particular item supports the Comprehensive Development Plan, Chapter 6, Transportation Infrastructure, Action Item P, coordinate with Delaware Solid Waste Authority to resume household hazardous waste collection events within the city. The city auction, also on Saturday, April 22nd, the city will host its annual auction. A number of iconic boardwalk benches in varying conditions, one even with a swing back, several trucks, old lifeguard stands, parking meters, bicycles and other jewelry, phones, and other items that folks left behind on their vacation will be amongst the items auctioned. The auction will begin at 9 a.m. at the Convention Center. Preview is 3 to 5 p.m. Friday, April 21st, and 8 to 9 a.m. It's that same Saturday. Talk about one of our favorite subjects, beach replenishment. The beach replenishment contractor, Weeks Marine, will begin pumping sand to Rehoboth Beach. Kevin, correct me if I'm wrong, tomorrow. Thursday. Okay. It's been slipping because of the weather and some issues. So Thursday, the date is shifted a couple times due to weather, and then once this operation starts, it will continue 24/7 until completed. This item supports CDP 7, or Chapter 7, Environmental Protection, continue to refurbish the boardwalk, and work with the federal and state agencies to replenish the beach on a regular basis. A couple of small items. Arbor Day. The city will celebrate Arbor Day and the city's 32nd year as Tree City USA, April 21st, at a tree planting ceremony with the Rehoboth Elementary 4th and 5th graders. The ceremony will begin at 10 a.m. at the 3rd Street Park, located between Kent and Cookman Streets. We got a small update, more of a timeline update for the Rehoboth Beach Patrol and Comfort Station update. After some much anticipation, wanted to bring a brief update of these key dates. We're looking at, well, actually, this one's in the past. March 30th, 2023, we conducted the geothermal conductivity test drilling. Moving forward into June, these when we anticipate the bid documents will be complete. Later in June 28th, we will have a pre-bid meeting. These are templated dates that will shift left or right, but overall, we think this is a pretty solid timeline. July 26th, bids are due. Building permitting should be complete at that point. August 21st, we will ask the commissioners for a notice to proceed. September 5th, we're looking at starting Phase 1 construction. And Kevin, if I'm hitting any of these dates wrong, please correct me. Phase 1 construction, deployment, and demolition. We've got September 22nd, civil permitting complete. And then fast forward an entire year, May 24th, 2024. Phase 1 complete, Comfort Station operational with the shell of the Beach Patrol finished. We'll get all those dates, those final dates, once we confirm them, and we'll get those out to the commissioners as well. And that supports Comprehensive Development Program, Chapter 7, Environmental Protection, Action Items V, consider utilizing renewable energy infrastructure to further reduce pollution. That's focused on the geothermal conductivity testing within the Rehoboth Beach Comfort Station. And finally, on an update note, the bandstand schedule has been released. The Rehoboth Beach Bandstand released its 2023 Summer Concert Series, scheduled last week. More than 40 performers representing a variety of musical genres, including party, country, big band, southern rock, military, and even rock opera, will take the stage for free performances this summer. The season kicks off Memorial Day weekend, then kicks into high gear Friday, June 9th. You can find the full schedule at rehobothbandstand.com/events. This supports CDP Chapter 3, City Government and Community Organization, multiple action items to include continue to support community organization of the city, seek to improve two-way communication between the city residents, business, and visitors, and benchmark Rehoboth against other similar coastal towns to ensure the city is forward-thinking and remains competitive in the future. Mayor, Commissioners, this concludes my report.
Any questions, City Manager? Commissioner LaGree?
City Manager, would you tell the public how this replenishment is being funded and who's funding it?
From the percentages that I'm aware of, 60% are federal fundings and 40% plus or minus is funded through DNREC, Department of Natural Resources of Delaware.
Do we know how much the total cost is going to be?
I do not know that number at this point. I can get back to you on that one.
Thank you.
Anybody else? Thank you very much, Lawrence. With that, we'll go to the City Solicitor's report, and you have nothing, I believe.
I have nothing. I apologize for y'all for
Nope.
being a little bit late. When this got moved to Tuesday, somehow it got on my calendar as 9:30. This has been a 9 o'clock meeting forever, but here I am. Sorry about that.
Your penalty is to stay half hour later
Perfect. Perfect. Agreed. Agreed. Yeah,
without billing,
free of charge.
without in.
If you're buying lunch.
Thank you. So with that, we'll go to first item of old business, which is to discuss or continue discussing, of course, an ordinance to amend Chapter 102, Building Construction, by inserting a new Section 102-9 relating to regulations for awnings, canopies, and marquees, and inserting a new Article 19, is that? Testing me on my Roman numeral, licensing of awnings, canopies, and marquees. Sponsor has been Assistant City Manager Evan Miller, and we'll turn it over to you or you. Evan?
Sure. Thank you, Mayor. Good morning, Mayor, Commissioners, and members of the public. Before you is version 4 of the draft ordinance to amend Chapter 102, Building Construction of the Municipal Code of the City of Rehoboth Beach, relating to establishing regulations for awnings, canopies, and marquees. This was last presented before you in March. So again, this is version 4 today. I will just briefly recap some of the changes that have been made in the version 4 document that is embedded in the agenda. The first revision would be on line 116, and that proceeds through line 119.
Let me go there. Maybe.
And I can just talk to it while you're pulling it up, Mayor. So we did receive some public comment at the last meeting, so it added some additional commentary here, some additional details, and that reads starting on line 115, canopies with 8 feet or more of clearance above the public sidewalk shall extend far enough so that stanchions or columns that support the canopy are located not less than 2 feet in from the curb line and are outside of the pedestrian access route. We've also added that canopies above the public sidewalk shall not extend beyond the curb line. So this just further clarifies that columns or stanchions cannot be located within the pedestrian access route. We do add a definition which references back to Chapter 215. You'll recall that we did define a pedestrian access route when we revised the restaurant section of the code. This also clarifies that the canopies can't have any roof extending beyond the curb line over parking spaces.
Evan, do you want us to comment as we go? Would you prefer we wait
That'd be
till the
fine.
end? Okay. I need help understanding lines 118 to 121. Two sentences seem to be contradictory. Canopies above the public sidewalk shall not extend beyond the curb line. But then it also says they can't extend more than 2/3 the width of the sidewalk. I guess I was wondering why do we need the line canopies shall not extend beyond the curb line if they can't extend more than 2/3 the width of the sidewalk?
That would actually be for marquees, so there's a difference. There's the canopies, which again have the columns or stanchions not located not less than 2 feet in from the curb line. The marquees do not have columns or stanchions.
Okay.
They're
that's-
allowed to exceed
okay.
up to 2/3.
Very good.
And again, open to any feedback, certainly from the public or from the commissioners in terms of those restrictions.
Well, I've been consistent with marquees. I thought should be equal to canopies, but I haven't gotten any traction, so I'm almost ready to give up on that, so. Go ahead.
Sure. Thank you. The next revision is on line 168, 169. Part B reads, "The space or portion of the sidewalk underneath the awning, canopy, or marquee shall be kept clear of obstructions unless otherwise approved by the city." This was added, again, so this would allow for outdoor dining on public space, which we recently codified in the city code. So again, there may be some obstructions, which would be that outdoor dining on public space, but that would otherwise be approved by the city. So I wanted to include that within there. Next revisions are on line 182 through 185. That's under the license agreement section. This now reads about halfway through the paragraph. "Every license agreement issued pursuant to this chapter shall include a provision requiring that the licensee remove the encroaching awning, canopy, or marquee upon notice from the city manager." Previously, the last version read that it had to be removed within 30 days. We thought in certain circumstances it might not be practical to have an awning or canopy or marquee, especially one that is integral to the building, to be removed within 30 days. So we've just added upon notice from the city manager that would allow the city manager to work with the property owner in order to remove said encroachment. And then also the final sentence, "In unique circumstances, the city manager may require a property owner to obtain a license agreement from the Board of Commissioners." This just gives the city manager the ability to send encroachments to the Board of Commissioners. That would be encroachments for awnings, canopies, and marquees to the Board of Commissioners rather than doing it at the city manager's level.
Are you going to standardize an application for license
Yes.
agreements?
Finally, the other changes were to section 10261, which begins on line 217. And also the section just above that, 10260, which begins on line 187. Previously in there, we had spelled out some of the insurance and indemnification requirements. After consulting with Glenn, we decided that these requirements would be stipulated within the license agreement themselves. So we removed them from the ordinance and will include those requirements within the license agreements for those encroachments. And that is everything that I have, Mayor.
Thank you. I'm much happier with this than last time. And if I recall correctly, the main differences are that for business entities that have existing awnings, yes, we're requiring them to apply for a license agreement, but it's a no-charge fee for the license agreement.
Correct.
Whereas if you're doing new construction, new awnings, then you do have that $300-some fee to pay. And the purpose of that fee is to allow for building and licensing to review the plans and also do inspections. Whereas again, we're more lenient for existing awnings and marquees and canopies, in that there is no fee, and yet we are inspecting them because we want to provide for the safety of our pedestrians that are walking underneath them. So again, there's a privilege there, if you will, for those that are already in existence. Is there any other summary item I missed?
No, that's all, Mayor.
So this is not in the zoning code. It's just a matter of putting it on an agenda, future agenda, so that we can consider it, vote on it. So this is a time that hopefully we can finalize it and be able to put it on a future agenda. I want to hear from the members of the public and the commissioners. And then depending upon the outcome of those comments, we can choose to put this on the April regular meeting for a vote or the following one, whatever. Is there any commissioner comments before we go to the public? Commissioner Gossett?
A couple questions. Just lines 57, 58, you refer to pedestrian access route,
Let me get there.
and it says as defined in 215.5. Is that defined there, or is that in the design manual?
I would,
couldn't
I'll
find
double
it,
check,
so-
but I think
Okay.
we did define it.
If you would. Just a curiosity on that. And then kind of relating to that, on lines 133, 34, we talk about pedestrian walkway. In there, should we also talk about the pedestrian access route, or are they one and the same?
Well, and while you're contemplating that, let's just point out that lines 57 and 58 are new in here
Right.
from last time, where they do define pedestrian access route.
Well, it refers to it, but I'm just want to make sure
Yeah.
that reference is correct. So,
And you were referring to line 1?
133.
133, 34, section 3202-3-4, pedestrian walkways, which comes out of the international, so.
Right. I would have to go back to the IBC and double check, but I'm sure that they, usually, whenever the words are italicized, like pedestrian walkway is, on line 135, it is defined
Okay.
within the IBC. So here, I would think the public right-of-way would be our pedestrian access route, is how we would.
Just so that there's some kind of connection, that's good. And then lines 175 says signs must comply with Chapter 270, Article 7, which is the definition of signs. But in looking through there, marquees are not defined in our sign category. So I don't know if we want to add that, but trying to kind of check into that. We apparently, in March of 2008, repealed the definition of marquee in the sign ordinance. And going back and reading through the minutes, I couldn't find any justification or comments as to why that happened. So I don't know whether we need to look at that to institute a definition for marquee, or it's covered elsewhere.
Yes, thank you for bringing that up. So I did meet actually with Joanne Perry, who handles the permitting for signs, and we did take a look at the sign code. We do agree that there probably could be some further clarification within the definition section of the sign code. Because right now, we have a definition for the awning signs, but the awning signs are really applicable to signs that are imprinted on fabric
Right.
for awnings, so they're not quite applicable to some of the constructed awnings that may be integral to the building. So that will be something that we look at as further defining these canopy signs and marquee signs within the sign code itself.
Again, canopy is only referred to under awning sign, it's not defined. So
Right.
if you can clear that up or further define it, that would be great. But
do that.
otherwise, I think it's great work on your part, and look forward to getting this completed.
And I did just double check, we do define pedestrian access route. That is, I might have to update the section, but section 215.1 terms defined.
Yeah.
We do have pedestrian access route in there.
Thank you.
Do we have any standardized policy referencing the preference for referring definitions to other parts of the code? Here's what I'm getting at. My preference is always to include the definition in the section rather than make any of us, constituents or any of us, have to thumb forward or backwards in the code to find it. I would rather have it in there. Now, I think probably one of the arguments in the past has been that, okay, we changed the definition in this other section and it never gets changed up here. But if we defined it in here and then include the tagline as defined in 215-5, then maybe that would be a reminder and resolve that forgetfulness, if you will.
Yeah, we do not have a, we've not been consistent in the way that we've referenced definitions in my view. It works both ways. If you define it and then reference it, you know, unless the person when the change is made then at some later date to the definition in the separate chapter, unless they're wise enough to go back and find it in this chapter, you're going to end up with some inconsistencies still. So that's the risk, is you run into inconsistencies. But by just referencing it here, if it gets changed in the other chapter in a way that doesn't then make sense in this chapter, you run into problems as well. So I don't know.
But again, there's a potential for a hybrid. You define it here and then also as defined in 215-5. Then, does anybody agree with me? 'Cause you can shut me up pretty quickly.
No, I agree with you, because to me, it's the city's responsibility to make sure the consistency is there. I don't care what the challenge is in doing it. I'm a little flummoxed why that would present such a challenge for us.
Could you, Evan, could you go take a look at putting it in there, this hybrid system, if you would, and it may include putting a reference back in the other sections also. Commissioner
Evan,
Srnowski, go ahead.
Evan, if maybe you could clarify, I think most people, besides us who have hard copies, probably are looking at the online version of the code. That's right. And it does, when you reference a section as it's defined, there's a hyperlink that takes you to that exact definition. Is there not, usually?
I would have to double check that, just to ensure.
It does for the initial definition, but if it's referenced in multiple places in the code, it only will take you to the first one. So E-code has the ability to reference multiples, but we've not opted for that option, if you will, but it is possible.
Well, I think, personally, I think it's a simple solution, and it's just to reference it, include the definition as well as reference it, and that would be my preference. Okay. Take a look at it. Thank you. Anybody else up here before we go to the public? Any members of the public would like to speak on, come up forward to the microphone. Evan, if you'll make sure that's on. State your name in relationship to the city, Sam. And
thank you. Since you already identified myself, I'll just say I live at 13 Newcastle Street. Sam Cooper.
there we go.
All of my objections that I've stated before remain. I don't think you have any idea what you're passing here or what it could possibly lead to. I don't understand the motivation behind it. There seems to be something that I can't fathom because of what this permits is just beyond my comprehension. Even the whereas clauses, and I'll state for the record that all of my previous concerns remain. Maybe I said that, I don't know. Even the whereas clauses lead you to believe that this is an effort to bring the existing canopies into compliance or some sort of, it doesn't talk about the future at all, really. You've about beat the pedestrian access route to death, but when I look for 215-5, it's something about having a public hearing for a restaurant. And, so that led me to a dead end. And on your comment about the definition stand, I would tend to agree that I think generally within the sections of the code, it's good to have the definitions at the beginning, but not between sections of the code. So the zoning code shouldn't maybe appear with restaurants and that sort of thing. But also, I would say in this case, from what I've gathered from the conversation here, that you may very well want to redefine it here, because maybe down the road, the restaurant thing doesn't work and you decide that, we're going to take that out or we're going to modify it, and maybe you wouldn't really want to modify it here. Maybe two different definitions. They may be the same today, but down the road you may want to change them. I guess and so I don't really know how this idea of a pedestrian route figures into this, because I guess one of my concerns is that I think, Stan, you and I dealt with handicapped accessibility and sidewalks, and the state highways opinion was that there was, access folks was that if you had was it 5 foot wide, less than 2% slope, that was the pedestrian access way. Everything else was kind of frivolous. But they wanted you to have, 5 foot through a driveway or something. The back and the front could be something different. So if we're just talking about that, it's handicapped accessible, you're talking maybe a 5 foot pathway through there. I guess, Evan, or lines 129 through 131, and I don't guess this is a change, but just to point out my concerns with this is, it says encroachments 15 feet or more above grade. Encroachments 15 feet or more above grade shall not be limited except for awnings, canopies, and marquees. Can you enlighten me on what does that mean? What's the intent of that?
Sure. So that is actually brought over from existing building code. So within the building code, encroachments 15 feet or more are not limited whatsoever.
So I could build on my motel, if above 15 feet, I could build my balconies out over the city?
I mean, there's probably other sections of zoning code that might prohibit that, but
Might?
Right.
That's just my frustration. Understand the code says steps can, it says here that steps can encroach 12 inches into the sidewalk. But they have to be guarded, and that's good. But there's places in this town where 12 inches out of a 5 foot sidewalk is, again, come back to say First Street, is monumental. But there's no design standards. It doesn't say, one property can have a 50-foot wide canopy, the entire width of the property. It defines, I'm just at a loss for words, honestly. It defines a canopy as a roof-like structure. That could be an airplane wing or something that somebody wants to come up with to draw attention to their business. That's the other thing. You don't know what in the design of these what somebody's going to come up with to draw attention to their business by having something out over the public sidewalk. Thank you.
Thank you, Sam. Any other members of the public like to address awnings, this particular topic? If not, we'll come back to the commissioners. What's the pleasure of the commissioners? Do we want to contemplate a little more on some of these public comments and come back at the May workshop? Or would they like to go and bring this forward for consideration, meaning a vote at the April workshop meeting?
Sounding like a broken record. I do agree that, I don't know if we're, Evan, and I appreciate all the work we did with this, but there was very little, if no support for any design standards here. And I advocated that from the beginning. I think I referenced Bethany that has similar design standards. So I'm not supportive of this as it is. I think we've done a good job for safety and operations, perhaps. But I think from a design standpoint, to keep the character of the town, I think we're missing an opportunity.
Thank you. Anybody else? Evan, would you explain what is the status of needing to move this forward? In other words, you I believe, have some applications pending that are on hold. Is that right?
There's been at least one that I can think of off the top of my head where somebody has applied as part of the building permit for an awning, and we've separated the building permit so that they've been able to get their certificate of occupancy but haven't been permitted yet to do the awning or the encroachment while we were working on this ordinance. So there's certainly some hotels within the pipeline as well, so I know this was brought up, and again, there's nothing clear within the code to regulate these encroachments. So this is our attempt at codifying.
So you mentioned encroachment several times. So what the situation here is, we're focusing on awnings, marquees, and canopies that encroach into and over public space. If they're within the private property, how are they handled? Are they just handled as part of the typical construction permitting detail, and the codes apply to them, whereas the challenge that you're presenting to us has to do specifically with awnings, marquees, and canopies encroaching over and into public space, correct?
Right. The other thing that I'll add is I know we had a couple of meetings ago, there was some discussion about license agreements coming before the Board of Commissioners or being able to do them administratively through the city manager. Certainly, I mean, this is a fluid document, so if there's any interest to have certainly these encroachments 15 feet or more above grade that are not awnings, canopies, and marquees. If there's concerns about design standards, we do have the option to send all encroachments before the Board of Commissioners for a license agreement, so none of them would be done administratively. So that would certainly give you the ability to have a say-so in sort of the design standards and what those encroachments look like, what they involve, what they entail. So that's an option as well. This was sort of our last attempt at keeping that approval at the city manager's level, but again, it's completely up to the commissioners. So I'm open to any comments.
Commissioner Bennett, if you don't mind, I'll come back to you. Can you give us and the members of the public some examples of what you mean by design standards, and then maybe correlate them with how Bethany is approaching?
Well, I think similar to the, similar to the public comment is that unless we have some sort of definition of what lighting looks like, what materials can be, what messages could be on an awning versus a marquee versus a canopy, I just think it leaves ourselves open to lots of interpretation. And I think by just having some very definitive standards as to what a canopy is, what it will be made out of. I mean, some of the locales even go to the extent of it must be a tan, brown, black, white color. You know, I mean, they're down to that sort of level. And I'm just concerned that when I look at Rehoboth Avenue, for instance, quite frankly, it looks like a bit of a mess. And I just think we're opening it up for even more of that by just saying, hey, put up a marquee, put up a canopy, put up an awning. Some can have lights, some don't have to have lights. I can have, you know, something on top of it. I don't know. So my feeling here is that I just think if we've gone through, the question had come up many times why we're even doing this. But so if we're doing it, we might as well do it correctly. Or are we trying to put a Band-Aid on something because we're trying to anticipate what may happen in the future? But I just think not having design standards like our peer towns is not the right way to go.
Well, I think when I read the design standards the first time, I was kind of put back because I like the variety out there, you know.
Okay.
And I'm amenable to the variety. Whereas if we had stipulated that you only had 4 colors to do, I look at the old Nicola on the Avenue with their multicolor awnings and what were they, red and yellow. And compare that to Seashell Shop, which is a teal green and seafoam green, and some of these others. I like the variety. Now maybe
that's fine.
Maybe
Yeah.
you can create the design standards.
No, but I use that as an example. We don't have to copy what somebody else did. It's just we should make it for Rehoboth. All I'm saying is if, when you look at the CDP and they talk about sense of place and sense of small town community and all the other things that we like to espouse about ourselves, I just think we're leaving us open for what might not be the right interpretation with this particular ordinance. That's all I'm saying. We don't have to copy somebody else's, but I think we should at least take into account, we don't even have an architectural review board for any sort of building because that seems to not be something we want to do here as well. So I just, for me, and I know I'm in the minority here, I just think we're missing an opportunity by not having some sort of design standard, whatever that is.
Well, that brings me back. I've said it before. I'll say it again that you know, the previous CDP had a section in it that where we, for the commercial areas, we create a design standard
Right.
for, I don't know what it refers to, whether it's the facade or the whole entirety of the building. But that's something that I was very passionate about. Unfortunately, I never acted on it.
Yeah.
Ready to do it, and I'm still willing to have somebody tackle that, even though it was taken out of the current approved certified CDP.
And I don't disagree with you. but that's what I'm saying.
And what you don't
No, I
di-
don't disagree with
don't
you.
disagree,
I think
okay.
I think we should have some sort of,
Yeah.
because otherwise it's just a little by little by little, we just chip away at what makes people like being part of Rehoboth so much, I think.
So are we in a conundrum here where city administration and building and licensing is saying they are stymied and they can't move forward? And yet we are, some up here might be hesitant to move forward until we further
Well, I think if we're
investigate.
holding off on somebody to put an awning up because we haven't done our job, then I think we need to let the people put their awning up. That'd be my opinion.
I would strongly,
Commissioner Sharp, and then we'll go to Commissioner. No, Commissioner
I would
Sharp.
strongly agree with that, but what I'm struggling a little bit with now is the public comment that we just got from Sam Cooper makes me wonder if someone wanted to put his example, an airplane wing or a fuselage or something over their business above public space, would we have any ability to control that, or is the answer just a straight no?
Well, I think to an extent, yes, and that is mainly why we've added that section about, and it comes down to city manager's discretion, but that's why we thought it was critical to put in that sentence about the city manager has the right to send any of those encroachments to the mayor and commissioners. Again, that may change with city managers, whether they want to send it to the Board of Commissioners or not, but that sentence that we added in there would give the opportunity to bring something like that is a little unique and
Unique
different.
or extreme?
Yes, to the Board of
And I
Commissioners.
think I would disagree with that response, that we're not providing any standards for the city manager to act on.
Right, there's no
It would
requirement.
be challengeable, I would think.
Well, and that's why I brought it up, because I'm not understanding clearly until I'm asking, if it were to happen today,
Right.
what is our recourse? It doesn't sound strong that we have any recourse. So based on that, to me, I could make a case in my own mind that we're not ready to act on this, because it sounds like we don't have a good, solid clarity of what we're trying to accomplish and why we're doing it. So I'm fine to continue to think about what we really want. Edward, I kind of stepped on you.
Commissioner Czerniawski, go ahead.
First, I'll start with the design standards that Mayor, you and Commissioner Bennett talked about. I don't disagree that we should have design standards, and it probably should have happened decades ago. I think the ship has sailed in some degree, but I'm not sure that this is the place to start if we're going to reintroduce design standards. Well, what about architectural designs? What about sign designs? What about lights? I don't know that focusing just on one thing that seems to be an afterthought is the place to start with design standards. So that's my thought on that. And I guess I disagree that there's not protections here for us to avoid having something that we don't want in the city. And I think that's why we put some discretion to the city manager, escalating it to the mayor and commissioners if they thought it was something that that we would have a problem with and would be outside of the norm of people just having a canopy or marquees, which we currently see in the city. And I happen to like them. I think they're aesthetically pleasing. I think it makes the town unique. So I'm happy to move forward with this. I think I'm more concerned about the public safety aspect of this and us having some protections with lease agreements with these current existing, I guess, airspace infractions over city property. It gives us some control, probably some liability protection, and some ability to ensure, their safety and inspections and all of that. So. And we've got the city staff their hands tied a little bit in moving forward with some of these things. So I'm happy to move forward while still looking at, you know, architectural and design standards more broadly moving forward.
You know, I hate to stymie building and licensing not being able to give approval to new permits. So I'm trying to think of a way to deal with this. You know, could it be construed that all awnings are fall under the current construction codes, but if they overhang or encroach into an over city property, as far as awnings, that they're at the discretion of the city manager unless, to issue a license agreement, unless he sends it to the Board of Commissioners, but that all canopies and marquees for license agreements do come to the commissioners. I'm trying to think of a way to keep this moving forward, and those that are in the pipeline are allowed to do that, even if we choose to further discussion.
I mean, I think one of the approaches that we could take is for any applications, any building permit applications we've received that include some type of encroachment into public property, we could develop a license agreement and bring them before the mayor and commissioners for consideration. That would allow some of these, again, in the pipeline to move forward, but also any that come in between now and sometime in the future would all come before you all for review and consideration. And then that would give us some additional time to work through some of the design criteria.
That's close to what I was saying, that I think I'm amenable, I'll get to you. I think might be amenable to that the license, permit applications for new awnings go in front of the city manager unless he chooses to refer them to the commissioners. But that the canopies and marquees, because they necessarily hang much further over sidewalks, all do have to come in front of the commissioners. Just a thought. Sam, you want to come up again? I haven't closed this to the public. If anybody else wants to say anything, that's
Sam
fine.
Cooper, 13 Newcastle Street. Couple of comments. One, you know, what I would prefer you to do, and I think I stated the first meeting, is I think the city's position in the past, and I don't know whether it got taken out of the code, was it an awning that was 8 feet or 7 feet, I don't know what it was, that stuck out no more than 4 feet, was of fabric and that sort of thing, not a permanent type, was permitted, just as a matter of right. Could have whatever advertising was. That's where I would go with this.
Including if it encroached into an over.
Oh, absolutely,
public
yeah.
property.
The little mall where Arenas is, I remember the issue there with the Cotton Club or one of those. They wanted green awnings and they were approved. I think the idea of you picking and choosing is horrible. My two things come to mind is equal protection and arbitrary and capricious. I mean, if you're going to decide what's approved and what's not, you're opening a huge can of worms. As far as design standards, I mean, I thank you, Commissioner Bennett, but I think it goes far beyond aesthetics. I mean, right now under this code, you could end up with a 100-foot tunnel if people join their canopies together. They could all be of different designs. They could be, you know, you name it. I mean, right now the posts could be these ugly, you see on the front of the strip malls where they take the 12-inch sewer pipes and turn them upside down and fill them with concrete. Those could be the stanchions out along the sidewalk. Could be a 4-inch galvanized pipe. It could be anything. I mean, I'm not even, and those aren't really the biggest part of my concerns, but it's, you know, you could have a 20-foot wide canopy alongside of a 5-foot wide canopy, which, you need some kind of heavy-duty design of the streetscape before you would even, to me, begin to entertain allowing people to build out over that sidewalk. I mean, we spent $30-some million on Rehoboth Avenue, which would, I guess, be $100 million today for what you're looking at to try to improve the appearance of it. And I got to believe that most people would do something attractive, but all it takes is the one person to take advantage of all the loopholes in here.
Thank you, Sam. Would you like to speak? Come ahead. State your name and your relationship to the city, please, and speak right into that mic.
Frances Kelleher, 318 Stokely Street. This is a little bit of a joke, but just to sort of
Speak into that microphone.
to just to add, you know, if we want a lot of canopy, I'm going to get to my little part later about trees. But if we want to have more canopies along Rehoboth Avenue, let's have more shade trees.
Thank you.
Comment too was, this doesn't even, how does it impact the trees on Rehoboth Avenue or on the street?
Unless I hear otherwise from the commissioners, I don't hear enough to move this forward yet. And we'll figure out how to try to accommodate those applications that are in the pipeline while still allowing us time to further evaluate the path forward here. All right? Anybody else?
Well, I'm concerned about that. As we deliberate on this.
Concerned about that.
That we're hanging somebody up, you know, and the city, the season is approaching, you know, and I just feel, I would say that I guess I'm more, I look at things, it's not a problem until it's a problem. And I just feel like we've got this thing to the point where I think we can probably handle it administratively or figure out some kind of means by which that we can handle this administratively for probably 99% of the things that come before us, which I think your thoughts about basically let it hit the city manager and anything he wants to pass our way to do that or something. But at the same time, I do feel like we would do ourselves a favor if we did develop certain standards and everything, but knowing how long that process takes and everything, you know, I think we have to be, that doesn't really serve the reasonableness test that we're hanging people up while we do that, you know. So I would like us to come up with some, you know, short-term solution and then map out, you know, what we want to do, you know, if we want to really think about long and hard about this thing. But it's specific to the awnings to me, which seem to me like the least consequential. I think, and what Sam Cooper had suggested, I think makes a hell of a lot of sense. It's just, why are we worried about, you know, ones of a certain size and really magnitude, even if they do overhang the city space, but it isn't connected to the city space. It's really a fixture to the building. I think we ought to make some kind of accommodation for that. So
what stops us from keeping things moving? Nothing. Okay, stop. Don't say any more. If the answer is nothing, then I guess I'm lost as to why we're discussing it. Just to, you know, I like the bottom line here. If the bottom line is we don't have to be concerned and we don't have to throw a wrench in a business that wants to move forward, then we shouldn't.
Well, that business will still have to appear before this body to get a license agreement. I mean, it's still an encroachment into public property, and traditionally the way this body's handled it is that person would make application, they'd come before this body, you'd consider them on a one-off case-by-case basis and either issue a license or not issue a license. This particular applicant's been kind of held in abeyance while you've gone through this process to try and get a one-size-fits-all ordinance in place. But
why is the applicant being held in abeyance?
He does not need to be anymore. I think that's what we're hearing.
Okay.
I think the notion was that this ordinance would get adopted relatively quickly. So there'd be something in place and we could move forward with that applicant. It's clear that it's not going to be adopted quickly. So it makes sense, I think, to allow that applicant to appear before this body and get them through the system that way.
Okay. Can we stop this now? Mayor? Am I just out in left field? That why are we making this more complicated than it seems to me? I could very easily be missing something.
we need to do more, give them more thought, obviously.
I don't disagree with that, but I'm only talking about, stopping progress with an individual or a couple of individuals, to me, doesn't make any sense while we are talking about this bigger issue.
No, and that's what I intimated earlier. Let's cease this conversation for now, put it in a different forum if we want to go forward with design standards. But in the meantime, not hold anybody up. So that's where, if we need to figure a legal way to do that with a resolution like we did for basements or something, so be it. But would like to be able to take all those applications in the pipeline and see that we can act on them.
Do we know how many are in the pipeline?
I would defer to the building inspector.
Good morning. We have roughly 2 applications that are currently waiting for more guidance, but then we also have several coming in the pipeline with the various hotels and various commercial applications that have been presented through preliminary review and site plan review at this point.
Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else? Wait till you get to the microphone. State your name again and address, or your relationship to the city.
Sorry.
Again.
Frances Kelleher, 318 Stokely. I just want to ask, are these licenses granted as permanent licenses, or is there a time on them? I would advocate for, as a bridge, maybe, if licenses are going to be given, I think there should be a time limit on them, that they don't become a, quote, permanent encroachment on city property.
All right. Thank you, Francis. With that, we'll conclude this discussion and move on to the next item, which is second item of old business, which is discuss amending Chapter 270, which is in the zoning, specifically sections 270-4 and 270-46.1, to repeal certain provisions of Chapter 270, establishing administrative lot mergers and separations. This is this is the second time we're talking about it. The first time was previous meeting was merely a very brief introduction. And Glenn, I'd like you to reintroduce this and then introduce your first draft of the resolution to repeal.
Sure, thanks, Mayor. So this is sort of in the category of no good deed goes unpunished. This was a very well-intentioned ordinance that was passed probably a decade or so ago. And the idea was that the city has historically allowed individuals who own 2 lots in common ownership to use those 2 lots as a single building parcel. So you could merge those 2 lots, use the outline of the 2 lots as your parcel boundaries for purposes of setbacks and everything else that's related to zoning. This ordinance was introduced. This ordinance was adopted years ago to help with the city's record keeping, in that the city was not doing a good job of understanding, which lots had been merged, which ones were not, and how was that all coming together. So we put together an ordinance, put it in place that was supposed to help with our record keeping, which has helped with the city's record keeping. What has not helped with is it's not maintained the city's record keeping consistent with the county's record keeping. Because what would happen is people would come in and say, I want to use my 2 lots as 1 lot. And remember, when they did that, the city would say that's fine, but there was no process undertaken to actually extinguish the boundary line between the 2 properties. So that property line still existed, even though perhaps a house was built across the property line. The county, when the county got a survey showing a house built across a property line, the county's records would be updated to indicate that those 2 properties had been merged. And they would create a single tax parcel number. The individual would get a single tax document. So the county's records then reflect that the 2 lots had been merged into one, where the city's records would continue to show 2 separate lots, notwithstanding the fact that a property or that a structure was built across the property line. So this has resulted in, rather than better record keeping for both the city and the county. It's really resulted in some inconsistencies between our records and the county's records. So the idea behind this ordinance is that record-keeping exercise will be repealed, and no longer would individuals be able to build across their property line to the extent they wanted to do that, and they had two properties in common ownership. They'd be required to go to the Planning Commission and have the property line extinguished and actually extinguished. So then the county's records and the city's records would be consistent, at least for that property. So this was a well-intentioned exercise that really had some good things about it, but has turned out to be a record-keeping nightmare between the city and the county. So it makes sense, I think, at this point, to either allow for administrative mergers and separations where it would actually be a property line extinguishment, or send all of this to the Planning Commission and let the Planning Commission deal with it. And that's what they do as a Planning Commission, is create property lines and extinguish property lines. So this ordinance would send it all to the Planning Commission.
So again, there's this created, unbeknownst to us that created this, created discrepancies between the county and the city record keeping that became irreconcilable.
Right.
We tried our hardest to do it, but working with two entities or working with the county entity, not that they're doing anything bad, they just have a different system that just did not mesh with ours. So again, what this does is it repeals it and sends all mergers and separations back to the Planning Commission as it was, what?
2015?
As it was 2015 and earlier. Well, anybody up here want to comment before we go to the members of the public? Members of the public, Sam Cooper, and then Vince. Just identify yourself.
Sam Cooper, 13 Newcastle Street. Couple comments. One, I think you're giving the county too much credit for their record keeping, because I don't think it's as good as you're making it out to be. And secondly, I think it's a misstatement. I don't know, unless there's something been added in the last few years, I don't know of anything in the code that gives the Planning Commission either the purview nor the standards under which to merge properties. Subdivide them, yes, but not merge them. And I don't know under what authority you're going to have them do that, given the existing code.
Thank you. So we look into that.
Yeah, I mean,
I don't need a response,
Okay,
but if you would
sure.
look into that.
Yep.
State your name and relationship to the city.
Sure.
please.
Vince Robertson. I'm an attorney that appears before the city and also a property owner. So my thought is this: I think what the mayor said, that no good deed goes unpunished, is fairly accurate. This was an example, I think, of governmental efficiency, frankly, when you all got rid of the public hearings before the Planning Commission. With all due respect to the Planning Commission, if you have two lots that were originally plotted in the city of Rehoboth Beach, that's going to be divided into 250 by 100 lots. It's just like every other property in Rehoboth Beach. What's the Planning Commission going to do? I mean, they frankly can't deny it because it's legal. I mean, it meets all the zoning code, it meets all the setbacks, it meets all the lot width and depth requirements. You have the tree ordinance that governs, where the trees have to be planted when somebody pulls a building permit. The house placement is governed by setbacks, so there's not really any discretion that the Planning Commission would have on one of these. For the life of me, I don't know how they would ever deny one, and I don't know what conditions they could put on one that would somehow be different from every other lot in the city. The reason I say that is just it creates a process which is unnecessary, particularly when you all are considering adding more tasks to the Planning Commission, which may be more relevant. As you all may know with the Planning Commission, it's a two-part process if you go to the partitioning route. You have to go in once for sort of a preliminary hearing, and then assuming you got all your ducks in a row, you have to go back for another public hearing. Are we now going to require those every time that you're basically taking a 100 by 100 lot and trying to create 250 by 100 lots that complies with the code in every way, shape, or form? I agree with having to go to the Planning Commission if it doesn't fall within those parameters. But if it does, it just seems like an unnecessary step, particularly in light of the docket that you're increasing for the Planning Commission. Same thing, I think, applies on the merger side of things. I just don't know in Rehoboth, if you wanted to make a lot bigger, that anybody would ever say no. I can't envision a circumstance that would, require, again, discretion by the planning commission. Maybe there is, I'm not aware of it. I hear what's going on with the interface between the county and Sussex County, or in Rehoboth, and I'll pretend I didn't hear that as my role as one of the county attorneys, but I get that, but it seems like that can be worked out administratively. I just don't know that justifies making this go back to the planning commission. It just seems like it's unnecessary. For the situations where the lots are completely conforming and relate back to the way the lots were plotted out 100 years ago. So, thanks.
Thank you. If we were to ask his help with the county, is there a last prayer?
I really don't think there is, Mayor. I mean, we've had discussions with the county, and it's just, most jurisdictions do not permit structures to be built over property lines. We are unique in that respect, and the county sort of doesn't want to make accommodations for that unique quality about us. I shouldn't say doesn't want to, but it's just not part of their process, right?
Yeah, and that may be something that can be worked out between the county's GIS mapping department and building permitting, I would think, because there's not necessarily a survey that's recorded, or unless you all require one to be recorded and then just one comes back to the city, because if you require the county to record a survey, it's going to need the city's stamp on it, and then it gets recorded, and then it goes to county mapping, and that's when the maps are amended. And so if you all just simply required that step on a lot merger, I think that would probably cover it, I think.
But you're, let me be clear, you're not advocating that the city maintain the system that it has now, which is we don't actually extinguish the property line. We only allow for people to build across that property line. So if the house is removed, the city still recognizes that property line as being there. What's happening is the county is saying, once that structure is built across, the county presumes that those lots have been officially merged and the property line has been officially extinguished, and there is no property line. Yeah. So I think what you're advocating for is some administrative process whereby the property line actually gets extinguished, but at an administrative level rather than sending it to the planning commission. And what this ordinance does is actually send it to the planning commission.
I think that's true, and both cases. But I think administratively, I don't want to oversimplify that. I think there still has to be a survey involved that's stamped by the city and recorded with the county and then brought back to you with proof of recording. So.
Along with the deed.
Well, yeah, along with the deed, yeah.
That has been one of the...
Well, the county works on it from, the county won't let you, subdivide properties by deed. Frankly, they'll let you merge them, but they won't let you subdivide without a survey, and that's stamped by the city, so, yeah. To me, because what I think is more relevant always is the survey, because the survey is what drives the county mapping system, and that's what drives your tax bills, because then either a new tax map and parcel number is added, or one's taken away and it's combined based on the mapping. So, I mean, it gets picked up through the deeds, but it's more through the mapping and the surveys.
But as I understand it, we maintain separate records, so not necessarily do they parallel one another.
Right.
One of the situations or agenda items that's coming up reflects those.
And I guess my question is, though, if it goes to the planning commission, how is that issue solved? I mean, you still have the underlying issue, it just adds extra steps, sort of in an already crowded docket for the planning commission. You still have the end result, I think, that you're concerned about.
Thank you. So we've got two paths forward, I see. One is to continue to work with the county, which our city solicitor has indicated is likely not going to be fruitful. The other path forward is to repeal this as noted. If we choose to go that second route and repeal this, then the schedule would probably look like this. For the April regular meeting, that's our next meeting, we would consider a resolution setting a public hearing in the matter for a month hence, and then conduct the public hearing likely at the May regular meeting. Why the public hearings? Because this is all in the zoning code, and zoning codes require that public hearing two-step process. What is the pleasure of the commissioners?
I'll go. I'm totally confused again. So I could be a clean sweep for today.
Okay.
if we have a member of the public who's telling us there may be a way to solve this with the county, I'm not clear as to whether or not we're saying we're not interested in that or we believe that is untrue. Which one is it? Are we not interested or is that untrue?
If this were solvable, I would prefer to retain this and solve it.
So that's what I'm trying to figure out. Is it solvable, or is the clear answer no? Because my other follow-up question earlier was, if we put the Planning Commission, if we inserted the Planning Commission in this, which apparently they were at one time?
Years ago, yeah.
Years ago.
Yes.
What additional burden does that put on the owner, and then to what end? Which is exactly what I think was just brought up. To what end? So I'm just a little confused if we have really exhausted every creative opportunity to fix this, to start with.
Right, so let me back up a little bit. The issue we have is the city allows what we call mergers and separations for zoning purposes.
I understand all the complexities of where you're probably trying to go. The only thing I want to try to understand, is there an opportunity for anybody to work together to put a final note on this, that there is no opportunity to fix this with the county? That's I grasp the intricacies.
We can continue to work with the county, but I don't think the juice is worth the squeeze. I mean, I think we'll be squeezing and getting very little juice. I think what this body needs to decide as a basic matter is, do you want to continue this idea of mergers and separations for zoning purposes, which practically no other jurisdictions do? And that's the difficulty we're having, is that the county basically says, why are you doing this? Nobody does this. Either extinguish the property line or allow the property line to remain, but don't do this kind of quasi thing that the property line's there, but it doesn't look like it's there because you allowed them to build a house across the property line. So then if you say, we want to get rid of that because nobody else is doing it, the question becomes, who then has the authority to extinguish these property lines or create these property lines if all you're doing, as Mr. Robertson says, is putting lots back to the configuration they were originally plotted? If that's all you're doing, which is not, a major subdivision where you have new lot lines being created that were never plotted before, if that's all you're doing, should that be something that administratively can be handled, which is the way we've been handling administrative mergers and separations? So the city would continue to do the same thing it's doing now, but the property line would actually be extinguished. We'd be able to send a survey to the county and say, this is an actual extinguishment of the property line. Should that be handled at the administrative level, or should those be sent to the Planning Commission for the Planning Commission to put its approval on it?
But is the Planning Commission approval just a pro forma? It's just a stamp of, we approve this?
So I agree with Mr.
Yes,
Robertson that in most instances, the Planning Commission would be without the authority to deny them, but it does give the Planning Commission an opportunity to say, this is on a corner, this is in this part of town, we should attach some conditions to this approval for one reason or another, for health, safety, welfare reasons. So it gives the Planning Commission that opportunity. But as far as actually denying this sort of an application that is, meets the lot size requirements, meets all of those things, the Planning Commission is probably without authority to deny them. That very straightforward type application.
Can I just interject? The other thing that the Planning Commission used to do as part of the process was to have a public hearing, and the neighborhood could weigh in on the pros and cons of this action taking place. And I can tell you that is no more sensitive in this city than in my community of Schoolview, because we are the place where there's, 2/3 of the properties there are larger than 75-foot lots, let alone, the minimum lot size in there is 75. So in order, there's been attempts where property owners have have bought a 100 by 100 foot lot in Schoolview, which, by the way, is divided in 25-foot lots. So there's actually, 4 lots in that kind of configuration, and they could be administratively subdivided, and that's a big concern for us over there, because we'd like to have a say in that, and how that has changed. And this is just a peculiarity of Schoolview, but many of those lots have deed restrictions, and the holder of the deed restrictions, or who instituted them, still exists. The family still exists, and they will still honor them, and that has sort of slowed it down. But I'm very much concerned. I just want to have, at the very least, the Planning Commission have the opportunity to make this a public hearing and how it affects the neighborhood. So, and then I would certainly like to move forward to see the city in some way honor or take over the responsibility of honoring these deed restrictions, because it has maintained our neighborhood the way it's been for the last 50 years, and it's its own place because of that. So,
Well, again, I'm one of the co-authors of this, so I prefer to see it succeed. But I've been under the assumption that we have not been able to work it out with the county. Now, maybe we have a new dynamic here. I don't know if I characterized this correctly, Vince, but we have a new dynamic I see. We've got an attorney here that says he would prefer to retain this rather than repeal it, correctly? Maybe you better come up. And yet he also works for the county and maybe thinks it could be fixed. So is that a new dynamic? Maybe help me out there.
So just to be clear, I haven't
you...
worked on this issue on behalf of the county in terms of Rehoboth. I've dealt with this, when I've represented clients in front of the city. I've done it both ways. I've done it in front of the Planning Commission, where we've done the 2-hearing process that's always been granted, and I've done it administratively through Matt's office. And on the administrative side, and I'm talking more about the separation, not the merger side of it. And how that works is, Matt's office stamps the survey, and there's an affidavit that goes with it. It goes to the county, and then Matt's office gets that survey back. Candidly, I will say there's been a bit of a disconnect, and it's not any fault of Matt. It doesn't go directly to Matt's office first. It goes to another city employee. And I know that Matt always knows that it comes in, because he's reached out to me and says, "Where's the survey?" And it's been recorded and delivered to the city like 3 and 4 months ago. So I don't know if that's part of the issue as well, but I will tell you, I'm willing to work with Mr. Mendelis or whomever, and not drag this out forever, but just to see if there's a solution. Because I still come back to what Commissioner Sharp said. I don't know if getting this to the Planning Commission resolves the underlying problem of the apparent lack of synchronization between the city and the county on the land records. So I'm willing to give that the old college try anyway. And I'll bill the county for it. Not the city. I just want to put that out there.
But if we eliminate this process, that synchronization is also eliminated, the administrative. There's still the filing of the survey and the deed with the county. That we take a step out of the affidavit process that's in place, so that we have failed at maintaining or establishing or following through on that system. Just a little bit of background. This was passed in 2015, and I also support Commissioner Market's standpoint of allowing the public to hear this, because as we know, one of the motivations back in 2015 was it was very consistent at that time that there were double lots within the city that were being purchased. The one home that straddled the lot was torn down and 2 homes were built. So it's been infill like crazy. So the concern was, well, there's such a backup with the Planning Commission because I can't get my house built quick enough because you've got to go through a 2-step process with the Planning Commission. But that also allowed the public to comment. So this was motivated, if my memory serves me correctly, because the developers were saying, hurry up, time is money, I want to get my houses built and sold. But that did not, in this change here, it did not allow the public for full comment. And as Commissioner Market stated about the deed restrictions specifically in Schoolview existed, and that brought that to light about a year ago, where there was a lawsuit placed to maintain the deed restrictions that were in place of the city, not the city, but the homeowners association. So again, times have changed for however you want to look at it. There's not as many double lots available in the city. They've been built out. So I don't know that aspect of the buildup of hardship on the Planning Commission to manage all of these. Prior to 2015, for 30 years, 40 years, 50 years, that was the process in place. And you're correct, there is not necessarily, it's a rubber stamp 95% of the time, but there are options within that partitioning process that happens that the Planning Commission does bring issues forward about stormwater management, trees, setbacks, corner lots. There are a number of issues that need to, in my opinion, need to be addressed. And that is for the health and benefit of the entire community, not just those individuals on the lot. So I would fully support removing this. And when it was voted on back in 15, I was the sole vote to vote against it, simply based on those aspects also, because the public is not allowed to participate in the process. It's simply done by a city manager or a chief building inspector, and those change, and those attitudes and those visions change. So if it is in the law and it is part of the code, then there's a standard to follow. We can deviate from that, but that is in the public process of doing that, of a public hearing, which is the preliminary hearing and then the final hearing. So again, for the last 8 years, this has been kind of a quasi do this, do that type of thing. But prior to that, for at least 40 years, the process has been in place and been successful.
Well,
Thank you.
I would just respond to that in a couple ways. One is, I don't think you can assume that it's all developers who are doing this. I've got one that's pending right now that was in front of the Board of Adjustment where it's a family that inherited a 100 by 100 lot. And it's taken a while to get in front of the Board of Adjustment. Now we're going to have to go to either the Planning Commission or Matt through that process. So a lot of times it is, but I think that's an incorrect assumption to say that it's always developers.
I said the majority. I didn't say all.
Okay, well, yeah. The second thing is, we're holding up developers. That was the statement that was made.
Correct.
You're looking at also commercial developers. You're adding potentially more jurisdiction to the Planning Commission on commercial development that wasn't there before. That's the business community in Rehoboth. So if you're adding that and you're putting back into place the partitions, that just adds to that workload. And now you're slowing up not only either the families or the developers, but also the business community that wants to redevelop site plans in Rehoboth Beach that now have to go to the Planning Commission potentially that didn't used to have to do that. That's a lot of work. And we know that with commercial site plans, it's more often, 1 or 2 or 3 meetings at the minimum with the Planning Commission. So there's a lot on their plate. The other thing is, I hear what you're saying about corner lots, et cetera, but there's a bit of a disparate treatment there if you're saying that somebody who has a 100 by 100 lot on a corner, that you're able to put conditions on that corner lot because it's part of a partition, versus somebody that owns a corner lot that's 50 by 100. You go to Matt's office, demolish the building and build a new house without any commissions from you, from the Planning Commission, from anybody. You're treating people differently depending on their situation, even though it's the same 50 by 100 lot. I'm not really taking a position on that. It's an observation, that's all. So anyhow, all I'm for is just streamlining. And I think what we're talking about here is the back end of whatever process we use. On the back end of it, it sounds again like there's an issue with syncing with the county, whether it's the Planning Commission or whether it's done administratively or whatever. However you do it on the front end is not affecting that back end. I'm all for streamlining the whole thing, whether it's the process to get it approved or to make sure that the records are correct. That's all.
And I appreciate your aspect of wanting to streamline the process, but that is not the responsibility of the appointed and elected official. It is the responsibility to maintain the health and welfare of the city. And that is what we're charged with. And in doing this and maintaining this, we take that public hearing aspect out of this. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah, and my more focus on streamlining, it sounds like too, is on the backside of it. That's what we're all talking about. And if it's clunky and not working, that's a problem for everybody. For you, the Planning Commission, for me as a property owner, for me representing people, whomever. Let's fix it, I think we all agree on that.
And this is a manner in which fixing it is removing this from the code.
I guess I just don't get that connection. If it's removed from going to the administrative route to the Planning Commission, that doesn't have anything to do with how you interface with the county.
Well, the inconsistency is created, Vince, because the city allows for things to look like they've been separated when they actually haven't been separated. So whether it's done administratively or at the Planning Commission level, what this ordinance would do is actually extinguish or create a property line. And then the records will be consistent between the county and the city. So I think this ordinance, whether it goes to the planning commission as it's currently drafted, or whether the authority is vested in the administrative officials to actually extinguish or create that property, or recreate that property line that existed previously, the records will become consistent. What's causing the inconsistency right now is it's, again, it's like smoke and mirrors. It looks like we've separated properties, but we haven't actually separated properties.
And I guess that's the point I don't get, because when they're separated with Matt, when we record the surveys and it goes to the county creates the two separate parcels on their assessment records.
Right, but they should not. That's the problem. The county should be saying, okay, we recognize there's a structure built across these properties, and we're giving you notice, county, that we've done this, but we've done it. If you read the ordinance very closely, it's only for zoning purposes. It's only a Chapter 270 ordinance.
Well, then the city's been doing it wrong for the past 15 years, I guess, because, and I'm not talking about the merger side, I'm talking about the separation side. Every single time there's a survey that's stamped that says these are now two new properties, two different names, two different deeds, it gets recorded. It goes to Matt's office with the affidavit that says that. It goes to the county that gets recorded. It comes back, they're two different parcels. So when that system is in the works, I don't understand why there's an issue, because they are separated. They are two different parcels.
And that's the big inconsistencies. They're not supposed to be. And the county presumes they are based upon that survey, and the survey should maybe say something else with a different notation.
That's not the county making that decision. That's the city making that decision, and the county relying upon it. So.
All right. Thank you, Vince. Yeah. I see a path forward with this could be either at the regular meeting in April, or we could possibly put it off until the regular meeting in May, if you think there's any, we can be productive in talking with Vince or the county one more time.
I mean, I'm more than happy to give it one more chance to talk through the issues and see if we can come to some resolution, because I think that, there's some things I would share with Vince historically so that he has an understanding of where this has been and where it's going, and he may be able to say, oh, now I understand it's this department in the county, and we can, so I'm happy to do that, give it one more try.
I want the pleasure of the commissioners. I would suggest that we give it one more time. We then put this next on the May workshop meeting to revisit it, and then the understanding would be likely from there, we would put it on for a vote on a resolution to move forward and go to public hearing. Is that all right?
I like that approach.
Okay. So be it. Thank you very much. With that, we'll go to the next item of old business, which is old business C, status report on addressing 3 recent requests for changing in zoning designations. If you recall, we've had requests from property owners at Rehoboth Auto Repair, 20663 Coastal Highway, and from 2 owners of commercial zone lots that are being used residentially at 1028A Scarborough Avenue Extended and 1028B Scarborough Avenue Extended. The situation on those is that the Rehoboth Auto Repair request matches going current C3 zoning, and they want to go to C1 zoning, mirrors the future land use map certified within the CDP, so they're allowed to proceed to it. And those owners agreed to wait till we ran the request for 1028A, 1028B, Scarborough Avenue Extended through the plus process, because they want to change from C3's current zoning to residential zoning, which is not a part of the future land use map. It conflicts with the future land use map. And so we have taken that next step. We have participated in a plus meeting. We are now waiting written report from the plus folks from the Office of State Planning. It should be in my hands on or before April 20th, at least that's following their schedule. And as soon as that comes in, then I would follow the following protocol, if indeed I get it before the 20th. I would like to, at the May 19th regular meeting, we need to consider a resolution setting a public hearing, adopting a new future land use map. That was a result of the Plus meeting. After we set that resolution, then we can consider a resolution setting concurrent public hearings for those 3 properties that have requested change in zoning. If those are successful and we schedule public hearings, those public hearings I would propose would be held on June 16th at the regular meeting. And the first bit of business would be public hearing to consider amending the future land use map within the certified CDP by changing 2 currently designated commercial properties on Scarborough Avenue Extended to residential properties. And if that's successful, then we would have the next step, which was conduct public hearing to consider 3 requests to change the zoning designations at the 3 noted properties. 20663 Coastal Highway, 1028A, 1028B Scarborough Avenue Extended. So that is the process that, again, if I get the Plus comments in time to schedule the consideration of resolutions by the May 19th meeting, then we would move forward with that schedule. Are there any questions? And all the applicants would be notified at that point that they need to do their homework and make the presentation before the commissioners making their case. So we'll be in touch with them. If there's no further questions, yeah, come up front. State your name and relationship to the city, please.
My name is Jim LaShora. I live at 1026 Scarborough Avenue Extended. So I have a common property line with 2 of the properties that are requesting rezoning. One has a house on it. It's asking to go from C3 to C1 to be permissive enough to allow Rehoboth Auto to expand. For anyone who hasn't heard discussion of this before, you might be confused. We're not talking about rezoning of Rehoboth Auto's existing location. This is a house that Rehoboth Auto purchased that has common property lines with me and 2 of my, actually 3 of my neighbors, and then there's another neighbor here today. We're here mostly because I think we want to make sure that the city does things in the right order. There was recently an article in the Cape Gazette about the rezonings that my neighbors went through. I don't know if you saw it, but the author of the article apparently contacted Dorothy Morris at the state, the land planner, and asked her about the process and the order and the procedure. And according to this article, I did not talk to Ms. Morris myself about this, but it looks like the author of the article in the Cape Gazette did, that apparently at the same hearing, you could schedule the changes to the comprehensive development plan and also the rezonings of 1028A and B. I would advocate doing that at the first hearing. Go ahead and handle the changes to the comprehensive development plan, get input from the Planning Commission, any discussion about the amendment to the comprehensive development plan, and also about these rezonings to R1. It seems pretty straightforward. The state has no issues. The only thing they flagged at all was what FEMA map the properties are on, and it's the least likelihood for flooding. So the state has, very little interest in holding this up. I don't think we're going to see any surprises in the letter, the formal letter from the state. I think they're going to say whatever the city says is fine. So I would advocate the first hearing to do the comprehensive development plan changes and the rezoning of 1028A and B. The only caveat being you have to do the comprehensive development plan first on the agenda, and then the rezoning of 1028A and B later on the agenda. The
thank you.
comprehensive development plan has to be
Thank
done
you.
first.
Let me respond to that, because the process I dictate or advised earlier is the process that we will be following in contravention of Mr. LaShore's desire to do it otherwise. There is a different path forward, and it could be this. Remember what I suggested. The path forward is receive the written report from Plus. Then I would be putting on a agenda consideration of a resolution setting a public hearing for the future land use map changes. And then after that's conducted, on the same agenda, we would consider a resolution setting the public hearing in the matter of the three requests that we have in front of us. By law, we have to do that first process, and that is setting a resolution scheduling the public hearing. Following favorable responses there, then at the next regular voting meeting, I can put on the agenda conducting the public hearing to change the certified future land use map, and public hearing to on the changes requested for the three properties. The alternate program I could do is I could, May 19th, put on there, consider the resolution to adopt the changes to the future land use map, do nothing else, and then at the next voting meeting on June 16th, I could conduct that hearing, public hearing, on whether or not to adopt the changes to the future land use map. And then if that were favorable, at the July regular meeting, we could adopt a resolution setting a public hearing for August regular meeting, mid-August, and then conduct the public hearing on the request for those three changes in zoning designations. So that would necessarily add 2 months to it. The Office of State Planning has said, and you correct me if I'm wrong, they have said we can conduct these hearings concurrently. However, we must do them in a certain sequence, and that sequence dictates that we schedule and consider, or that we consider the public hearing for the change in future land use map first, because they're saying we have to make those changes first prior to addressing the public hearing. And so that's why I've tried to be very specific about the schedule here. And my preference is exactly as I articulated earlier, to be able to address two things concurrently each day so that we can get this resolved by the June 16th regular meeting. Are there any questions? Thank you, Mr. LaSure. And so, that ends. Are there any other questions from the public? If not, we'll move on to the next item of D, old business. And that is basements, discuss code updates, corrections, et cetera, as articulated in the agenda. And we're going to turn that over to Assistant City Manager Evan Miller and Building Inspector Enforcer Corey.
So I've got, yeah, so here's the one on the agenda. Here's the one on the
Good morning, Commissioners and Mayor.
Good morning.
And public, thank you again for having me back. This is all about basements. Before I begin, in the agenda today, there is a section that's a supplemental that has two small changes that I've made since this was posted. So I'll just go over those changes during today, but I want to let you know that there will be a revision that's going to be put back out in this place. So what you're seeing there is not the revised one that I'll be speaking to this morning, but once this is ended today, this will be updated online.
Corey, would you mind, when you do that, would you add the formatting header to that so that there's a format we have that adds date, version, number, and all that
Yes, sir.
information? And then that way it can be very clear that this initial version is April 11th, and you've got another version.
Correct. And when I'm going through it today, you'll be able to see the version that's posted today has the edits in blue, and the one that I'll be speaking to has them in red. Specifically, there are two parts in it that remain blue that I'll go through, and those are just the two sections that color-coded that show what has changed from the edited one that I'm talking to today versus the one that's embedded online. I'll start with the PowerPoint presentation. Let's see if I can. So this all started with the 6-foot 6-inch basements that Rehoboth Beach has permitted for many decades, and the fact that we call them basements, but the building code states that non-habitable basements shall have a ceiling height of not less than 6 feet 8 inches. The 2 inches doesn't seem like much, but because of the fact that our gross floor area excludes anything that's 6 foot 6 or below, as soon as we would put these into the building code at 6'8", all of the 6 foot 6 inch basements would then be counted in floor area ratio, and that would really throw off all of the new home builds. So it's a small issue, but it has large ramifications. Just to quickly reiterate, these come from the International Residential Code, and it basically states that a basement is a story that's not a story above grade plane. Grade plane is simply the average height of your lawn compared to your house, in a sense. That's what it basically boils down to. In today's speech, I've revised some definitions, and I'll go through that. And I want to let the commissioners know I listened to your regular meeting, and I understood that you wanted not only the preferred recommendations from the city, but also several different options that you could maybe choose from with rationale behind those options, as well as any risk statements that would go along with those options. So that's what's embedded in the revisions. This is just talking about what's here, basements with ceiling heights down below. What's in red comes from the International Residential Code, and it states that portions of basements that do not contain habitable space or hallways shall have a ceiling height of not less than 6 feet 8 inches, and that's what we're talking about today, these areas. Just a picture of what a true basement is. And the first concern is that our zoning codes suggest that contractors, homeowners can build basements to ceiling heights of 6 feet 6 inches. Where do they get that logic from? From our zoning code section 274C and E, where we say that portions of basements above a finished height at or above 6 feet 6 inches, and it goes on to say they're excluded from floor area ratio. And then that's in the definition section of gross floor area. And then in our zoning code 27021BC, which talks about floor area ratio, we have an exclusion here that states a basement, and has some other parts in here where a vertical measurement from the basement floor to the bottom of the first floor joist does not exceed 6.5 feet. There's some more text here, then at the bottom it says shall not be included in gross floor area. So these codes in our zoning suggest that you can build a basement at 6 feet 6 inches. It would be seen as non-habitable, but we never amended the building code to state that we could make these less restrictive and build 6 foot 6 inches, which also has other ramifications for the heights of girders and ducts and beams. And so that basements built with these ceiling heights are prohibited based upon the 2018 International Residential Code. So the first recommendation that I have, and I'm going to jump kind of back and forth between the text that I have to support this, or that I've edited out along with this recommendation, is that we revise the city code sections 274, which is the definitions, and 27021BC to change the ceiling height from 6 foot 6 to 7 feet. Spaces under 7 feet will not be calculated in the FAR, floor area ratio. These non-habitable basements will remain prohibited from illegal conversions into habitable spaces, but still allow for storage and mechanical spaces in basements. And then bathrooms, toilet rooms, and laundry rooms will continue to be included in the floor area ratio calculations. This option, though, is only recommended with the attached list of definitions in recommendation number 4. So staying on this recommendation, with the revised version, what I have here is the gross floor area is seen in 270-4 definitions. What I have here are a couple things that we would need to revise. I've taken out habitable areas because the height that they're at, it would be all areas, not just habitable. In the building code, bathrooms, toilet rooms, laundry rooms, mechanical rooms are not seen as habitable spaces. So this takes away the word habitable and just puts the areas of those to take away for any type of argument of a loophole where one would try to argue that, well, they're not actually habitable spaces because they're not defined as habitable space in the building code. This just takes out that term habitable and says any areas that are at or above a finished height of 6 feet 6 inches shall be included in floor area ratio. So there's no change to that first one other than crossing out the word habitable and then removing at or and at or above for redundancy. C number 2 states portions of basements at or above a finished height of 7 feet. So these are portions of just habitable basements that have a ceiling height of more than 7 feet. They're going to be included in gross floor area. Letter D states what's excluded. And what I have in there for D number 4, it's an addition there to code. It says portions of basements with a finished height of less than 7 feet other than bathrooms and laundry rooms. And that's specifically in there so that people don't put bathrooms or laundry rooms at the code allowed 6 foot 8 inch and above ground stories and then try to get the credit that way. Again, that's just there to keep any loopholes out of it. Before I move to commercial, staying on residential, this is echoed in the 270-21BC, where I did take former Mayor Cooper's advice about the drop ceilings into account and state in this one, I remove a basement and say portions of a basement other than bathrooms, toilet rooms, and laundry rooms where a vertical measurement from the basement floor to the bottom of the first floor floor joist is less than 7 feet. And the bottom of the first floor floor joists are not at a height more of 3 feet, shall not be included in the gross floor area. And what that does is if they want to have a habitable basement, they can have that. It'll be included in the floor area ratio. If they want to try to get away with it being excluded from floor area ratio, what this says is the bottom of the first floor floor joists have to be at a height of less than 7 feet. So then they go to put their drywall up, and now they're even lower than that, so that they can't get away with the drop ceiling, and everything is less than 7 feet, putting them in the non-habitable zone, and they stay excluded from the floor area ratio there. And my rationale is by revising the code sections above in the manner shown, residents will still have the option to build houses with storage and mechanical spaces in their basement that will not be calculated in the floor area ratio. These non-habitable basements will remain prohibited from illegal conversions into habitable spaces. Bathrooms, toilet rooms, and laundry rooms will continue to be included in floor area ratio calculations so as not to create loopholes in above-ground levels from FAR exclusion. And these revisions ensure that the non-habitable basements will be in compliance with the 2018 International Residential Code. This option is only recommended with the attached recommendation to limit finishes in non-habitable basements, which I'll go into in issue number 4. The risk of this method is by choosing this method, non-habitable basements will be permitted to be built to a height of up to 6 feet 11.5 inches, quite a bit more than the 6 feet 6 inches we have now. This would do nothing to prevent risk of illegal conversions from a preventative stance other than limiting finishes in non-habitable spaces. If it is determined that it's not desirable to limit non-habitable finishes, the city wouldn't recommend this approach. But what this really does is it allows people to build non-habitable basements all the way up to just under 7 feet, keeps them excluded from floor area ratio calculations, The caveat to that is that they have to partially limit the finishes of the floor and walls of those non-habitable basements that have those higher ceiling heights. I have some other options in here. I can go through these at the end, but to save time, I'll move on to issue number 2. But as you can see, there's 3 more options that all have rationales and risks behind them that can be looked at and talked about and discussed as they're kind of chewed on and thought about on how we want to move forward with this.
Corey, if I could just ask, if I may, a couple of clarification questions. You use phrases in here of, like on your second 21B2, portions of basements other than bathrooms, toilet rooms, and laundry rooms. And then earlier in the code, toilet rooms are not mentioned. Are they defined, or is that a common?
Yes, so toilet rooms are simply there for toilets and sinks or lavatories. In the code, it says bathrooms are non-habitable spaces. Toilet rooms, they have bathroom groups, but the building code doesn't exactly state that toilet rooms are a separate entity of bathrooms. They don't have a powder room or a guest or a half bathroom. So I included toilet rooms because there is a definition in building code that states toilet rooms. And normally right now, bathrooms, toilet rooms, and laundry rooms have to be built to a ceiling height of 6 feet 8 inches. And I have these specifically called out here so that if half baths, toilet rooms, or powder rooms, bathrooms, and laundry rooms are put on the first floor or second floor, and people build them just to a ceiling height of 6 feet 8 inches, because code does allow that, they don't get that loophole of getting those excluded from floor area ratio of the main house.
So again, just don't get too much in the weeds, but there are other phrases that come up of powder rooms, half baths, and none of those are described in here. Are those just common?
Those are common phrases, yes,
That are
Commissioner.
accepted, so that if somebody says, well, it says half bath is not in the code, so I can build a half bath any way I want to. I'm just curious on.
If that was to be put for an argument, I would simply pull out the definitions of bathroom or toilet room from the International Residential Code or Building Code and state, well, it has a toilet and it has a sink, therefore it is defined, it meets the parameters of a toilet room. And if it has a bathtub or a shower, then it would meet the definition of a bathroom.
Okay. And also that phrase of finished height, is finished a common phrase
Yes.
that is defined elsewhere?
In
I mean, you don't have
in
to
the
quote it,
building
but
code, for their interior space dimensions for commercial properties, and then in the residential code, in Chapter 3, all height limitations for ceiling heights involving habitable versus non-habitable space are from floor to ceiling. We've put in our code, in our zoning codes, from floor to bottom of first floor joists to help, again, guard against loopholes.
Right. But that phrase finished height, that is a definable term, or how you just explained it?
Correct.
Bottom of the floor joist, or I guess that's where I'm not kind of clear on using those changes or those phrases interchangeably.
The finished height, in issue number 4, I present multiple definitions.
Okay.
I do have what floor and wall finishes are. I can simply include a definition of a ceiling finish as well, if that would help provide clarity. But right now, the word finish is usually something that takes place after the rough, a rough-in. Right. So the rough framework, the rough masonry, anything that would cover those parts of it is seen as a finish.
Okay. I mean, it's a very understandable term and what have you, but I just, that's the way you interpret it. Mm-hmm. Challenges that we run into is building inspectors change and the next person interprets it differently. So it's not that specific in the code. That's where we run into challenges, I'll say. But I understand what you're saying here.
When I go through issue number 4, maybe we can come back to this point and look at how I define floor finish and wall finish and see if we want to get a general definition of just finish, or we can include ceiling finish.
Okay.
And hopefully we can take away some of that vagueness between what's a finish and what's not.
Thank you.
Corey, can I just ask a few clarifying things, and I'll skip. I won't include finishes in this section. You've gone from 6'8" to 7 feet.
Correct.
Why?
6'8" is the bare minimum that a ceiling has to be for non-habitable spaces, but the bare minimum for a habitable space is 7 feet. So anything, there's that window between 6'8" and 6 feet 11 and 7/8 of an inch, under less than 7 feet, and that's all within the window of non-habitable space. And building code says that they can build it, as long as it's at least 6 feet 8 inches, it's classified as a non-habitable basement. But they can build 6 feet 11 and a half, still have it be called a non-habitable basement because it's more than 6 feet 8 inches, but it hasn't hit 7 foot ceiling height yet.
Okay, and then just a question. Why are you, I guess you reference 6 feet 11 inches and a half instead of 6 feet, just under 7 foot. What, is there a reason why you're leaving that half inch?
I think did you see the 6 foot 11 and a half under the rationale?
I believe it is.
I think under the risk comment.
Risk, yes. So it's the 6 feet 11 and a half inches is just put under risk as a general statement.
Just
in the actual code revisions, I never use 6 feet 11 and a half. It's less than 7 feet. And then anything equal to or greater than 7 feet would be seen as habitable. I say a 6 feet 11 and a half in risk is kind of saying, for the fire protection of floors, they have to put at least a half-inch gypsum board or drywall on. They can put other things on too, which is why I don't specifically say the half-inch. You can use panel board. That's a different thickness to get through your fire blocking materials.
Understood. That makes sense. And then lastly, you're specifically calling out that bathrooms, toilet rooms, and laundry rooms will be included in the FAR.
Correct.
How do you, a lot of people that have, I guess, unfinished, or I won't use the word finished, but uninhabitable basements will just have a washer and dryer set up without it being enclosed in a room. How do you calculate what that area would be? Or if it's not enclosed, you don't count it?
Sure. Well, right now, there's not a great way to do that. Per code, laundry rooms have to have 6 foot 8 inch ceiling heights, and that's in 305.1.1 in the building code. And I've addressed that issue in these revisions here as well. Where's the cutoff? Where does the main area end and the laundry room begin if there's no walls, there's no partitions? You can kind of make a case, and if there's nothing to go off of from literature, from what I have understood talking with the city solicitor, is that the vagueness will usually err on the side of the applicant. So without that, there is no great way of determining how much square footage counts for, with bathrooms and toilet rooms, you have to have walls to separate that stuff. But a laundry room, you don't necessarily have to. So what I've included in the recommendations today, again, issue number 4,
Okay.
I do address that issue, and we can take a look at that in there.
Okay,
That helps
sorry.
clarify that part.
Thank you.
I can move on to issue number 2.
Is there any restriction with
Speak into the microphone, Monk.
Is there any a concern relative to door height? Does door height affect this in any way?
Usually 6 feet 8 inches is the minimum standard size of door. And any type of landing that's required of at least an exterior door or at the bottom or top of any stairwell, you have to have a headroom height of 6 feet 8 inches. It all ties back to 6 feet 8 inches. And that's another issue with these 6 foot 6 inch basements, because if you go to step down off the bottom stair and then into the 6 foot 6 inch basement height, you've now violated another code for that landing. 3 foot in direction of travel with the width of the stairs has to be 6 feet 8 inches. so you're not, you don't hit your head. So there's, that 6 feet 8 inches is a minimum that's touched on in a lot of places.
Okay.
Most standard foundation walls are 7 feet, 4 inches for your standard footer, 4 inches minus 7 is 6'8". You see it come up in the code in multiple different places.
Right. I was only asking because often if you have like a let's say a 7-foot ceiling, but you have a main beam and you want to be able to put a partition wall where the main beam is, it'll make your doors short, and I didn't know if that was, if someone's trying to establish a partitioned area, like, can you do it if the door's too low, or is like, will the door nix that? I guess I'm trying to establish, so.
Yeah, right now, you'd have to build a custom door that's less than 6 feet 8 inches because they don't sell them.
Right, well, I know that, but I'm just wondering if any of this is affected by, like, you can't do that because the door's too small or something like that.
That's correct. Well, the door isn't, we wouldn't use that as the crux of the argument. It's the fact that you can't have any ceiling height at all in a house, with the exception of a crawl space or certain parts of attics, that's less than 6 feet 8 inches. So the door has to mimic that minimum ceiling height. If you go to take the ceiling height down, it affects stairs, it affects doors. And so the door is a result, that 6 foot 8 inch door is a result of the minimum ceiling height. So by getting these ceiling heights up to the bare minimum that code says, now all of a sudden you can buy doors that are standard size and they'll fit. You can lead your steps down into your basement and you'll have your headroom height. You can have ducts or beams or chases or anything that drops below the ceiling height, and you can still, in a reasonable manner, meet the bottom, the minimum ceiling heights of getting under those, so you're not whacking your head into your steel beams.
Okay.
That is concern and recommendation number one. Again, there's 3 other options for that, and they can all be discussed if the commissioners choose so. Concern number 2 is, in my opinion, the easiest one to solve. This is the discrepancy of the fact that Rehoboth has amended the residential building code to say that all habitable spaces shall have a ceiling height of not less than 8 feet, but at the same time taking advantage of, and that is from floor to bottom of first floor floor joists, but the 1,000 square foot credit is measured from floor to ceiling. And this is where, Commissioner Gossett, we get into this problem between, one is a measurement to the finish, which is building code, which we amended the building code, so we didn't amend the fact that it's to the bottom of the first floor floor joist. We just amended 8 foot from 7 foot and kept it as to the finish. And the zoning code says 8 foot maximum to the bottom of the first floor floor joist. Take into account the thickness for the fire protection of floors, and it's incompatible with one another. You couldn't get the credit if you tried. There's certain ways that you could, but that would require homeowners to go through certain measures that would maybe cost more money to sprinkler their basement, or to go to certain sizes of nominal lumber, which would, even with that, they wouldn't have a finish on their ceiling. Their ceiling would just be bare wood with a sprinkler system, or wood that would be thick enough dimension-wise to give that fire rating what the basements need. So it wouldn't have a finish on it still. So the recommendation that I suggest here is that we simply delete City Code Section 10251 in its entirety, and this would bring the habitable spaces, including basements, ceiling height minimum requirement, back down to 7 feet. I have this in the supplemental. Concern number 2. The rationale is deleting this section would require habitable basements to be built to a height of 7 feet rather than 8 feet, which is consistent with the 2018 International Residential Code. There exists no code language in the residential code, nor the commercial code for that matter, for 8 foot minimum ceiling heights. No municipal code language exists supporting this amendment either. This height seems to be arbitrary and capricious, the 8 foot. I can't find any rationale behind it, but certainly if there, if we wanted to discuss this, maybe there is a reason to keep it at 8 feet, but I don't see any risk with just returning to the currently adopted international building codes. We've been allowing less than minimum requirements for basement ceiling heights for 30 years. So it's, it's one hand we're holding a strong arm and saying you have to have ceiling heights a foot higher than what the minimum code says, and on the other hand, we're saying, well, you can build less than what the minimum ceiling height code says for basements. So deleting this section, it wouldn't require public comment because it's not zoning. It's simply a building code section in Chapter 102, which would help it to go faster. And I have 2 applications right now that are expected to come in within the next 30 to 60 days that are both seeking this 1,000 square foot credit. In both of them, I've had to tell, there's no resolution at this moment, so just wait until we have a determination from the commissioners to state how we want to handle these 1,000 square foot habitable basement credits. I can move on to issue number 3. There exists confusion between a basement and a crawl space. And this comes because there's vague definitions in the building code. A crawl space is just an underfloor space that's not a basement. So what that effectively means is that you can have right now a 6 foot, 7.8 inch tall basement. We don't limit finishes. So you could have a fully finished, almost 6 foot, 8 inch crawl space that's got all the works of finishing, but because it's not defined as a basement, they're not required to put any smoke or carbon monoxide detection down there, nor an emergency escape and rescue opening. And that is not a safe thing to do, in my opinion. So what I recommend is that we further define basement and add a definition of crawl space into 270-4 to avoid future confusion and to distinguish the two. So what I have here, and I'll go over to the supplemental so you can see what we have currently for basement. It's simply the floor or story of a building that is partially or completely below ground. So what I've done is revise that to say that portion of a building between the floor and ceiling which is wholly or partly below grade and having more than half of its height below the finished grade at any point on the periphery of the building. That half, at least half, if not more, of the wall below grade calls back to Chapter 11 in the energy section, stating that a basement wall is a wall that is at least equal to or more than half below grade, 50% below grade. And this calls to, this is the definition of a basement in several different municipalities around the area. And that's where I kind of got the language here. This is echoed in multiple counties north of us, as well as some larger cities on the East Coast, of how they define basement. And this language also would help. We don't normally have it here in Rehoboth because we don't normally have many split stories, because most of the grade is flat, so we don't have to worry about it. But in the event that someone builds on a parcel that happens to be, the grade changes a lot, now we have something in the code that speaks to, well, how much of the wall is below grade? Because right now we don't have anything. So this would help clarify in a future case, should we hit a situation like that.
So that finished grade, is that determined by the initial survey of the lot? Or, because, I mean, if somebody builds a house and then, pushes dirt up against the side of the walls to create a false
Correct.
grade.
So we would take the grade as the grade plane, and there's a definition of that as and let me bring it up here. It says grade in that definition. I can have it say grade plane. I was going back and forth on that, and again, going back to this photo here, this is the grade plane.
Right.
And so the grade plane is a reference plane representing the average of all the finished ground level adjoining the building at all exterior walls. To your question, where the finished ground level slopes away from the exterior walls, the reference plane shall be established by the lowest points within the area between the building and the lot line, or where the lot line is more than 6 feet from the building, which in most cases it is. Our minimum side yard is 6 feet.
Right.
Then the structure, the point will be at a point of 6 feet from the building. So it's the average grade between the house, all the exterior walls of the house, and 6 feet in all directions. And surveyors, we have it all the time, we see on the surveys that bring in, they have topography of the grades. And that's all relative to the center line of road.
So that is a requirement of the survey, so you can have something to go back to establish the finished grade plane?
That would be done at plan review.
Okay.
Correct. So when we get the elevations, all the elevations on the section page that show the cross-section of the house, including top of wall, and the foundation wall for a basement, they're all relative to the center line of road. And then on that survey that they have in are markers of the grade points, the grade elevations at different points on the property.
And it's an average of those grade points?
I would do an average of those if I see a certain height. And if someone wanted to argue a point about that, they could simply go and talk to their surveyor and have them resurvey it to show those points. That would be something we could tangibly be able to do.
Corey, because just looking at the definition of basement and crawl space, because you're defining crawl space as something not more than 48 inches, wouldn't you want in the definition of basement, I'm just going to go in here, wholly or partially below grade at a vertical measurement more than 48 inches?
That is one way we could go. So I'll bring this up here. I have a large rationale here, and mostly it's from the 48 inches. Where did I come up with that number? And you know, do we have to use that? Could we use a different number? Do we want to use a number at all? There's multiple different avenues we could take with crawl space. But to your question, before I go into rationale, it would be a no build zone between 48 inches and 6'8". You couldn't build anything in there right now with this recommendation. If we wanted to change that, we certainly could, but now we're choosing a different number that's not 48 inches. And I chose 48 inches for this reason here. It's, I'll go here, the added language to define crawl space is needed because there does not exist any at the moment in city zoning codes. The 48 inches has been inserted for 2 reasons. One, currently a person could hypothetically build a 6-foot 6-inch area and claim it to be a crawl space, not a basement. This is extremely dangerous as crawl spaces do not require an emergency escape and rescue opening, nor a smoke/carbon monoxide detector and alarm. This hypothetical crawl space could be fully finished and again incur the risk of being easily and illegally converted into living and/or sleeping space. The 48 inches will ensure this can never happen with a crawl space. And number 2, the 48 inches is not completely arbitrary, as it is taken from the maximum height of a cripple wall. This can be referenced in section 2308.5.6 in the 2018 IBC and R602.9 in the 2018 IRC. A cripple wall is defined as a framed stud wall extending from the top of the foundation to the underside of the floor framing for the lowest occupied floor. And it is the only thing that I could find in the building code that has some kind of height to it. And so this is just our recommendation that we define crawl space and cap it at 48. The risk, though, that portions of the public may view the crawl space maximum vertical height of 48 inches to be arbitrary and capricious. And they'd be right. We're only pulling this out from cripple wall.
That makes sense, and I appreciate your rationale. So just to be clear, is it the definition of crawl space and basement that would require or not require smoke detectors, carbon monoxide detectors,
that begins
and a
at the
second
6-foot
egress?
8-inch non-habitable basement. Once we define it as a basement, now I can at least enforce that these spaces have at least a window well, something to get out of.
Right.
Because the whole purpose of that is to ensure that someone along the lines, a year or 2 years down the road, puts a bed down there, someone's sleeping, there's a fire, and it blocks the stairs to get up to the first floor. You can't get out, nor do you even have a smoke detector down there to let you know there's a fire.
Right.
So those are they're 2 requirements. They're bare minimum, but that's kind of the purpose of clarifying the difference here. And I do have some more options, and in the option number 2 for this, I kept basically everything, but under crawl space, I put in parentheses, insert height. And so if a different height is desired, we can simply insert a different height to it. And the other one would be to not change anything, really, other than the definition of a basement, and to keep the crawl space defined as how it's defined in building code. It's just an underfloor space that's not a basement, but that, again, now means that you can build right under a 6-foot 6-inch crawl space, call it a crawl space and not a basement, and then not have to put any bare minimum safety measures in. So these are things that, these are the different options. And I do have a fourth one in here, and that is this talks about finishes, but I'm going to get into that with the last issue as far as finishing goes. But there's a number of different ways we can choose. You can choose to take a crawl space definition. I would just recommend the one that I put forward today. And if we were to quantify the height, we can take 48 inches. There is some kind of literature to back it up on. Other than that, it would be up to you to decide with the public what height that would be, or if we want to limit it at all.
I think I'm happy with your recommendation, number 1.
With that, I'll just move on to the last concern. There is no written definition of habitable basements and non-habitable basements, and there is no written definition of finished space and unfinished space. Normally, this wouldn't be an issue, apart from the basements that we find ourselves with now, the issue with basements and rentals and having them finished. So the unfinished basement, it simply looks like this. And again, you can see this is a rough-in. You would see this at a framing inspection. You see masonry, you see framing, and that's all you see. Nothing's covered. You can see through everything. You could walk through the walls if you can get through the studs. There's nothing to stop you. What do most basements, finished basements, look like? This. You can see in this picture they've got nice flooring, base molding, casings around doors. Everything's drywall. They have trim work around windows. They have multiple window wells here, which is great. But this is a finished basement. And I think between the two, anyone could really see there's a real big difference that you can just see by looking at them. And so what I've just done is to put in recommendations, definitions for we have the definition of basement. This is taking it just one step further and saying habitable basement and non-habitable basement. So what I recommend is that we adopt the definition for habitable basement that says a basement, and then we can reference back to the definition of basement, with or without floor and wall finishes, containing a ceiling height of 7 feet or more measured from floor to ceiling. So that ensures that at bare minimum, they have a ceiling height of 7 feet from floor to ceiling as it's defined in the building code. The non-habitable basement is a basement without floor or wall finishes, containing a ceiling height of not less than 6 feet 8 inches, but less than 7 feet measured from floor to ceiling. Portions of non-habitable basements separated from the main area by partitions intended solely for mechanical equipment, bathrooms, toilet rooms, or laundry spaces may contain floor and wall finishes. That second half there I put in to take away some of the vagueness between a main basement area and a laundry room, as well as giving people the opportunity to still have these spaces that, if you go back to recommendation number 1, would not be included in floor area ratio. They'd be limited in the finishes that they could do for the main area, but they could still have laundry rooms, mechanical rooms, and bathrooms that they could finish that would help with sound, that could give them a little area in their laundry room that they could fold clothes and still have the ability to hide some, a lot of the plumbing and or duct work for the dryers. And they can still have that, but it has to be partitioned off so that it at least is separated from the main area. That's how we don't get into a loophole of where does it start and where does it end? The laundry space begin and end, and where does the main basement begin or end? That they must be partitioned, separated from the main area by partitions.
And there would be no size limitation on those rooms. I mean, you could build
So I thought about that, and the only thing that I didn't include that, we could make it so that it again, it would be arbitrary and capricious, but what I would say is that the rooms shall not, any one room itself shall not be larger or share a majority of square footage compared to the main space. So if you have the aggregate area of the basement, let's say it's 1,000 square feet, you couldn't have more than 500 square feet of these finished spaces down below compared to the main area. But that's one way to go about it. We could limit it to either a proportion, a percentage, or an actual square footage. There's only a code that states the minimum. They have to be at least 70 square feet.
So you could do that in the sense of the minimum is X, but maximum is a percentage of the whole?
Correct. That way we could say that the main basement area is still at least half of the aggregate area. And these rooms that are separated off are meant to be rooms that are separate from the main non-habitable basement for storage and you know, and other purposes. And that way, again, try to stop the loopholes from coming in stating that, well, I've got 1,000 square foot basement and 900 square feet of it's my laundry room and 100 square foot's my storage. So I'm going to finish 900 square feet of it. It kind of keeps it in a reasonable amount. I have definitions for floor finish and wall finish. And again, I can do this for ceilings.
Back up, under definition for basement, it said, you know, height of 7 feet or more measured from floor to ceiling.
Correct.
So we referenced and talked to others about bottom of the floor joist. Is that to be consistent?
So this is for habitable. So they would only try to do a drop ceiling and take it back if they were going for non-habitable and then trying to illegally come back and make it habitable. But for an actual habitable basement, they need to have at least that ceiling height, that thickness of the drywall ceiling has to be at least 7 feet. You'd have to say that the bottom of the first floor joist would have to be more than 7 feet, whatever the thickness of their finish would be. So that's why I just include from floor to ceiling for the habitable basement. You're correct in the non-habitable basement containing a ceiling height of not less than 6 feet 8 inches, but not less than 7 feet measured from floor to ceiling. So that non-habitable basement, this is again going back to the building code. They can have a non-habitable basement that's from floor to your ceiling, at least 6 feet 8 inches, but less than 7 feet. That's not called out in this definition here, but it is called out in the floor area ratio. And going back to the issue number 1, what I've recommended there is that portions of basements, this is for to be excluded from floor area ratio, other than bathrooms, toilet rooms, and laundry rooms, where the vertical measurement from the basement floor to the bottom of the first floor joist is less than 7 feet, shall not be included in gross floor area. So during plan review, I would see, okay, their ceiling joists are not at a height of, are less than 7 feet. Okay, so they're good on that. Then I go back to, is this a non-habitable basement? With that in mind, is their finish also at least 6 feet 8 inches or less than 7 feet? And there's no real discrepancy between the two. They fit together. And one is just classifying it as non-habitable for the ceiling height to coincide neatly with the building code, and the floor area ratio exclusion is getting there, so we don't have that discrepancy or that loophole for drop ceilings. And then the finishes for the floor and wall, and I can simply put this for ceiling too, or we can just adopt a finish, is any natural or synthetic material covering masonry or wood framed floors, including but not limited to carpet, hardwood, vinyl, and tile. For the floor, I'm recommending we allow protective epoxy coatings so that if water gets down there, it doesn't damage the non-protected concrete. Similarly, you probably have that in your garage sometimes if you want to finish your garage floor. And then the wall finish is any natural or synthetic material covering masonry or wood framed walls, including but not limited to drywall, tile, paneling, plaster, moldings, and trim. And what we can do, these definitions also help if in the future there's an issue about finishes, we don't know what to talk about with that, we can still cite these definitions now, which may help future cases. The only thing I would suggest is if it's going to be used for commercial, that we would include steel as well as wood and masonry. But this is my recommendation to really fix these 4 issues for the 6-foot 6-inch basements, to dress them up. And again, before I take any questions, in the PDF, all of these have different options that that you could choose from and look through. So back with these definitions, I have the preferred recommendation up top. And the reason why I recommend limiting the floor and wall finishes in non-habitable basements is for illegal conversions. We have one of 2 paths to kind of go, in my opinion, for illegal conversions. We can stop it on the front end from a preventative approach by not allowing them to finish certain parts of their non-habitable basements, which makes it easier which decreases the risk of illegal conversions in the future. Or we don't, as we've adopted in the current resolution, we allow finishes down in these spaces, but we still need to address the need for the legal conversion. And the only way to really do that is with code enforcement and inspections, getting down in these places. And that's a risk also that we run that could be seen as a strong arm of us coming into people's houses, the rental houses. And now we see that they've had an illegal conversion, and we're going through these rental properties annually. And there's a risk there where we're putting ourselves as a city into people's houses more often. So what I've recommended in this approach is we take the preventative approach with limiting the amount of finishes, which will help decrease the risk that they're converted illegally. It may help us reduce the number or the quantity of inspections that we'd have to perform on houses to address any type of rental properties that may be illegally converted. So that's why I've had that rationale in there to limit the finishes for floors and walls. But the other options is that we allow them to be finished. Again, it's not a solution, it's just a trade-off. Which do we want more of? We want to limit them a bit more up front, or do we want to come in more heavy-handed afterwards with enforcement? And that's what these I have 3 options here for these finishes, and that's what they both address. Between option 2, option 2 really restricts any finishes to any basement, so that's not including partitions. So that's a bit more of a stronger approach up front. And option number 3 for concern 4 is that we don't require any type of finish limitation, but then that's going to put us to a heavier-handed enforcement after the fact. And I am done. So if there's
thank
any
you, Corey.
questions.
I would love to finish this up in the next 15 minutes to half an hour. And before deferring it to the next meeting, I don't mean come to conclusions, because I think that's very, very doubtful. One of the things maybe we want to focus on for a bit before we conclude is, so we can have more time for contemplation, is maybe this finishes thing. Because at the beginning of your presentation, you give certain options that say, well, void this option if you're not going to go for the finishes thing. And so I guess I'll start off, because for me, the finishes give me the most heartburn. I think you articulated fairly good at the end of your presentation that, one option would be to you use strong arm. I don't see it as that way, but doing inspections and going in and everything. I have to be reminded myself that this whole thing is coming about because of people trying to put bedrooms in basements. and maybe even living rooms in basements where you would have a sofa bed or something, in basements where they aren't a legal height and everything. One of the things you mentioned on page 67 is, it's just one of my nitpicks. I think I mentioned it before, but it mentions non-habitable basements will remain prohibited from illegal conversions into habitable spaces. The way I've phrased it before is illegal conversions of what they think is habitable spaces, because they're not illegally converting them into habitable spaces, because we've already identified that they cannot be legal habitable spaces. So I have a little trouble with that, but I think overall, the premise to me is, how do we prevent the bedrooms? How do we prevent people sleeping in the basement and increasing density? That's why I've talked with a lot of people, and I'm very hesitant right this moment to endorse this finishes thing as a way to minimize people converting bases. Right now we have people converting these things where they're not tall enough, and they're doing that after they get their C of Os, and we don't go in. And so to them, I don't think they care whether it has finishes or not. Let's say we prohibited finishes and they get their C of Os, and then 6 months, a year later, whenever, they go ahead and put the finishes on and they convert it. And if we don't have an inspection program, then they're getting away with the very thing that we're hoping is thwarted by putting finishes in. I've got a lot of constituents that have approached me, and I happen to feel the same way right now about basements, they want to have a ping pong table. They want to have a pool table. They want to have a closet that has drywall on it. They want to have a music room down there so their partner doesn't have to listen to them play a brass instrument down in the basement. This is literal. I mean, they want their mechanical room hidden like that. Their laundry room hidden. They want a wine room or something like that. And I don't have any problem. I don't think I have any problem with them drywalling it off. So I look at some of what we're doing by regulating finishes as possibly penalizing some of these people that pay $50,000 to $100,000 extra for a basement. I understand if you build with gas in your basement and you've got I-beams, then you're required to put a drywall ceiling up there. If they don't have gas and they don't have I-beams and it's solid wood joists, are they allowed to put drywall ceilings up, or is that prohibited?
They've actually changed that from the 2012 to the 2018 code. It's not just gas anymore. Any gas-powered or electric-powered heating equipment and any spaces used for storage must meet the requirements for the fire separation of floors. The only exceptions you can get around that is to use a sprinkler system, which is NFPA 13D, or you can have nominal 2x10 lumber on the floors, or you can have a section that's no greater than a certain square footage. I think it's 70 or 80 square feet. But that has to be sectioned off and all fire blocked and draft stopped around that area. But with these spaces, everyone is putting them as non-habitable basements, so they're not supposed to be occupied, so their only purpose there is for storage. So even if they don't have any HVAC or gas, any heating furnaces or anything like that down there, and they're still used for storage space per the 2018 code now, they still have to have the finish on the ceilings, unless it's nominal 2x10 or greater, where they have a sprinkler system.
Okay,
usually.
so that's a new thing since I maybe built my house or
Yes, sir.
something. But again, I look at it. You have to walk. I have a full basement that's unfinished, and I have my laundry room in there. people think I'm crazy. I have a laundry room in my basement. I love it because I've got a washer and a dryer. I've got a double tub. I've got a folding table. I've got an ironing table down there. I've got a TV down there. And here we are trying to prohibit TVs. We're trying to prohibit recessed lights. Here I'm dictated, I have to put a drywall ceiling up, and it's only this high. And rather than have hang-down fixtures, I'm gonna be told that I can't have recessed fixtures. I don't understand why. I just don't understand why. How does putting a wine room in, or having a tool bench or anything, or prohibiting recessed lights, how does that increase or decrease the density of it? What we're trying to do is prohibit bedrooms and living space, sofa beds and things down there. And so I am absolutely struggling with this. And I would rather try to investigate, I think, other inspection monitoring of basements and everything. Because again, I'm convinced, as I said earlier, that once we turn our back on it for a year, 6 months, 2 years, people are going to end up doing what they want to do, and then we will have defeated the whole purpose, and we will have displeased other of our constituents that want a finished basement. A lot of people they don't want anything. I would love drywall walls, but I'm cheap. Yeah. So, yeah.
Mayor,
Commissioner Bennett.
I agree with you, and I don't, how big, I mean, this might have been a bigger issue before, but how big is this issue of this increase in density? Because obviously we have difficulty enforcing what's going on with a lot of these inhabitable basements. But whether the basement is 8 feet or 10 feet below the ground, if I don't see it, and you can only build 3,000 above, I don't care what you're doing in your basement. So, well, no, but my issue is, where is this huge influx of people that are having all these bedrooms and basements? But what is the reality of
You don't know
it? Because
if
we're
they
not doing
will.
anything about it now, the way it is. So making the ceiling taller is not going to help.
Well, and again, I come back to what measures do we do to prevent the increase of density in the houses? Because that's what our constituency.
Allow no basements.
Well,
Well, I mean, I don't want to go that way. You know, for instance,
if I
putting
may.
walling off the laundry room area. I love having my laundry room wide open to the rest of my thing. It's just my little quirk that I want to do. But how does walling off that laundry room decrease the propensity for future people adding a bedroom down there or something? I just don't see it.
If I may.
Mayor, I agree with you 100%, and I don't see any reason why someone cannot have a clean-looking basement if they're using it for laundry or storage or, ping pong tables or a music area. And I think it's reasonable that our constituents would want a clean area where they're storing stuff, or they've got wine stored, or whatever the case may be. I don't know why we just don't prohibit or define what it really comes down to the usage in the basement. If we don't want people living there, then just say, there cannot be any sleeping quarters, or it can't be encouraged that sleeping is allowed in a basement. I mean, why don't we just address exactly what the problem is? And it's how people are using it, and it probably doesn't matter the finishes or not. And we're talking about inspections. I'm perfectly fine inspecting rental units every couple years, but I don't think that's the problem. I think these are owner-occupied things that are happening. If anyone that has illegal conversions in a rental, there's going to be photographs, it's going to be a description, and people are going to find it, whether it's on VRBO, Airbnb, or on the listing websites. I don't think that's the problem. I think they're owner-occupied illegal conversions. And that, I don't know how we could ever say that we're having inspections for someone's individual house. Rental licenses, I get, but I just don't think that's the main problem.
Thank you. I'm leaning toward that finishes are okay, I would be willing to consider that bathrooms, prohibiting bathrooms would do more to decrease the likelihood or the potential for converting into bedrooms and living room space and having people sleep down there. So I don't know why you need a bathroom downstairs. Oh, if you don't mind, any other comments here before we go to the public, and then I don't know whether to go to them first.
Mayor, I'd had one last thing to put put that out there as an option, because it hasn't been discussed yet for the first concern. Option number 3 is we have the 1,000 square foot credit for habitable basements. We could have a credit for non-habitable basements. And the rationale for this is that this approach allows for a credit of up to 1,000 square feet for non-habitable basements to be built without affecting the property's FAR calculations. This helps to ensure properties are not building non-habitable basements with square footages up to 2,380 square feet on a typical 5,000 square foot parcel. That's the max that you could do, but there's nothing stopping you right now. You could put 2,380 square feet down there, finish the whole thing, and not have it count. And the ceiling heights would remain compliant with the adopted building codes. So just as a third option here, you could also talk about it if you wanted to, putting a credit there for finishes in non-habitable basements, if that was desirable. That's it.
Thank you, Corey. Well, I want to compliment you on, you put a lot of time on this, a lot of time on it. But I think you can probably understand that our understanding might take another few days or a week to be able to understand all the ramifications of this. This is a lot to absorb, and so maybe that's why we're being a little bit quiet on some of this direction. But if it's all right with everybody, I'd like to go to the members of the public, and then we'll draw this to a conclusion today and resume at our May workshop meeting, because there's still a lot on our plate. But there's still a lot on our plate for the rest of the day. Any members of the public like to offer any comment? Tom, and then Sam. So state your name and relationship to the city.
So Tom Gaynor, I own a couple properties in the city. Tim, kudos for asking the question that honestly has got to be asked in front of every one of these topics. What problem are we chasing? Because I've listened to now 3 major material issues, and they all seem to be solutions chasing a problem. And I feel like, with no disrespect to anybody, we're kind of listening more to an HOA discussion than we are a city commission discussion. Where's the data that is the predicate of every one of these proposals? And Ed, you made an assumption, and you made a comment about, I think that the problem is X. Where's the data to back that up? And no disrespect to you, Ed, I think you asked a legitimate question, but who is in charge of coming up with a predicate for the issues that you guys are wrestling with? And I listened to the marquee issue and the sign issue, and I was thinking the one missing constituency that nobody, I think, referred to, what's the outreach program to the city business owners? What's the intake program for soliciting input from the people most affected? It's a 1 square mile town. We're less than a couple thousand people with a couple thousand structures. Everybody probably knows each other. And yet you're making decisions, it seems, more in a vacuum than you are as an actual set of collaborators to identify problems, to come up with a predicate, to then address a solution that fits the problem, and then to execute on it well for the constituency that it affects. And I really encourage you guys to be thinking more aggressively on the beginning of each one of these topics. Who's the constituency? Where's the generated problem? And what a goal are we trying to accomplish? And Stan, I got to tell you, the thing that was most frightening out of that last discussion was you talking about an inspection regime in people's houses after they get their CO. That's frightening. And I hope that you go nowhere near that ever again on this topic. Thank you.
Thank you, Tom. Sam? Remind us who you are and.
Sam Cooper, 13 Newcastle Street. I guess, I've opined on this in the past meeting, so I don't want to hold you up a whole lot because it doesn't sound like it's going too far today. But again, I think the problem is, and I think it's well documented, or has been in the past, that there are illegal conversions of spaces that were not in the C of O to add additional sleeping space and living spaces that increase the density of these properties. The direct knowledge that I have, and I mean direct knowledge, is more dealing with attics than it is basements, but they're both in this, they're cut from the same cloth. An 8-bedroom house was turned into a 10-bedroom house by converting the attic. Don't think that doesn't create more parking, more of all the demands on the city, and it's not fair to the people that do live by the rules for those that don't. And I understand where Corey's, and I appreciate what he's put into it, but we're going back to me to basically where we were years ago, which was said, you can have a basement, but it has to be uninhabitable. It doesn't work. People violate the rules. And I thought the 6'6", and I'm not convinced that it's still not a reasonable accommodation of both sides of the coin. One was when we said no basement, or said no basements, people said, but I get storage, and I'm sympathetic to that. As far as the crawl space, I don't buy that particularly. I think that's, again, arbitrary. I think it would be much better to say any space over 48 inches has to have smoke detector and whatever you want for safety. I think that's a legitimate concern. And I forget what the other two, but we'll leave it at that for now.
Thank you, Sam. Anybody else, members from the public? If not, then we'll carry this forward to the next meeting. Unless there's any objections, are we okay? All righty, thank you very much. Thank you all for those that spoke up. Let's see, trees. We have been anticipating for this for a while, Commissioner Sharp, and unfortunately, we're not going to resolve it today. We've still got some more homework to do on it, but if we recall, this has been, I think Susan will give a brief history, but I think over 10 years ago, we started with the Planning Commission, tasking them with a review of the tree code. And since that point, we've had the Law Oversight Committee look at it. And then Commissioner Susan Gay has been doing a good job on it. And so I've invited her back to help us out. If you recall, we also sent out a solicitation that's included as a support document to all the arborists and members of the public, et cetera, to be able to give us feedback, added feedback on this lengthy process that we've gone through. I think we've received about 23 letters of correspondence from arborists and members of the public. Are we using mine or yours?
Doesn't matter. Liz brought me a printed one but we don't have to put that up just yet. You can do that after I do my intro if you want.
Let me get signed back on and then hand it over to Susan. So we've
it's
got
also-
the
we also have the
correspondence,
printed
we've got
ones,
the other tree documents in here. There is a superfluous tree document in here, revised tree code red line that inadvertently was put in because it's apparently not complete, I don't think. So we're going to ignore that one, and all the other ones are apropos. Let me see if I can get registered back on here.
We have a printed if you.
Well, I've got that, and I've got your other support document too.
Well, that's what I have here printed is the short support document.
Oh, you have the
other
short one?
Yeah.
In case I can't
So if you
get
want to
it.
put the tree code up, we can use this perhaps for the three issues. Yep. Zero in on that. But I want to, before we even get to that, I want to do a little intro. So tell me when you're ready. Yeah, we can just do that when we get to it.
I'm getting failures here, so we'll use
Okay,
that document. We'll want to enlarge it a little bigger when the time comes.
Okay.
And Susan, if you would take it away and tell us where we are, and you'll explain at some point that we're going to carry this over at least one more meeting.
Right.
Unfortunately.
Well, and as you, Mayor, just said, the revised tree code has been years in the making, starting about 2014. And I got involved a couple of years ago as a commissioner to consolidate all the committee recommendations into a final draft. I don't know why I ever signed up for that, but I did. And I think we're finally seeing the light at the end of the tunnel, which gratifies me very much. The draft was actually completed just before I left the commission last September. And then where we are today is that draft was posted and advertised for public feedback on February 17th, 2023, with a March 17 deadline. We received 23 responses. And I was able to put them in 4 basic categories, and the numbers I'm going to give you will add up to more than 23 because some responses included more than one element. But 9 supported the draft ordinance with no further changes suggested. 6 had comments or editorial clarifications, suggestions that were really good and resulted in some red line changes. Another 6 had comments beyond the code, talking about street trees or certain needs of certain neighborhoods that would be great for follow-up once we get done, but were not part of the draft ordinance. And then 4 criticized the need for any regulations at all. So it's a pretty good mix and mostly supportive, I would say. After we received those comments on March 17th, every comment was discussed and evaluated over the past several weeks, culminating in a meeting last week with Liz Lingo, the city arborist, city manager Lawrence Christian, assistant city manager Evan Miller, and myself. And that resulted in a few red line changes that you all will see once Glenn and Alex have had a chance to do them because they are the keepers of the master document. That meeting also identified 3 issues to discuss today for the commissioners to resolve that we didn't feel comfortable changing because we thought you wanted to discuss it and make a decision. Following today will be a final staff review, and then hopefully resulting in a final red line version and any issues that come out of the staff review for your May 8th, is it 8th? No, workshop, May 8th, I think, yeah, workshop. And then the final approval in May. I think that's the goal, right, Mayor?
Yes, thank you.
So the 3 issues, and I know you all, it wasn't a support document, but you sent it to the commissioners and it's here. The 3 issues that came up during the review of the public comment are on this sheet, and Liz Lingo is here to also walk us through each of those.
So again, I apologize. This came in very late. We weren't able to embed it in the agenda. I did send it to the commissioners separate, and we will embed this in the agenda. But if we maybe even enlarge it one more time, we can follow. Is that about it? Okay.
Liz, you want to take it away on the first one?
Sure. So the first comment we flagged for further discussion was 25322A2. So it's talking about minimum tree density, and the portion that talks about properties that basically aren't a single family home on a residential lot. So each lot other than a residentially zoned lot with a single family dwelling shall have at least 2 trees per dwelling. The current the current code has 2 trees per dwelling unit. So even though it's just one word, this does make a pretty big departure. So say an apartment complex currently, say they have 10 units, the current code would put that at a 20 tree minimum density. This proposed change would put it, no matter how big the lot, how many apartments, as long as there is just one building with those apartments, it would put it at 2 trees instead of 20. So this has potentially large impacts. And so I think when we were discussing, we said, would it not be simpler, fairer to just base it 100% on the size of the lot? knowing that certain commercial lots that maybe have an apartment would still have to pay that fee in lieu, just like they do now, except we've made that process a lot easier in the draft in which it can be done administratively. So that's the first topic we'd like to discuss.
So the optimum goal today would be, even though this is just in front of us today, is to at least voice opinion and optimally come to a consensus. But we can resume conversation at the May workshop meeting.
I think ideally, I leave here today, Susan and I do, with a direction on all three of these things and how to get it to the city solicitor, edit it in the code, so that we can come back with that red line and not 10 more questions that we still haven't answered.
And
anybody?
And Liz, you did say your preference is to do it by lot size, right?
I think so. I think it's less complicated.
Can you give a real example of a lot size and how it would work?
So I would propose we would do it the same as the residential lots, which are 3 trees per 5,000 square feet or 1 tree per 1,666 square feet.
I would say stick with that same process. Anybody else?
So just to clarify, this is all other zoning districts? I mean, we're talking specifically about commercial, but we have other zoning classifications within the city. Do we need to address those other than, I mean, we've got educational and cemetery and open space and those types of things that I just want to make sure that we don't.
That's a bigger question. So right now, the trigger word is dwelling, right? So if there's not a dwelling, then this minimum, it wouldn't be triggered.
Okay.
So if it's just a cemetery, it wouldn't have any of these minimum density requirements.
So we need to keep the dwelling aspect in there, but just equated with the square footage as opposed to.
We've always used dwelling or dwelling unit or single family home as the trigger. If we just did away with that, it would be every single piece of land.
Right.
Want to remind members of the public that, at least that are here today, that want to speak, that's fine. Want to recognize and acknowledge that we did receive those 23 pieces of correspondence. So the preference is, rather than being redundant and repeating things that have been in your letters, if you have something new, that would be preferable, but I'm not going to hold you back. Carolyn, Carolyn, then Tom?
Carolyn Diefendorfer, city resident. My question is, does this apply to any type of property that has a dwelling unit on it? And the reason I ask that is I have 2 units. I have a garage, and there's a garage and apartment. So currently, even though I can only cover the same amount of the lot, I have to have 4 trees, not 3. But I don't have any more of the lot covered. But because I have those 2 units, I have to have 4. So is this going to apply to all types of property that have dwelling units on them? Thank you.
Thank you, Carolyn.
I can answer that if we want.
Yes, please.
Okay.
Yes. Yeah.
So the current code, you would be required to have 4 trees, 2 per dwelling unit. The draft code, it would still be 4 trees because she has 2 dwellings, each containing 1 dwelling unit. And city solicitor, correct me if I'm wrong with this. What we're discussing here today would be her lot, which is, let's say for argument's sake, is 5,000 square feet. Doing it by size of the lot would mean instead of 4, she would be required to have 3.
That's right. The current draft under 25322A says all lots used for residential purposes, whether zoned residential or not, must maintain an average minimum density. So it's any lot that's used for a residential purpose, whether it be in the commercial zoning district or any other zoning district.
So it's use, not zone.
Right, right. And what's being proposed, I think, is going from tree density based upon the number of dwellings to tree density based upon lot area.
Again, yeah, your name and relationship
Francis
to the city.
Kelleher, 318 Stokely Street. One of the things that really struck me in doing side-by-side comparisons of the old version, the new version, was actually the absence of any code pertaining to, we have the public streets, spaces, and then we have the residential lots or where there are dwellings. But what is not in there at all is anything about, I'll just say, commercial properties, I guess, that don't have dwelling units within them or on top of them or whatever. And when I looked at the satellite images of the tree canopy in the city, it's just so striking that you see huge green, over on one side of Rehoboth Ave, and you see huge green coverage on the other side of Rehoboth Ave. And where the green coverage is very stark, it's stark that where you see like white and brown and no green coverage is indeed in the, do we have a commercial district? I don't know if it's called that, but I think there should be added to the tree code. I don't know why. I guess I'll say there's so much stuff put on the residents and nothing is put on people who own, I'm just going to make up the beer place. I can't even think of the name of it. So yeah. So there's a lot of places that have land and space, and they have land, I guess, for outdoor patios. And why isn't there more something put on the people other than the residents?
Thank you very much. Tom?
Thanks, Sam. I've got a couple of comments.
Your name again.
Tom Gaynor, a property owner in the city. I own both north of Rehoboth and south of Rehoboth. So this thing fails for me for so many reasons. First off, 9 comments in support is not a groundswell in a city that's got 2,000 voters. That's like less than half of 1%. And in reviewing any statute, one has got to ask themselves, what's the goal here? Who wins? Who loses? Is this the best way to get to a desired outcome? And does the government interest here outweigh the potential harm? Number one, the purported goal is laudable and likely non-objectionable, right? Who hates trees? Nobody. But that's where it goes off the rails. Number two, clearly the only winner here in this proposal is the new super czar that we are creating in the arborist office, the consultant and advisor class that we are empowering to have to be solicited by every single owner who has one dead tree on their property, or one tree that has to come down, or one permit that they need from the city. And certainly the city with a new fee and an impenetrable appeals process. If anybody wants to know about the appeals process, I am happy to sit down with you over coffee. 3, who are the losers? Well, any private landowner in the city of Rehoboth, any single one of them. 4, clearly not the best way to reach the goal. 5, an interest in fungible and replaceable private assets does not outweigh the direct assault on the property rights that is embodied in this proposal. And if you listen to it, it fails on 2 points, substantial and procedural. If you listen to the reading of folks who have drafted this, there is no mention in any way, shape, or form in the first half of homeowners. The entire first section of it, all city-oriented. No provision that even implies trees are a private asset and that the city needs to partner with owners of said private assets in order to preserve the characteristics of Rehoboth. Not a single mention in the findings, not even a fluffy little nod to the property rights of the folks who own the private assets we're talking about here. That's telling in the first 120 lines of this proposal and disturbing. Then 260 lines of definitions. And as somebody said earlier, well, if the definition allows me to force. Absolutely. And as Glenn knows, as any good lawyer knows, the devil's in the detail of the definitions. Read them, know them, because you're going to be subjected to them. Line 285, we create the commissariat, like we need another commissariat. 25% of the way into this proposal, no mention of owners of the actual assets, but we empower a commissariat that basically says in lines 312 and 313, you get a variance if we say so. That's the potent line that you guys need to be focusing on. Unpaid, unaccountable, non-professionals with investigation authority set out in line 320. What could possibly go wrong there, right? So private property acknowledgement finally comes at line about 470, almost halfway through the 1,100 lines of this proposal. But wait, we set out rules for the private property owners first. Don't worry. And then 536, we finally mention private property owners. But don't worry, we immediately follow up with a shall. The game is obvious here. Inspections, instructions, compliance, demands. It's all about a tree, a fungible, replaceable asset that has little value to the overall property. It's amazing, amazing. Line 566, a boon to the outside advisors. The tree plan is required for a simple dead tree. That is nuts. Line 584 sets out the mind-numbing detail of the tree plan that's required in order to submit for a $50 permit for one tree. Absolutely crazy. Line 606, special note here, the authority of the tree czar now starts to balloon. And it gets better in 628 when the judgment of the tree czar is referred to first time for at least a dozen times after that. So now the bureaucrat becomes judge. The bureaucrat becomes an executive. And at 640, this is where it really dies. You just made the tree czar a super construction consultant. Who the hell drafted this thing? 253, section 25, capital A, small 2, small a, small 1, absolutely kills it. It's, you will build what we say and where. That is the essence of 640 and the subsequent lines. Guys, go back to the beginning. That provision is the silent killer in this entirely poorly drafted jumbled mess. Forcing land use, permissive use changes over a tree is literally nothing short of absurd. It's a fungible and replaceable private asset, and having a tree czar dictate construction and land use when it takes 6 months currently to get one dead tree removed from your property with a permit from that office is absolutely crazy. The procedural arguments are too many to get into. I'm going to skip right over them, but I'm going to point out a few funny ones. The only carrot in the entire stick here, the club over landowners in Rehoboth, is in line 890. There is one simple sentence about incentives for homeowners and trees, but of course that's not even explained. That carrot is very, very short, and it falls off into ignominy. Line 905 shows the ridiculous appeals loop. Again, happy to talk to you guys about the appeals loop. It is absolutely Byzantine. Line 980 creates this commission as a Supreme Court that is only going to review appeals after 3 other Byzantine processes on the written record. So we create a Supreme Court for a tree. Guys, for the sake of every homeowner in Rehoboth, kill it in the cradle, start over, and solicit some more input than the 10 or so people who think this was a good idea. Please.
Thank you, Tom. Anybody else? Sam, and then.
Sam Cooper, 13, has a quick question. I had not read it. I didn't come today I thought I was going to leave by now. And the current tree ordinance does not cover commercial property, right?
It's not.
Huh? It doesn't, right?
No, right.
And this could potentially.
Yeah.
Okay,
That's what
so
I'm-
the question is, in direct question that you've asked, is that it seems to me like if you're looking at a mixed use, if you're looking at a ground floor commercial with apartments above it, you're now requiring trees. And you're obfuscating the zoning code, I mean, through a tree code, and is that really what you want to do?
Thank you, Sam. No, you can come on up. Just state your name and relationship to the city, please.
Judy Hayes, 135 Columbia Avenue. And I have not read it, and I apologize for that. Did you take into consideration at all vacant lots? Because I have a vacant lot next to me that has absolutely no care given to it.
Liz?
Well, this is, I mean, the private property portion of this is more focused on protection during construction and then any requirements that may be triggered for removing trees. Any property maintenance would be covered under the International Property Maintenance Code, such as, dead trees, tall grass. But I believe the current code and the draft both have the same thing where the city can require, and this is backed in the International Property Maintenance Code, that the city can require removal of a dead tree.
And
So
who
that
do you
stays.
contact for that?
Either code enforcement or myself, so somebody at the building and licensing office.
Okay, thank you.
One more time, come ahead. Just start with your name again.
Two comments that I felt were very important to speak. Two comments, Francis Kelleher, 318 Stokely, that I wanted to speak to today. And one is, but I'll say, I welcomed the new section on appeals because the previous version had very specific topics, I'll call them, which were the subject of what one could appeal. And they also the appeal process pertained to the applicant. So I very much welcome the section B, any person aggrieved by a decision may appeal. And the one thing that, though, I feel is a problem in this is that while the 30-day window to appeal might work for the applicant, a neighbor such as myself who may be aggrieved by a decision has no way of knowing when a decision has been made. And I feel very strongly that there needs to be a separate, if you will, process for, either giving a waiver to other persons or somehow, addressing that. But I think that is really important. Otherwise, the whole thing becomes inaccessible to people almost other than the applicant. So that.
Thank you very much.
My other comment is that my other comment is, again, doing that side by side. I'm sorry to, it so well. It does make sense. I could really see the logic in how the changes and the rearrangements, if you will, the reorganization has gone. If you go back to the first article, that comes from 1988, and that is classic, typical regulations pertaining to trees on public spaces, and the regulations are there to protect people and the infrastructure of the public. Article 2, and I'm sorry, to bore you because I know a lot of you know this, but Article 2 was created way later, 20 years later, and it all came from the time when the comprehensive development plans were required by the state. And the whole focus of Article 2 in the current code, it is about protection of trees. It's about the attempts to preserve, protect, and the words that are in there. What is missing, what has always been missing from our code, and what is still missing in here, and what is contained and is typical, and classical code also on trees includes wording that speaks to protecting homeowners, protecting private property, people on private property and private property from being affected by trees. And the classic topics that are included in a lot of municipality codes speak to, again, how far away from property lines trees would be planted, locations of trees in general. I'm sorry to see that the one sentence that was in our Article 2 that spoke to location of trees on residential lots has been taken out. And there needs to be not only that sentence put back in, but a whole section that speaks to distances, spacing, et cetera, that is geared toward protecting. And it can be not only the infrastructure, or not only the neighbors' properties, but it also relates back up to the sidewalks and the street infrastructure. So I just, again, I feel that's a missing component. It was never in, so it's not something that's been, you know, really lost, but it's been missing all along, and it needs to be addressed. Before you protect the trees in the code, you need to protect the people and the property of the residential homeowners.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
Mayor, do you mind if I just make a comment about the review process? I feel like in my introduction, I may have given short shrift to the fact that we received 23 responses and, you know, and 9 didn't have any changes and supported it. But that doesn't reflect all of the effort and public effort and expert effort by tree companies that have gone into the creation of this ordinance for nearly 10 years. I mean, first from the Planning Commission and then through the creation of the Law Oversight Committee, and it would be wrong of me to not acknowledge all of the work that they put into it for several years, creating the draft that I started working from in 2020. And Liz reminded me the other day that part of the review of the Law Oversight Committee was to bring in the tree companies that work in the city and get their input in creating the draft. So, and frankly, putting it out for public review and giving a month's response is something we don't do with anything else that I know of. I mean, people come to the meetings and speak, but I think the effort we have gone to is admirable, and I thank you for your. I thank you for wanting to do that.
Thank you. I want to come to a close on this.
Quick comment, Sam.
But yeah, is there any other members of the public? Tom, go ahead.
Thank you. Tom Gaynor, property owner in Rehoboth. Susan, if that's the case, that's almost more disturbing that this is the product, because this product is so askew on the investiture of power in the city arborist office, with the capriciousness, based on the judgment of whoever holds that office, and an appeals process that is absolutely going to invite anger and litigation. And if your purported goal, Stan, is fewer lawsuits in the city, this ain't the way to get there. Because what this has done has created a control mechanism for one bureaucrat in the city to be exercising judgment, and that is consistent throughout the 1,100 lines of that text. Susan, I would encourage you to go back with those consultants
Well, it's not me
and
now.
with the experts or whoever and start from scratch. Because
Okay.
if this is what the committee has generated, this is not worth discussing any further, in my humble opinion.
Thank you, Tom. With that, as Brent, as Susan mentioned, we're going to carry this over. We've got some things to come up at the next meeting.
Well, I don't know, are we gonna go through these 3 issues? I'm
Oh,
not
I'm
sure we've
sorry,
resolved the
the
first one
designations,
yet, about the square foot versus, so I don't know that we have a consensus on that
Yes.
yet.
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah, it's on
number 2.
Land. Okay.
You glad you took the sun?
Well, can we have a consensus on number 1? Either we stay with what it is, which is 2 trees per dwelling, we go to 3 trees per 5,000 for all of them, or we do something entirely different.
So just so we're clear, so on the first one, if there was a large apartment building, we're just going to require them to have 2 trees.
One dwelling, 2
One
trees.
dwelling,
Yes.
2 trees. And the way it's written now, if it was 10 units, it would be 40 trees. Or I'm sorry, 20 trees, right?
Yes.
Okay. So your proposal is to just do the 1 unit, 2 trees.
No, her proposal is based on lot size, three.
The draft is 2 trees per 1, like, building, one dwelling, which can contain multiple units. And we brought it up because it was mentioned in the comments, wouldn't it be more fair and easier to just go straight by size?
By lot size.
It's changed to, on line 16 here, it would be, shall have at least 3 trees per 5,000 square feet.
Yes.
And that, yeah.
So to make them match, essentially, instead of doing one by square footage of the lot and one by number of dwellings without regard to the lot size.
If they weren't even able to accommodate that, there would be a payment in lieu.
Yeah.
Yes, there is a fee in lieu of mitigation process, administrative.
Can you just explain how that would apply, not the fee in lieu of mitigation, but if we change from dwelling unit to lot size, a commercial property?
So say it's a commercial property with a restaurant on the bottom and an apartment on top in 5,000 square foot lot. One apartment, one restaurant. Current code and the draft would each require 2 trees. This would require 3 for 5,000.
Let's talk about a 25,000 square foot hotel.
Yeah, so a 25,000 square foot hotel would be
5. 15, yeah.
5
30,
times
yeah, so 15.
3, so 15. Under changing everything to the size of the lot. And I would have to ask the city solicitor if a hotel unit, if we would call those, that's a dwelling, correct? So one hotel, if it wasn't with regard to the size of the lot, it would just be 2 trees.
But could be mitigated. I mean, those, if there's not physically not room for it, that's when you mitigate. Right. Fee in lieu, rather, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So. The mayor stepped out, so I don't know if there's a consensus or not. Glenn, your thoughts about this or anything? You have anything
Well,
to
for
add to it?
consistency's sake, I mean, we've done it based upon lot size for so long. It seems you should be consistent in each type of use. So
Right.
either do it by dwellings throughout the tree
Right.
code or do it by square footage throughout the tree
Yeah.
code, I would think.
Yeah.
Well, do we want to just move on to the other 2 and then maybe come back at the end and see if we can have guidance?
You can do that if you want, yeah,
Up to you
sure.
guys.
Let me tell you why I'm hesitating.
Okay.
Before we go on. I was just thinking about a beautiful property called Newbold Square.
Yes, and we had-
And I was thinking about the fact it's got 3 buildings, I believe. 3 or 4, maybe,
Probably.
whatever.
Yeah.
And in between all of them, on all the green space that it's got, it's got what I would call some heritage trees. There's some very large, old canopies over there. And I was just trying to think the downside of the lot size. And I was thinking, okay, those buildings are getting to be decades old. So if I don't know if this is a reasonable even example to think about, but if someone came in and demolished those buildings and wanted to reconfigure where they are on the land, if there was that kind of property anywhere in Rehoboth, I don't know if it can be replicated, but I know where it is now on Newbold. So if you wanted to have new footprints of where those buildings are, then all the heritage trees might come down. And once you were finished building, you would only have to put 2 trees back for every 5,000 square feet?
No, 3.
3, I'm sorry.
yeah.
3 feet for every 5,000 square feet. So I was trying to envision, well, what would that look like? Is that what we want? Because even if it might be an extreme example, to try to come to consensus for me today on this one is a little challenging for me at the moment. I don't know if that's even a rational example or anything to be concerned about. If our goal is to preserve the character, if indeed that's part of it. I don't know.
This is a tad bit off topic, but since Commissioner Sharp just brought it up, I was going to wait till the end. I said it before in the previous discussions. My interpretation of this code is that, and I think Tom made reference to it, is that the city arborist has some discretion in basically telling a property owner how they can design a house, which is a huge problem for me, and I will not support an ordinance that gives a city employee any discretion on telling someone how a house can be designed based on existing trees. So you brought that up, so I'm going to make that statement. Now, that doesn't have anything to do with the 3 points that, well, I guess it could, but the 3 points that they're asking for. But I can't support an ordinance that gives a city employee that much power and discretion over someone's property.
Well, but let me just clarify. I wasn't suggesting that.
Yeah, I know,
Okay.
but it was somewhat relative to the scenario you just brought up. So
I was just
figured
doing it, to me, that could be an example of what an unintended consequence might be if this were in place and a developer or even a private owner could do that. Because it would be valid.
But I also think that goes beyond whether it's 2 trees per dwelling or 3 trees per lot, your issue, because it's about the rebuilding and, you know, what can be taken down in the footprint and how do you protect heritage trees and all of that, your example about Newbold, I think.
Okay, so you think that's too extreme
Well,
to
it's
even
not,
be
it's not a matter of it
concerned
being
about?
extreme. It's a real world example. It's not extreme at all. I will say that if it was, given the example you gave to me, it suggests that the square footage is a better metric because they would at least need 3 per 5,000 and not 2 per dwelling. What if only 2 buildings were built back? And then you got only 4 trees needed, whereas I don't know how big the lot is. Let's say it's 20,000 square feet. Yeah. Then at least they would need, do the math. 3 times 12 trees, or you know,
Yeah.
so or more than that. Anyway, I can't do the math right now.
I guess I'm having trouble with this issue number 1 because it seems to be going back from the whole purpose of this new ordinance was to make it simple, easy for property owners.
Right.
And I feel like this issue has just come up and you're trying to figure out how to best move forward, but I feel like we're moving away from a simple, easy, it's about the quality, not the quantity of trees. That was what was kept being said.
Totally, but
quality over quantity, and now we're kind of backtracking to
I don't think it's
quantity again.
Well, no, it isn't. It came up during the review process of, is it fair? Again, going to simplicity, it's certainly simpler. Is it fairer to just do it based on the size of the lot rather than the dwelling? For the example that Carolyn gave, she's only got a 5,000 square foot lot. She happens to have 2 dwellings on it, and she's required to have more trees as a result. So, and with the issue of the hotel or the commercial dwelling, you know, with a commercial structure with a dwelling in it, they're adversely affected because they only need 2 now and they would need 3. But that's why we have fee in lieu of mitigation, and it allows those property owners to contribute to the greater good of the city by funding trees to go elsewhere. I mean, that's my personal view of it anyway. But I think the issue came up during review in order to simplify the language, to just base it, and Liz's opinion was, you know, to base it on square footage would be simplifying the language. But
Well, if we want to continue some of this line of thought, I think it needs to be pushed off to the next meeting. Can we finish the 3 here?
Yes, by all means. Liz, go ahead.
And then, again, if it delays it, it delays it. This is just to me, it's a funky time to be addressing some of what Commissioner Chernowski introduces, because we've been talking about this forever. And now all of a sudden it comes up, well, is this really doing what we want to do? You know, so I'm not dismissing it, but I do need to push it off to another meeting.
Sure.
Susan, if you want.
Go ahead, no, Liz, go ahead with the second one.
Okay, so the second issue that we felt warranted further discussion was 25322. So, and this is more from a practical standpoint, we have previous requirements that stay current to today. So if somebody had to plant trees, mitigation, whatever it may be, 5 years ago, 10 years ago, those requirements are still in effect. And when somebody pulls permits, we look at their file with all the history in there. So the previous requirements, how are we addressing those? Is the slate essentially wiped clean? If they had to plant 3 trees as mitigation 3 years ago, what do I do when they come back to me now for a new permit? And then we also have people, so when we issue a permit, there's generally a year to meet the requirements of any replanting. So what about people that are still in that 1 year time frame? They're gonna, if they don't have it planted, they'll want things they'll want them re-reviewed. And then when we actually start enforcement upon the passage of this draft code, how that affects people that are in queue.
I'd say that the plan they made is the plan they have.
Going to the least restrictive. I mean, if the new law gives them more latitude, they take it. If it doesn't.
I would agree with that. I think the less restrictive is what should apply. If someone wants to go back and have a new tree plan, reviewed.
Yeah, so the less restrictive would be the draft, generally.
Right.
That may not be for everybody, but in general, that's gonna be, the requirements to replant will be less with the draft.
I think that sounds right, because what it feels like to me is, are you under your old rules or new rules?
Yeah, so what, the real
New
question,
rules,
yeah.
To me, is more logical.
It'll be really hard for me to, or any city arborist or any staff member, period, to be continually operating under 2 codes and for all of eternity. Right. Just because somebody wants to be enforced under the old code 8 years from now, how do you even keep track of that?
But Liz, could you clarify, what's the situation that caused that?
What do you mean?
I mean, like, what would be happening to a homeowner that they would want? I mean, what's going on with the property?
Maybe they planted some mitigation trees and they're 4 or 5 inches, which they would be protected under the current code, right? Under the draft code, they would be able to get a permit automatically for trees less than 8 inches as long as they were replaced. So are they protected or are they not protected?
Oh, I see. Okay.
I mean, it's just because the new rules, the draft rules are different.
So the event could be, you just wanted a brand new landscaping plan.
Yeah.
On your property.
Or a tree, isn't doing well.
Something's, okay, I got
Yep,
it.
it's not doing well. It has purple flowers. You like white flowers, whatever it may be.
Anybody else up here?
So if we've required somebody to plant something,
Mm-hmm.
and they didn't want to do it, but we've insisted they do it, and now we're going to be less with the enforcement of changing the plan, I'm going to kill that tree.
Yeah. So
Thank you.
people that are under the old one may want their plans, may want another review, essentially, and to be enforced under the new code if they are still in that 1 year time frame. So I'll need guidance on whether or not we want to do that. Or maybe we do that for a set time period.
Is the lifespan of that tree originally planted is only 1 year?
No, they have, so say
how long
like,
do they have?
say you are just pulling out a tree that hasn't done well. It's declining or whatever, and you have to plant 1 new tree.
Okay.
But maybe under the new code, you're not sure if you'd have to plant one new tree. Maybe you don't have to plant any trees. So you want me to look at it again, even though your permit was issued, say, today. You want me to look at it again, the city to review it again under the new code. I'm going to get that. I'm already getting it. There's not a week that goes by that people aren't calling me and asking, well, under the new code, what will my plan requirements be? So, and to be fair, if I got issued a permit today and the code changed tomorrow, I'd want to do the one that benefited me the most too. So I completely understand.
Thank you. Tom, go ahead.
This is the core problem with the lack of, Tom Gaynor, Rehoboth, property owner. This is the core problem with the lack of transparency that's baked into this draft. It gives too much ambiguity, it gives too much control, gives too much room for judgment and interpretation and executive authority to the city arborist office. There is no transparent issue that can be easily resolved by a homeowner that looks at the code. And to get a $100 permit from that office, it shouldn't require me getting a lawyer and having to deal with Glenn Mendelis on every single tree removal, which is what the current situation is. So you invest more authority in that office, you're going to have more legal fees, more reviews, and we're talking about this as if it's a unitary issue. I have a tree that needs to be removed. Well, you know what? I have 130 trees. Every single year, Sussex Tree is on my property. I feel like I'm funding somebody's retirement plan at Sussex Tree. Love them, they do great work. That's a serial problem. So now under the new code, every single year I've got to get a tree advisor to update another tree audit and another tree plan. The cost of this proposal is absurd. It will balloon. People do not just own and interact with the arborist office once. It's a fungible, livable, renewable asset. They will probably engage the office several times over their lifetime and their lifespan in Rehoboth. We should be making it much easier. And somebody said earlier, our job is not to make things facilitated and easier for the constituency. Dead wrong. This proposal should have been a window stop. If Sussex Tree issues a death notice on a tree, there is no reason that the arborist office should be second-guessing the private contractors who are the superlative functionary businesses in this community. It should be issued in 15 minutes. And if it can't be, that's the problem we ought to be addressing. Please, look at the ambiguity in this thing, look at the chaos it's going to invite, and look at the power that it invests. Ed, stand your ground, and I hope you get other people to support you.
Thank you, Tom. Go ahead. We are time limited. I want to give everybody their fair time.
Francis
but
Kelleher,
I'm going to draw it
Stokely.
to a close shortly.
I just wanted to read one sentence to Ms. Sharp over there that is in the old code. This is probably one of the most significant sentences that has been omitted from the new version. It was the sentence that is in the tree mitigation and protection, the tree protection and mitigation section, which is now called mitigation of protected trees. Any tree which is the subject of a mitigation plan shall be replaced at a ratio of 1 inch caliper for each inch of caliper removed. So here's a real live example right next to me. One large maple tree removed without a permit, but permit had been submitted but not approved. So one tree, mitigation plan. There are now 9 plus 6, 14, is that right? Or 15. There are now 15 eastern red cedars and one other deciduous tree planted in the backyard next to me, all along the border of my property, because in the middle of their, quote, backyard, which is no yard at all, is a pool, a patio, and a giant shed, which forced them, where else can they plant all these mitigation trees? I mean, they should have been planted in the parks, and I don't know why that was not taken into consideration. But to have 16 trees in the back and 3 in the front, outrageous. That's the outrageous outcome of what was in the previous code. So I'm just saying, you better advocate for relaxing now and going with the new. Because to keep people stuck with what came out of the previous code is unacceptable.
Thank you. Susan, would you like to see if you can advance this?
Did Liz, did you get an answer on that one? Oh, I guess, yeah, we were going to go with the, whatever was the most, did you get an answer on that one? Second one? The third one's pretty short, I think.
Yeah, I think we're fine.
What was the decision on the second one?
I'm asking.
That we are going to offer a free re-review for a set time period, I'm assuming, because we can't do it forever. Permits issued in the last 60 days or whatever we can think is fair. And that basically the slate is wiped clean from past requirements.
Well, I would think, Liz, that if it's adopted, if this ordinance is adopted in some form, what you'd say is any open permits that are not yet closed can be reviewed, but anything that's closed, I wouldn't say you can reopen that permit. If the trees are planted and the permit's closed out,
yeah,
I wouldn't go back to that. But if the trees are planted and the permit is closed out, I wouldn't reopen for any time period based upon a new code that's passed. I would say if you've got a pending permit that has not been closed yet, then that applicant could come back and say, I see there's a new tree code. Can I have a re-review?
So people that are within that 1 year time frame.
That's right. You don't actually close the permit till after a year.
That's how many of those are you seeing, hearing?
So we issue 150 tree permits a year.
And that's what we're talking about, over triple-digit re-review. And that's, that's an exorbitant ask on the staff that it's only one deep. So that's where she's going with this one.
Right. To me, it seems like if the trees are in the ground, that you should not be re-reviewing that open permit. I mean, they're planted already. You're just waiting to see if they live for a year. Or not always. Sometimes you're waiting for the planting season.
And then unfortunately, I have to go through enforcement if they haven't met the conditions of their permit. So they might be, I never inspect them in less than a year. I usually wait until the beginning of the appropriate following planting season. But yeah, what about the people that were supposed to have a tree planted by February 1st and it's now April 20th? We go out to inspect them and they have no trees planted. And they're going to say, well, in the new code, this is the requirement.
Wait, but wouldn't we have known that by the end of January if they needed to be planted by February 1?
I usually don't go out before the 1 year time frame. I try to go out at the beginning of the appropriate. So if it was a planting requirement for February 1st, because I try to bulk them together since I have 100 a year. I don't go out every day looking at one. So I try to bulk them together. So say the due date was February 1. I might go out March 1st and look at 24 that have reached that time frame.
I understand what you're doing. That's not my question.
Okay.
My question was different.
Can you rephrase it?
No, it's, I mean, if you're supposed to have something done by February the 1st, and we don't check until March 1st and it's not done, and then you say, well, the rules have changed in any month that will happen.
Yeah.
That's just odd to me. That's okay. I don't need an answer. I'm just.
Well, I'm just. This is going to happen. So what is the answer on what we hold them to the old code that they were supposed to follow?
That's what the permit was drafted.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, it's in the permit.
Glenn just said anything that wasn't closed out. Well, it won't be closed out until I go
hold
out
them
there.
to the code that they were approved under.
Yeah, I mean, I was thinking in the context of typical zoning building permits that they get closed out as soon as the work is done. Here, you've got that 1 year period that creates a difficulty. So, no, it seems if they're permitted, whatever code they're permitted under, that's
the code that they're held under.
Yeah.
Okay.
But I think if someone is within the 1 year closeout and they've not yet planted, then they can ask for. They could ask the city arbors for a relook at.
it'll be really hard to tell them, because what I would do is send a letter saying, with copies of their permit and stuff, you still need to plant ABC, but it would be based off of the old code.
Mm-hmm.
So for the next.
So it's a transition period.
Yeah,
a
so if it
year,
got passed
essentially.
today, for the next year,
Right.
I'd have to be able to use both codes essentially. Or commit myself to re-reviewing every single permit that was processed. I don't know if either one is a good scenario to be in, quite frankly. Yeah.
Why isn't it as simple as when a ruling's been made, they have to adhere to it regardless of a change in code after the fact?
There's even a provision here for 45 days for the tree plan. You put that in there, Glenn. The 253-24 doesn't go into effect till 45 days after the passage. That's in here.
Right, I mean, but if it goes into effect, Liz is saying that she's gonna have permits issued a month ago. They'll wait, and the new code will come into effect, and then owners who would benefit from under the new code are gonna come back and say, review my plan, which didn't seem like a big deal to me until she said she has 100 and some of these every year, so. So, I mean, I think it's whatever you write into your ordinance, and if you want to say whatever you were permitted under is what you live by, that's, I don't see a problem with that.
Commissioners first. Commissioners, anything? Sam and then Carolyn.
Sam Cooper, 13 Newcastle Street. I guess one of my problems in this is that you're required to plant certain trees, but are you required to keep them? If you're not required to keep them, then I don't see why. I mean, if the old code says you had to plant them, but the new code says you don't have to keep them, why would you? I mean, I don't. There's a disconnect between what you're required to do and what you can do later. I mean, if the lady said her neighbor had to plant 15 trees, can she take 10 of them out now with no problem? If she did, then why did we have her plant them? I mean, it seems to me like, again, whether you're under the new code or the old, it's whatever today would be required under the existing code. If it's more lenient, then you don't have to do it. If it's more restrictive, then yeah, I want to live under the old code.
Thank you. Carolyn, come on up.
Carolyn Diefendorfer, city resident. The new code isn't going to be better for 100% of the people. Okay, so I don't think everybody's going to come back and say, Liz, I want mine re-looked at. The new code does have, the tree for tree, unless you have over 90 inches of DBH on your property. The old code, you looked at what you were taking out, you looked at what you had, and there was this very complicated calculation of what you had to do. So it's not better for everybody. I just wanted to point that out because it's not. If somebody has 15 trees on their lot, but they don't get to that 90 inches, they're going to have to replace one under the new code. Under the old code, they may or may not have had to. Thank you.
Thank you. Anything else, commissioners?
So we set that one aside too?
We
So
may-
we're
may set
0 for
all
2
three
right now.
aside. Let's do number 3 here, and
Yep.
then we're going to regroup.
Absolutely. Okay, Liz.
So the last comment was regarding 253-25, specifically about notification. So we had several of the comments that came in that mentioned notification, both of actually having issued or denied a permit, and notification for posting and mailings for the park and shade tree appeals. So typically for appeals of the Board of Adjustments, there is a posting and notification process. We do not have that codified currently for the Park and Shade Tree Commission, either in the current code or the draft. And as was mentioned earlier, anyone in the draft and in the current code can appeal. The current code is a little more restrictive that they can only appeal a decision related to the issuance or denial of a tree removal permit, which technically would be most decisions about the code. But the point is, like, I might issue a permit today and the work may not be done, the tree removal may not be done for 6 weeks. So if a neighbor sees it and calls in the day they start taking down limbs, it's already past the appeal timeframe. And so practically, I'm not sure how we can do an issuance of permit notification. We have our online system. You would have to check the address and monitor it daily. But it is public record, so to speak, on the website. But if the commissioners thought it would be prudent, we could definitely consider adding the posting of the park and shade tree appeals, since that is what is done for the Board of Adjustment.
Anybody?
I personally don't see the need to have to notify neighbors.
Anybody else up here?
I want to know what was the genesis? Is folks have verbally complained for years that they don't know.
Right.
And I just want confirmation. The reason this is up there is because we have so many complaints from neighbors who say they were incensed by the fact that the city did not let them know what was going on an adjacent property. Is that right?
Well,
Yeah.
I mean,
that was a derivation of it, but
it's because it made it into the public comment,
Right,
the
right.
list of all the comments. There were a couple.
Right, but
Yeah.
but it's been validated
oh yeah.
verbally
Right.
to my face
Yeah.
over and over and over again. So I don't want to
Yes.
miss that point, that this isn't something that somebody's making up. This is real
Oh yeah, no, this
annoyance to
Right, right.
lots of homeowners.
Yeah,
Okay.
I've heard
Right, just wanted to
complaints
make
over
sure.
the years.
But to be clear, the question we got was about notifying for permits. Now, there are 150 of those a year, and I think, and Liz and the city manager pointed out that creates an administrative burden. Plus, we don't do it for anything else. We don't do it for building permits, right?
Right.
However, there is a parallel process within the Board of Adjustment to notify for appeals sought, and that's why Liz came up with the compromise, which I thought was a very good one, to say if there's going to be any notification at all, maybe it's for appeals to Parks and Shade Tree, because then it parallels what's done for the other appeals process through the Board of Adjustment.
But we're
That's how-
saying that it's notification in the form of a written letter and all that kind of stuff? or
However,
what?
it's
I mean, it didn't really say the form of it. If it was just a notice placed on city website or via lines in the sand or whatever, just to get word out. I
No,
mean,
it would be a notice.
It would
The
have to
public
be-
notice is done to neighbors within, 250 feet?
I don't have that memorized.
Yeah,
But
and-
they mail notices in the property.
And then there's a
it gets
sign.
posted.
There's
Yeah.
a sign on the property, so that's what it.
But what's the reality? So I'm taking a tree down on my property, and a neighbor 2 houses down can come and advocate for that tree not to come down?
Yes.
That happened.
Well, typically the appeals are,
Appeals.
Liz has denied a tree permit.
Right.
So the owner now is not able to take down their tree. They appeal to the Parks and Shade Tree Commission to have her decision overturned so that they can take down the tree. This would give notice to neighbors that your neighbor's trying to take down a tree. They've been told no, but there's an appellate process, and now you can come and appear and say this tree should or should not be
So-
removed.
Pretty much every time we get written comments for Park and Shade, it's that type of scenario. We had one the last meeting where it was a neighbor and he wanted the trees retained or something to that nature.
I suppose there could be some argument to be said for something that's being appealed, but certainly not for notifications
Oh, that's what
of
we're
an-
talking about, just appeals.
Permits.
Permits.
Oh, yeah,
I
no.
would not
Yeah,
support
That's what we're
something
talking about.
We
just-
talked
just
about it
appeals.
internally. Since we don't notify for building permits, I'm aware of one municipality on the East Coast that has like a pending phase where they sit online for public review. It's very complicated, very time consuming. I don't think we need that. I don't think we're there, but I think the Park and Shade posting would be, like Susan said, a fair compromise if the commissioners desired for that to be done.
And if something, the same notification would happen if there is a building code that's being challenged.
Yeah, Board of Adjustment appeal.
That's the parallel, yeah.
Anybody else up here? Tom, go ahead.
Tom Gaynor, property owner in Rehoboth. There's absolutely no analogy between taking out a private asset that is replaceable and fungible and a building notice and permit. Do not go near a permitting announcement and posting protocol for trees. That will invite nonsense. And the other issue is, did you get any feedback at all from Sussex Tree in connection with this?
Not for they had input to the creating of the draft in the first place. They did not comment this time. But
Because
they
what's interesting is there is no expedient get out of jail free card for a death notice by a professional tree company that is licensed by the city of Rehoboth. Why not? That is it should be the absolute get out of jail free for the expediency of processing. So, without using anecdotal evidence, which is the worst kind, I've got a dying holly tree that Sussex Tree identified to the arborist in November that was dying. I just got the permit 4 months later, and a tree has to come down when it's alive in order for the team to not be endangered for life and limb. So a tree should not be coming down when it is dead. It should be coming down when it is dying. And unfortunately, we have had a situation and protocol in Rehoboth where no tree will come down. It'll be long past its death, and it still can't come down. It'll fall on cars or it'll fall in the street. And that's, I guess, a better way to deal with it than permitting it. But the issue that I still cannot grapple with is, Ed's issue about the power that is being invested in the city employee is not the subject of discussion. And Section 25, letter A, capital letter A, please reread it, please understand it, please understand all of the power that it invests in a city employee to dictate construction, homeowner use of their land, overriding the permitted use. And I think Sam identified the issue succinctly, is you basically have created a bypass around the zoning law through this tree ordinance. Please stop it.
Thank you, Tom. Anybody else? Commissioners, anything? Does anybody want to take a stab at resolving number 3? If not, we can kick the can down the street.
Row for 3 list.
I think we all agreed we don't need to notify them. Is that what we agree?
For an application.
For an application.
For a permit, but an
This is for
appeals
appeal.
process if it is appealed.
Right.
I think it's appropriate, but in terms of what form, I don't know. I mean, I don't think it has to be an onerous process, but if it can be somehow disseminated in an effective way.
Well, the only question we have up there is whether or not for appeals, should we consider a notice? The first few words are not a question.
But so advance of tree removal. So as I read that, trees coming down, right? Tree removal.
Right.
And then should we consider posting a notice, park and shade tree, appeals as done? I don't, if we're going to remove the tree, I don't know why the neighbors need to be involved.
No, I mean, ordinarily, they're appealing the decision by the city arborist. As I assume the city arborist denied their request to have the tree removed, and they're going to appeal it to Parks and Shade Tree. And it's just a matter of notifying the immediate neighbors or however you want to do it. I mean, I assume it would be easier just to post this somewhere and just say that this is being appealed. I think unless there's some requirement there has to be personal, a mail notice or something like that.
So
I just think it's a lot of extra work.
Well, it
It
is
is extra work, but we're
but
willing
it's-
to do it if the commissioners feel that it's important to have that
Right. I mean,
continuity. But to be clear, it still is posted, so the city secretary advertises in the papers and posts it in all her places that she's required to post it.
Right.
So this would be adding an additional requirement or requirements of a sign in the yard and a mailing to neighbors.
Well, I'll go on record as no for me.
No, for any notice at all, tree permits, appeals, and things like that.
No, as this one here we're talking about.
Yes.
Yeah, okay. You have comments on specific to notice?
But it's not about this. It is, what I had put in my comments was that I felt, and again, that the city should have a process whereby it notifies adjacent neighbors when a decision is made on a tree plan for a new build, so that the neighbor would have an opportunity to see where trees are going to be placed on that property, and that they would have an opportunity to actually see that and object to it if it ends up that you end up with 7 trees planted 6 feet from the side of my house. I mean, I put in about could a tree plan, and I had thought of a mitigation plan, but now that the code has taken out the nastiest part that was in that code, which is the 1-to-1 caliper replacement, mitigation plans will no longer be what they've been in the past, where you end up cutting a big tree down and you end up with this mitigation plan that has you end up planting, 10 2-inch trees or whatever, whatever it comes out to be to get to the 1-to-1 replacement. Now it's as this lady mentioned, it's a 1 tree to 1 tree replacement. So that has eliminated a huge, I'll say, thing, that before the mitigation plan has caused absurdness in what gets put back in. And now it won't be like that. So therefore, I kind of walked back from, no, the mitigation plans won't be an issue going forward. However, given that, again, my suggestions about the code does not address location and other issues about where trees are planted on properties, they don't have any, within 4 foot of the property line and all of those things, which almost every municipality has those kind of, I'll call them a tree setback for lack of, whatever the proper term might be. But, the building plan for new homes is still going to come with, is a neighbor going to decide, because they have put in a giant swimming pool in the backyard and they've paved over the rest of the lot, that they're going to place the required trees, whether it be 3 or 6 or however many, that they're going to put them right up on the neighbor's property line or right up against the neighbor's house. So that is why I was advocating for a notice about building plan, tree plan.
Thank you. That's a sticky wicket. We notice people about their neighbors' proposed plans. If you do that, then you have to allow for that neighbor to be able to complain about it. And so then you're pitting neighbor against neighbor. I think it's
I think tricky. Mayor, on that topic, I think it's just fair to say that, one, if someone's building a swimming pool, they have to reduce the size of the house. We've got lot coverage, we have setbacks. I'm not in favor of allowing neighbors to weigh in on someone's tree or construction plans. They're your neighbor. If you're curious on what they're doing, go say hi and talk to them.
No. I'm gonna cut off discussion. I think we need to. I want to ask Susan to reiterate what we would likely see at the next meeting.
I don't know. All bets are off.
And
your guess is as good as mine.
So we still maybe need to bring these up again, and then like you reiterated at the beginning, you indicated
yes,
that you
the
do
goal
a red
was
line version.
Yes, there
and
are a
some
few,
legal.
and they're not very many at this point. There were just a very few red line clarifications I don't think would be controversial that we're going to come to you at the May workshop, along with whatever changes in the code were going to be made as a result of resolving these, which we have to set aside for now, as well as anything that might come back from final staff review. That was the plan, to bring back at the May workshop the results of those three things. But based on the discussion here, I don't know that, we can certainly bring back the red line changes, bring back something, but it may not be a complete resolution of these issues because they weren't resolved today.
So you're going to have to leave it in our hands to figure out the next steps, and with absolutely no promise of
Right.
a suggested date that we will go for a vote on this. We've still got
Right.
some ways to go on it.
Yep.
Thank you, members of the public. We thank you for that. I'd like to run something by the commissioners. I would love to get all these agenda topics done today, but that's probably another hour and a half. We've got some different options here. One is we take a recess for a certain period of time and come back and try to finish everything, which would be ideal. If not, I'm going to have to schedule a special meeting to do anything that we don't get to today. We need to put on our schedule on a special meeting, most likely, to resolve them. Moving anything that we don't get to today to the May workshop is not optimum because we will be in the same position. I've already got a full agenda, and pulling these back there will be problematic for us. So we need to kind of bite the bullet. It's sooner than later. Does anybody have a preference? I would like to say, suggest that we go into recess for till 1:45, and
Second.
give a finite time so that our members can come back.
Yep.
Hopefully they can come back.
I too would prefer to recess rather than schedule a special meeting.
Okay, well, what? Here,
Recent meeting, 2 commissioners left early. It would be nice to know that everybody that's here now would come back so that you would have the breadth of the commissioners to hear what happened.
My expectation is that all the commissioners will come back. If they're not, they need to speak up now. It's unfortunate. I mean, who knows? I put down 20 minutes for the tree discussion, and we were an hour and 20 minutes. You know, it's hard to so I'd like to call this meeting now in recess until 1:45. Thank you very much. Good afternoon, everybody. We just took a lunch recess break, and it is now 1:49. We're out of recess, back into public session. Our next, and we're gonna go through the rest of the agenda the best we can, time-wise. I appreciate all my colleagues enduring or doing this. Would like the record to show that Commissioner Bunky Markert had to leave and is now absent from our meetings the rest of the day, I believe. Everybody else has returned to the dais up here. And so our next bit of business is new business. Discuss proposed updates to guidelines for support document program. I hope not to jinx it, but I think it's fairly self-explanatory. It's just an update. It pretty much reflects all that we're doing now. The support document program was created by me and I think Ann some time ago, well, 2014, specific to test with the Board of Commissioners. And now that it's been tested for just short of a decade, we wanted to just update it and memorialize that it really is applicable to all commissions, committees, task force, et cetera. I think the biggest change or emphasis is that the support documents pertaining to applications and exhibits and reports pertaining to permits of compliances, variances, subdivisions, et cetera, that they need to be in advance so that they can be published hopefully the same day as the agenda is published, which means 7 days in advance. So this is something that we want to vote on at the next meeting unless there's any questions or comments. Vince?
This will be brief.
Good.
Anything like that. Aren't you glad I didn't talk about trees? So no, just since I'm
Your
on
name.
Oh yeah, sure, Vince Robertson still. My only comment on this, and I think it's fine, is that it's not very outward facing. You know, like when I appear in front of the Board of Adjustment or the Planning Commission or you all, like the Board of Adjustment's rules, for example, aren't published anywhere on the city's website that I'm aware of. And this is the kind of thing that should be incorporated into that. Like I have to call Ann has to send me the rules, and I have to ask Ann or Fred or, you know, in this case, Luke Meadow with the Planning Commission, what's your deadline for submitting documents? Because there's nothing, like this is an internal policy almost. It's not available to practitioners or the public or Joe property owner that wants to appear. So I would just recommend that however you do it, even if it's a one-page summary, somehow that's easily accessible on the website. And the other issue that just came up is at the Board of Adjustment, there was a question about whether that applied to correspondence. In our case, we had correspondence supporting the application, and one of the Board of Adjustment members asked, can we consider this because it was submitted after the agenda was posted at the deadline or whatever? And Mr. Townsend correctly said, no, it's if they could testify to the same thing at the hearing, we can accept their letter. But it just seems like that this is an opportunity to get all this information out to the public. I don't have any comments on the substance of it, but it just seems like we can, as a city, do a better job of making everybody aware of it. That's all.
Sure.
So however you do that.
There do seem to be two separate things, support documents and the bylaws and rules of the different groups there. But there is a page for each of the commissions, boards, and everything that maybe we can put their rules and bylaws on there.
Because it just seems like this should be incorporated into those rules and bylaws. If you have to have things in by a certain time, by this policy, just make that a uniform requirement for all those boards and commissions. That's all.
Thank you. Boy, we're going to get lawyer scrutiny on everything we do now. Thank you, Vince. With that, this will be on a future agenda for a vote. Move on to the next item, which is discuss status of lease for Pennsylvania Railroad property, lots 2, 4, 6, 8 Lake Avenue, and lots C and D Surf House. I want to use the document thing real quick. I just want to show them what the layout is. as a support document, you have two plats in there. All I've done is tape them together so you have a better illustration or view of what we're talking about. Pennsylvania Railroad House. The Pennsylvania Railroad House is actually two buildings between the VIA on the north side of it and 1 Virginia Avenue condos on the south side of it. I'd like to orient ourselves here. Here's the boardwalk. So obviously this is north. Here's the VIA building up in this direction. Here's 1 Virginia Avenue condos to the south. This is all of these buildings there. We've got two plats that are perpendicular to the boardwalk, right? Lots C and D. These two are owned by the city. Then we have lots 2, 4, 6, 8 that are somewhat parallel to the boardwalk, and they are owned by the Pennsylvania Railroad people, right? And so Glenn's going to explain what the lease is relative to the Pennsylvania Railroad folks, who are what, the leaseors, and then the city-owned properties, and give a little history there to act on. So if you would, Glenn.
So this is how I've sort of been able to piece it together, and this goes back to 1922. So in 22, Lot 4 was deeded to the Veteran Employee Association of the Delaware Division of the Pennsylvania Railroad. Then flash forward 2 years later, I should say so that deed means ownership. That's a fee simple ownership, which is different than the leases we'll talk about.
So Lot 4 only?
Lot 4 is one that I've looked at and reviewed, but it turns out it is all those surrounding lots, 2, 4, 6, and 8. Then in May of 24, the city leased lots C and D, which are the ones the mayor pointed out on the perpendicular to the boardwalk, to the Pennsylvania Railroad Veterans Employee Association. Interesting that the name has changed a couple times in these different documents. It doesn't have any significance, but the name is referenced a little bit differently. The lease term was 99 years, which would have the termination date on May 4th, 2023. So under this lease, the term would not have expired yet. You'll see that there's a second lease where it has expired. So that lease references the association's buildings erected on lots 4, 6, and 8. There's also a provision in that lease that indicates that the lots are being leased to the Railroad Association for the purposes of having an unobstructed view of the ocean. So the city couldn't erect anything on those lots. They were not going to erect anything on those lots, and that's why those lots today are vacant and unimproved. So then in April of 37, the commissioners, this Board of Commissioners, resolved to revise the supplement plot of lots known as the Surf House lots, and all those lots displayed up there are the Surf House lots, in accordance with a survey by Morgan T. Gum dated March 1, 1937, and that the survey was to be known as the Revised Supplement to Plot of Lots of Rehoboth Beach Camp Meeting Association of the Methodist Episcopal Church. So for one reason or another, they decided to resurvey those lots, and something probably shifted a little bit. They must have noticed something was out of line, so the commissioners agreed to have them resurveyed and named it the Revised Supplement. So then sometime after 1937, and I can't pinpoint it because there's not anything that has a date on it, but there is some correspondence that goes between the city and the Railroad Association about a number of things. But one of them is the city apparently was erecting a pavilion someplace in the area of lots C and D, so perhaps it was going to obstruct the view. So there's this dispute sometime after 37 as to whether the city could take those things on or not. Then in 41, there's a new lease. So in April of 1941, this is the 1941 lease that you have in your packet, the city leased lots C and D to the Veteran Employees of Delaware of the Pennsylvania Railroad Company. Those lots C and D. So there's a new lease. The lease is for 99 years, initiating back in 22 when they obtained a deed to lot 4, and then terminating June 2nd, 2021. there's a condition in that lease that indicates that all prior leases are rescinded. So the other lease we talked about that has a later termination date is rescinded under this lease. And there's also a provision in this 1941 lease that requires the city to remove the pavilion that apparently was erected at that time. So in any event, we have a 1941 lease to those lots C and D, or the Railroad Association has a lease from the city to those lots C and D that has terminated now in June of '21. So that lease the term has run, and now it's for you as a Board of Commissioners to decide what you would like to do with your lots C and D.
Well, the original purpose for that, I think this was generated by the Pennsylvania Railroad folks. They didn't want anything built in front of them, protecting their view shed, I guess is how I look at it. So at this point, what do we want to do? I first looked at it, and I wanted this on the agenda sooner than later because it had to do with an expired lease, and it had to do with a very, very low payment. It was under $4 a year for the lease. I thought, well, at least we want to bring it up to contemporary times. But even so, I mean, if we got $1,000 or $5,000, why even do it? I don't know that we want to lease it. If we did at the maximum of a year, maybe, so that otherwise it's going to encumber it and we're not able to use it in the future. What if we wanted to use it in the future for something? We would have our hands tied. So I want to hear from you all, but right now I think I'm reluctant to even renew the lease.
As a member of the Boardwalk and Beach Committee, I think we ought to not close any option, even if it means just having it lay fallow. Believe me, it's not going to reduce its importance to us, whether we do something or that we don't. So right now, I'm leaning toward stopping, not releasing it, but not putting anything on there either. Just let it, I can think of a lot of things, bathroom, that could be done with that lot, but we probably don't want to make that decision right now. Do they have, I'm assuming you did a title search and this is the most recent document.
This is it, correct. This is it.
And they own 2, 4, 6, and 8.
Right.
And we gave a lot, I guess it's E. We gave E to the VIA like in 41 or 42, something like that. When did we give them that lot?
Lot 1922 is when they initially had.
Oh, no, the VIA.
Oh, the VIA. I'm not sure when the VIA was.
Well,
I found that, but I could never. This was the latest one that I could find.
Let me clarify something. Don't forget where it says Lake Avenue there.
Yes.
That's the asphalted road, right? But at the edge of the property where the VIA starts, we also own, I believe, that gravel parking lot.
Yeah, I think we do.
Is the gravel parking lot designated as Lot E? So that is kind of maybe an approximation.
You're right.
So that's an approximation of where the property line under the VIA might be. But I just wanted to remind everybody that we own Lot C, D, and E. And E is that gravel parking lot where I guess we lease some spaces to the Rehoboth Toy and Kite Store and
I was going to say, is that a city lot? That's not a city lot.
Yeah.
I mean, is it a city parking lot? But we can't park there.
Yeah, there's.
Well, it's leased spaces.
Leased, okay.
Yeah. So
There's a bunch of cedar trees.
And metered.
Yeah, there is definitely some metered spots.
Yeah.
Some leased, some metered.
Yeah. We've gotten two opinions so far that maybe we just do not renew the lease and just leave it sit dormant.
Have we received any correspondence from the lessee?
We haven't. I don't think we've reached out. We wanted to go through this meeting, and then we thought we would reach out.
Yeah.
If we were going to take a vote on anything, we would definitely reach out to them and everything. But
I mean, you think of all the pros and cons and everything, but I cannot think of any advantage of leasing it at this point in time. Once this lease expires, I'd like to know who the person was who made change, because the lease is $3.33 a year. If Bert's been making change, I want to know about it.
Right. Anybody else?
I agree with that decision to not lease it. Yeah.
I'm a little confused again. I thought you said there was no lease that is currently in vogue.
Right, that's right. The
Expired.
term is expired.
Okay, everything is expired.
Yes.
And we've had no inquiry as to renew the lease, is that correct?
Right. Are they maintaining that area? They are, right?
I think, don't we maintain it?
I don't know.
If they maintain it, there's a wooden walkway that goes back there, and then it divides, and one says, don't go under the railroad house, and the other part of the walk goes over to that parking lot.
I thought at one point we talked about Liz said she and the city do maintain some of the flowers or the hedge or trees that are there.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think
Shrubs.
And which lot is the house on? Am I just not seeing it?
You can't see it on here, it's over here. You can see it up on the wall.
Evan, can you point to the,
On the left-hand side.
let's let Evan, so that our members of the public watching can see also, point to where the house is. Nope, down, use the document. Point on that piece of
The
paper.
two-story masonry
There-
and frame building, is that
Yes.
it?
Yeah.
Okay.
And then behind it, there's a separate building also that.
It's like a dorm.
And how are those used?
All I know is information from a lecture they gave to the Historical Society about a decade and a half ago, is that it was for retired members of the Pennsylvania Avenue Railroad, and that it was all kind of self-policing. You signed up, you rented it, you had a room or two in there, you shared a kitchen, and when you left, you made sure it was clean for the next person. That's literally all I remember about it. And have we been in touch, Evan? I think this was before Lawrence came on board. Weren't we in touch with the owners at one point or not?
Yeah, I would have to go back through my email and see exactly who we were in touch with, but we were in touch with somebody at the PA Railroad House about this lease. They sent us some of the documentation. I think we had most of the documentation already, but I have been in touch with at least one or two people there.
So they're not totally blind to this coming up, but they were not noticed on this meeting. So, and if the commissioners decided to do nothing and not renew the lease, I think we would, as a courtesy, let them know. But I don't know that they have a voice otherwise.
I don't think are very many members left living. Just a few. The tax record has looks like a female person living in Seaford that pays the taxes. The documents that I looked at online, I think maybe Patrick looked at those too.
They're incorporation documents with Delaware. It shows a contact in Milford.
Is it Milford?
But that's different than what's on the tax records.
Oh, well, I looked at the tax records.
Yeah.
So,
The tax record also is with the county, and that, do we have a clean deed on our two lots there, C and D? Only reason I ask
That's
is
a good
that-
question. I don't recall whether I saw a deed or whether this is one of those, legacy properties that have just been there forever and it's in the city's inventory.
Because as was alluded, or not alluded to before, what have you, but again, the two sets of records with merging and unmerging and what have you, the county records reflect that this property belongs to the Pennsylvania group.
Right.
Not the city.
Right, they've had a lease for 99 years, and I presume that the county at some point has been sending the tax bill so long that the mapping reflects that the Railroad Association actually owns it.
Yeah.
But that's not what the records reflect.
I realize that, but again, that's a little.
Glenn, if I could ask I guess a similar but unrelated question. When we were selling that house on Kent Street and ended up with the problem with the deed,
Yep.
I thought that we were cleaning up all of the city records with those. No? Did that
No,
not happen?
we've had to do them kind of piecemeal. I mean, yeah, I mean, we could undertake an effort to, look at every single property the city holds to see if there's clean title to it or not. But that one was one. The property that this city hall sits on was another that
Right.
it's been in the city's inventory for so long that there was no deed recorded in Sussex County. So you go through a quiet title action with the Chancery Court, and the Chancery Court, gavel goes down, and then it's in the city's inventory, and there's no question about the title.
Right.
This one it does have that wooden walkway. Is that something that the city constructed, or is that something they constructed? Do we have any idea?
Someone has repaired it.
Yeah, I mean,
From time to time.
Yeah, I'm looking at it on Google Maps, and it looks like it's in pretty good shape, whatever. This is 2014, though.
No, I don't have a recollection. When the boardwalk was rebuilt, part of the project scope included replacing about the first 4 feet. Whatever had sloughed off or had to be an overdig was replaced. But otherwise, it goes back maybe 50 feet, and then it actually Ys off where some of it goes straight toward the building, and it Ys to the right toward that parking center there.
The only reason I mention is that it's the dirty word, but like you might want to consider licensing. If you're not going to lease the property to them, you might want to license at least that walkway so that there's some record of it, and
Right.
you can easily revoke the license. And
I would agree with that, but I don't know what kind of action we need. Do we need to formally vote on non-renewal of the lease and a request to execute a license agreement with them for their use crossing our property?
I think the first step is to let them know that our position is that the term of the lease is now expired, and that the city considers these properties in our inventory, and let them see if they have any asks of you all.
We don't need to take any formal action, I don't think. Is there
Not
any
with them.
objection to going forward with that? So the city administration and or lawyer, whoever will representing us, will make contact with them and advise them that the Board of Commissioners has advised them that we are not to renew the lease and whatever.
Well, there's no renewal provision in the lease right now, so there's no requirement that you even engage in this discussion. At this point, the property is in your inventory, and I think it's sort of a courtesy letter saying the term of the lease is expired, and thank you for doing business with us at $4 a year.
I think that's fine. I do think maybe we need to go further and determine who owns that walkway.
Yeah.
And that indeed, if it's theirs, then they're required to maintain it and allowed to cross city property. Otherwise, we want them to take it up.
Yeah, I was going to say, generally, improvements that, were made during the term of a lease will, when the lease terminates, those improvements become yours. But if you want it removed by them, we can do that as well. But at this point, I would say that the improvement is yours, the lots are yours, and if they would like to have a discussion about licensing the walkway, that's probably something you should take up.
Well, if you think it's ours, then I think we just keep it. There would be no sense for me in licensing it to them if we indeed own it. And I think if we took it up, there would end up being a pathway there in the sand.
Yeah.
And I'd rather have a definitive sidewalk there for them to use. Plus, again, that sidewalk is used for those parked in that parking lot abutting the VIA, the toy and kite shop, and others.
Right. One thing you get out of a license is you'd be able to, include a provision in the license that they're responsible for upkeep of that walkway rather than the city being responsible.
And stop collecting their rent and or their lease money, and make sure we have a clear title to that property. Yeah.
All right, we have a path forward. Any further comments by the commissioners? Anything by the members of the public?
Just like to see.
I'm sorry.
I'd just like to see a clear deed on it.
Yeah.
Yeah, if there's not one, we'd have to go through the quiet title action again. It's not a difficult process, but there's some money and, so it costs a little bit.
Is this something we can initiate then? Okay. Your
Good
name
afternoon.
and
Thank you. Walter Burnham, 123 Hennepin Avenue. I'd encourage you to talk with Sam. I remember with the boardwalk repairs, multiple, in every case, we reconstructed the walkway from the boardwalk back to where the walkway continued. And he might be able to fill in some blanks from whatever to help you solve, but I think you're doing the right thing. Thank you.
Right, thank you, Walter. With that, we've got our path forward, and we'll move on to the next item. Next item of new business is introduce proposed amendments to Chapter 236 and Chapter 270 as recommended by the Planning Commission. If you recall, the Board of Commissioners tasked the Planning Commission with examination, specifically, I think, examining 236-30. And they did so, and in examining 236-30, they expanded their research into other areas that are listed there, including within Chapter 270, the zoning code. Remember that if we get to a point where we're going to act on any of this, Chapter 236 amendments, we have that in our purview to just put on an agenda and act on it. Remember that Chapter 270 is the zoning, and there's a two-step process where we have to adopt a resolution setting a public hearing and then conduct that public hearing. Because these elements of 236 and 270 involve intimately actions by the Building and Licensing City Administration, the Planning Commission conferred with our city solicitor, city managers, plural, and building and licensing on this. And so we're gonna, and they gave feedback and input. And so with that, I want to turn it over to city manager Lawrence because I want to give him the first blush at making initial comments on these recommendations by the city administration relative to the recommendations received by the Planning Commission.
Thank you, Mayor. Commissioners, appreciate the opportunity to speak on this particular topic. As you remember, you tasked the Planning Commission to look at the 23630 site plan required purpose considerations to focus on 23630, specifically A, for clarity and intent and efficacy based on official correspondence from Mayor Mills to the Planning Commissioner on or about August 17, 2022. Giving credit where credit is due, the Planning Commission did a bang-up job looking at this thing in its entirety and really kind of looking at some specific instances that I think would help address the code. This first came back to building and licensing a few months ago. The solicitor and building and licensing, Matt Janis, and Assistant City Manager Evan Miller and I really kind of took a look at it. We kind of provided some feedback on that, and they came back with some revisions back to us. Knowing everything that's going on within the commercial sites coming through and some of the feedback, I really kind of took a different look at this and really kind of looked at their recommendations and acknowledging all the hard work they did. But it really doesn't get to the root of the problem, in my opinion, which is particularly 236, specifically the entirety of Article 7, doesn't provide a roadmap, specific guide points for the building and licensing to lead commercial property developers through the process and allow them to exit at the end. So with clear metrics, guidelines, checklists to ease that whole process through. Solicitor Mandelos, Assistant City Manager Miller and I, along with Planning Commission Chair Mike Bryan and their solicitor, did a teleconference. We talked about this at length. We really kind of looked at the entirety of this particular article within the code and kind of looked at it in a different capacity. Rather than, in my opinion, band-aiding Article 7 in 236, why don't we go after something that will, and I'm, in my belief, rewrite this particular section of the code that will help not only the entire department, building and licensing, the planning commission, and our future developers come in and have a true roadmap to move forward. To that end, just to kind of see what's out there, we have contacted a planning consultant, and they are able to work with us should the commissioners elect to move forward in whatever capacity this is. Either we can accept, move forward, and get this on the agenda for acknowledgement or approval. We can move forward in a different capacity altogether and review that particular portions of the code for a rewrite. But we do believe, and we are confident that we can get this done in a rather abbreviated capacity while still keeping the public informed, developers informed, and everybody acknowledging what the changes that we're looking to do. So thank you, Mayor, for the opportunity.
Any questions among the commissioners? Commissioner Sharp?
If I'm following you, what kind of timing would you be looking at for something like a rewrite?
Less than, I would ask 90 to 120 days from start to finish to include public hearings. We would, within the first 30 days, get the consultant on board, do the research for adjacent peer communities, look at their three-step process or multiple-step process. And if you looked at the code, in my opinion, it's disjointed and out of sequence. You've got a project concept review shoved in the middle of the article. It doesn't have clear-cut guidance as to what we're going to gauge them off of. It's elective, which if I was a developer, I would want to go get some free chicken from the Planning Commission, get that feedback that allows you to understand where the Planning Commission is going. And then you have a step-by-step process and a guideline that's going to get you out the back end in the fastest, most expeditious manner possible. So 90 days to 120 days, it is absolutely, how can I say this nicely, ambitious, but not something that's not doable to get it back in front of, and that's with the Planning Commission, working side by side with the Planning Commission. I look at this as the department's part of their mandate from me is to be that liaison, be that departmental action member, to work with them hand in hand so they can get their job done in the most expeditious manner possible. Right now, the code, in my opinion, doesn't allow them to get through the process as expeditiously as possible. So
I just don't want to cut yourself short time-wise.
I know.
You know, because you said that 90 to 100 days, 120 days includes public hearing. Well, from resolution to public hearing is minimum of 30 days.
Mm-hmm.
Then you indicated you were going to include the Planning Commission in there. They only meet once a month routinely. I just don't want you to cut yourself short, you know, so I'd rather hear, in my mind here, that it's 120 to 150 days or something like that. But Commissioner Sharp, you were going to follow up?
I just had a thought about, well, in the meantime, if we go this route, is there anything in the pipeline that should be of a concern?
There is nothing official currently. The only major development that is currently in the process right now is the Bellhaven, and the Planning Commission has brought that up for site plan review on the 24th? That's right. Okay. So that is in the pipeline right now. There is nothing that has officially been presented. Evan, correct me if I'm wrong. Nothing else has been officially presented to the building and licensing?
24.
Okay. Okay. So as of this meeting right now, nothing has been officially presented.
And even if something were to come in, we can manage through it?
That's the difficulty that we're following right now. Because then in my opinion, we would go up against what we're currently going into, which is a code that is difficult to follow.
Okay. Thank you.
That Planning Commission date is April 21.
April 21.
Board of Adjustment is April 24.
Okay, my apologies.
The only thing that
Wait, I'm sorry. April 21 is a Planning Commission meeting?
I have.
Right. Because we have a Board of Commissioners meeting.
I'm sorry. It does say Board of Commissioners. I thought I saw Planning Commission. Maybe
I have Planning Commission
next
2 o'clock on the 14th.
14th, yeah.
Okay.
Right.
Okay.
Okay, so that,
Yes.
Reversals.
I'm all over the map on this one,
Boogers
so
up.
yes. But, I mean, this is the necessity for at least looking at this process. And just to kind of add to this one, city solicitor, assistant city manager, and I were all in a single room, all looking at the code, and we all had a different interpretation of the process as you're going through it, to make sure that, the concept review, which I think is a pretty straightforward aspect of it, and it gives you different, you pull different nuances from the code, and it's just difficult to follow. I'm a checklist kind of guy. I want to go every step one, step two with recommendations, examples, things that you can glean right from a support document, for lack of a better term, within the code. So either way is acceptable to the staff. I make that a recommendation to look at that one. Make no mistake, it will be a heavy lift, but I think having a consultant really and manage that consultant on a day-to-day basis, I think we'll be able to accomplish this within the time frame before the next several large-scale commercial property developments come before building and licensing and move through that process. And I think it'll benefit the developers as well, because they will have a clear-cut understanding of how to move through the process and expectations.
And who manages the consultant?
That will be probably a 50-50 split between Assistant City Manager Evan Miller and myself. We will be at every single one of those meetings, expectations, providing that one, and then providing a clear-cut presentation to the Planning Commission Chair for dissemination to the Planning Commission. I have spoken to Chair Mike Bryan. He personally is amenable to this process, just like he is amenable to what he has presented on behalf of the Planning Commission for consideration by the commissioners, those recommendations. But he too understands the difficulties and complexities of our code and trying to work through that. We are in uncharted territory or new territory with having this many large-scale projects on our doorstep.
You mentioned running it by Mike Bryan, Chair of the Planning Commission. Did anybody also include Luke Mehta, the city, attorney for the Planning Commission?
Luke Mehta was in attendance to that particular meeting.
Was
in
okay.
attendance.
Okay. Very good. Anything further from the commissioners?
I would certainly support that plan going forward.
I'm sorry.
Support the plan going forward to outline exactly what, or to follow through exactly what you've outlined and bringing this in a more manageable way, I guess.
That is the hope. I think I like to have things presented on the front end so everybody knows walking in the door. But yes, this is not easy to do. This will be a heavy lift, like I said, but not something that we should not do, in my opinion, because it will help us.
Very good. Any other comments by up here first? If we go that way, this is a big test for you, so so it'll be a good challenge, I think. Members of the public who would like to speak, if you know the routine.
Still Vince Robertson. So just one thing I wanted to maybe correct or clarify in the record. I know you said there was only one that's officially in progress. We actually have the one Rehoboth Hotel that's been to concept plan review at the Planning Commission. We're in front of the Board of Adjustment. That got hung up because of reasons we had to deal with, plus there was an absence of one Board of Adjustment member, so we didn't have a full quorum. Hopefully we get through that. We'll be back again, continuing with the Planning Commission now that we've got concept plan review. The second, I hear you say it's a heavy lift. I think that's good for the sake of planning, but you shouldn't have to reinvent the wheel. I mean, every jurisdiction has a site plan review process. So, it's not like you're starting from scratch or completely redoing the whole thing. I think you can look at other jurisdictions and be able to find a model you can use.
That was part of the task already given to the consultant. Well, it's
Vince, does the county have a site plan review process?
We absolutely do for commercial site plan reviews, and it's really pretty straightforward. We don't have a concept plan review, although that happens at the staff level. There's a preliminary site plan review, and if you get that, then you go through what I call the car wash of agency approvals. All the state agencies, DELDOT, Fire Marshal, DENREC, everybody else, and then you come back in for final. I mean, it's not all that complex. That's straight on a permitted use commercial site plan. So, yeah. So
thanks.
No further comments up here. Without objection, we'll say move forward with your plan, if you would. And just give us some periodic reports, perhaps at our regular meetings or something.
I will include that one in my city manager's report on there for every meeting.
Sounds good. Sounds good. Thank you very much. With that, we will move to the next item of new business, which is discuss recommendations from the Planning Commission to the Board of Commissioners proposing consideration of certain changes to zoning code section 270-35, minimum parking spaces required, exceptions including, you'll see the, look in the agenda for all the specific code references. If you recall, the Board of Commissioners tasked the Planning Commission with taking a look at parking. They chose to divide it into commercial and residential parking, so their recommendations in front of us are solely referencing commercial recommendations. I understand that they will be in the near future taking a look at residential parking space requirements to see if they have any recommendations for any amendments to those. And so we need to be mindful that this is an introduction for the Board of Commissions. This is our first meeting on it, that we're taking a look at it. I had Susan Gay here. I thought that she's vice chair, and she wasn't authorized to speak on behalf of the Planning Commission, which is understandable. But she indicated and agreed with me that we thought that maybe the whereas clauses in the recommendation were sufficient to give us at least a good introduction. And that, however, if we do have any questions that arise, we can, I can take those and submit them to the chair. And so with that, at some point, Glenn, help me out here. We might need to address who these recommendations are applicable to. We've got some current applications in the pipeline, and I think people want to know whether if we act on this, are they applicable to the current applications or into the future. And also a last reminder that these parking recommendations are within Chapter 270 zoning. And so again, it's a two-part process where we at some point, if we're comfortable, would take a vote to adopt a resolution or not that would schedule a public hearing. And then if that goes through favorably, then we would conduct a public hearing. So again, it's a two-part process. With that, I don't know who to turn it over to. Do you have any comments?
I guess I'll comment on your question about which projects this might be applicable to. And you know, we've talked before about the concept of vested rights. There's a point that comes that where you're in the system and you've spent money and time and resources, and so much so that you've got a vesting of rights to continue under the existing code. But the initial place to start with is if you go forward and adopt these parking regulations. You know, since there are projects in the pipeline, I think it would make sense to specifically exempt or not exempt those projects based upon however you feel, whether you feel they're in the pipeline long enough or not. So you can write it into the ordinance which ones are and are not based upon some metric that you create. But again, it's all with the overlay of a vested rights analysis. So even if you were to make it applicable to a project that's in the pipe, if that project felt that they had already had vested rights, they could bring an action to have a court say their rights have vested and they can proceed under the existing code.
So we can't make it applicable retroactive, but we can make it applicable at any time during the continued permit review process.
Right, you can't, an existing hotel, you cannot make this ordinance apply to an existing functioning hotel, but those that are in the pipe, so you could make this ordinance applicable to them if their rights haven't vested to continue under the existing code.
All right. We don't have anybody here to sponsoring this topic, so to speak, and can go, but the support document is in the agenda. There are a lot of whereas clauses that greatly exceed the number of recommendations, but the recommendations, number one, essentially suggests increasing the minimum number of off-street parking spaces required for a hotel, motel, or inn from 1.0 to 1.2 for each rental room, plus 1 space for each 250 square foot of gross area devoted to meeting, conference, equipment, or similar communal space, plus 1 space for each 250 feet of gross floor area devoted to office space. Let's see, number 2 was delete the 2 spaces for the resident family. Number 3, amend to clarify that the minimum number of off-street spaces required for medical, dental, and legal is 1 for each 400. So it's exclusive to hotels. It does include outside hotels. Number 4, amend to clarify that no parking spaces are required for a retail or service shop 15,000 or less. I think this was addressing some concerns of ambiguity that when this last came up among the commissioners on some specific cases that we had in front of us. And then number 5 was amend and clarify the minimum number of off-street parking spaces for all other commercial uses shall be 1 for each 200 square feet. Again, that came up during a case in front of us, and we some of us said that it was ambiguous, and I think that's what they're addressing there. So I'd like to turn it over to the commissioners first, and then we'll go to the members of the public that would like to speak about it. Again, this is in the zoning code, so what we are perhaps aiming at is do we want to advance this at some point to set a public hearing on it? Anybody?
I have a question. I'd watched the meeting of the Planning Commission, and then I read these documents, but I may have missed it, but my question is, if we're going to add, so if a new hotel is being built or commercial structure that we're requiring parking, say it's 30 or 40 parking spots additional from what we currently say, does this mean that the footprint of the structure is going to be allowed to be bigger, or are these outside, inside parking? I didn't quite understand that part of it. That's how we're counting spots. Are we allowing the buildings to be bigger?
That, I watched also selective portions of the meeting, and my understanding is no, that it would likely reduce the available space for office space and any other uses inside. That's how I interpreted it.
So you would lose, so if you had to put a second, I'm just trying to figure out where we would put 40 cars or 50 cars additional.
It would take away from retail and office space on the first floor.
So we'd have 2 levels of parking and then a building.
I mean, I'd like to hear from the public, but this is a non-starter for me.
That's my interpretation. That's not how
So
I
we're
want it.
not definitive then as to whether, there just doesn't seem to be an answer then, I guess, without anyone here.
Not without going back to the planning commission, yeah.
Thank you.
Anybody else up here before we go to the public? Alex, would you like, or Vince, you want to start off? Flip a coin. Who's first? Would like to acknowledge that we did receive a letter from Seaboard Hotels, Alex Moore and Kenny Simpler, and want to acknowledge that. We did not receive it in time early enough to embed it in the agenda, so it will be done after the fact, but wants you to know that we acknowledge that. So introduce yourself, please.
Sure. Still, Vince Robertson with Parkowski, Girk, and Swayze. I represent several commercial property owners, hotel developers, and also a resident or property owner in the city. I have some remarks on this, and they'll probably be echoed by others maybe, but I've been following this from when it sort of got its origins at the Planning Commission. And I guess my question is, I'm focused on the hotel aspect of this. What's the reason for it? Is it in the comp plan? It's not. The city spent hours and hours of its staff time, public input time, 2 different consultants, tens of thousands of dollars, and I think 2 years worth of time working on its comprehensive development plan. If you read that comprehensive development plan, it does not state anywhere that there's an issue with hotel parking in the city of Rehoboth Beach. It's silent on that issue completely. It's never mentioned. You asked your city manager at the time, Mr. Miller, when he was, I guess, acting city manager, to do a priority list that you all had input on from the comp plan. You know, you each kind of prioritized what the issues were that you wanted to address within the city based on the comp plan and its goals, objectives, and strategies. It's right here. It does not say anything about hotel parking as that being a problem in the city, or that needs to be addressed, or there needs to be a code amendment. None of you claimed that that was an issue, and suddenly it is one all of a sudden. No one has ever claimed publicly that there's a hotel problem in Rehoboth Beach. Publicly, it's often said there's a parking problem within the streets, but that's because of day trippers and larger homes. This does not improve the situation or even address that situation at all. I would suggest that you deal with that first. It sounds like the Planning Commission bifurcated this process, went to commercial first, when I don't know that anybody's ever said that's an issue, instead of residential, when everybody seems to think that that's the problem with the larger homes and more people parking on the streets, or the day trippers that are clogging up the streets, if you believe that's an issue. I think Mr. Strange's letter is relevant. He points out one side of it. If you are going to increase the parking requirements in the city, that's going to drive the need for more FAR variances, et cetera, because you need to somehow pay for that. So you're going to need to get the variances to cover the cost of the increased parking. I think the opposite is also likely true, that this is really a backdoor effort on trying to reduce hotel density in the city of Rehoboth Beach. What that means is more people are going to be staying outside of Rehoboth Beach because there's less hotel rooms in the city, which then would impact the problem that we do have, which is people driving into town and parking on our streets because they can't stay in a hotel in town. The other thing is we've already seen somewhat of, I think, an economic downturn in the city where we've seen some long-standing businesses leave town. What this message does is sends a message to people that we don't want you staying in town, we prefer you staying outside of town and spending your money in the restaurants and other things that are outside of town. I know that the draft ordinance has a bunch of whereas clauses in it, but none of those whereas clauses specifically address hotel parking. They also address the Wallace-Montgomery study that was done that was purportedly in support of this.
Do you want to stand up there, or are you comfortable there?
Yeah, let me go over here real quick, because then I can use the podium and I can flip around. The Wallace-Montgomery study, it had 28 different jurisdictions, and only 6 of those said that something different than 1 parking space per hotel room was appropriate. So that means that about 22 of those nearby and all over the East Coast, mostly touristy jurisdictions, felt that what we have is 1 unit per hotel room is appropriate. So I don't see how you can justify this ordinance as it applies to hotel rooms based on that Wallace-Montgomery study. So it doesn't support what they're trying to do with regard to hotel rooms, and it's not conclusive with regard to the initiative. Also, they did not look at other nearby Delaware jurisdictions, which I did, and if you go through that list, Dagsboro is 1 parking space per hotel room, Frankfurt's 1-to-1, Selbyville's 1-to-1, Georgetown's 1-to-1, Millsboro's 1-to-1, Fenwick Island's 1-to-1, Milton's 1-to-1, Bethany Beach is 1-to-1, Lewis is 1-to-1, Milford's 1-to-1. Then if you go beyond that and look at sort of touristy areas, some of these were in the Wallace-Montgomery study. Cape May is 1-to-1, Berlin's 1-to-1, Cambridge is 1-to-1, Atlantic City is 1-to-1 until you get to 500 rooms, which we'll never have. Wildwood, New Jersey is 1-to-1, Myrtle Beach is 1-to-1, and Virginia Beach is 1-to-1. So, you know, there's just simply not any basis in the Wallace-Montgomery study or other local Sussex County jurisdictions that say we have a problem, we need to fix it. It's not in the comp plan saying that there's a problem and that we need to fix it. There was also a survey done, and I guess it was through the Chamber of Commerce, and that was in one of the packets. That doesn't justify it, because the first question was, how often do guests bring more than 1 car that they have when they have booked 1 room in your hotel room or at your hotel? It's rarely, or then occasionally, and then there's just 1 often. Again, that doesn't justify the need to go changing the code, because there's just simply not a problem. What I would say is that this is just an ill-advised way to try to do a backdoor density reduction on hotels. I mean, nobody, again, has ever said in the official document, whether you go back to 2010 or 2020, the city's comp plan, that we have a hotel parking issue. I don't know that there's any hotel operator that has said, we can't fit the people that want to stay here in our hotels. I've heard people say that most of the time our guests, they'll get 2 rooms and they'll have 1 car because they want to split their family up. It's not the other way around where you're jamming a whole bunch of people in a hotel and they're bringing multiple cars. I would also suggest that what we're trying to do is get upscale hotels in the city of Rehoboth Beach where you don't have, 25 people cramming in a hotel room. It's a family that maybe gets 1 or 2 and brings 1 car and stays there. But you can't get that without redeveloping the hotel inventory in the city. I'll summarize it this way. I think you need to fix the real problems, which is the off-street parking caused in the residential neighborhoods by, if you believe this, by the large residential homes. And I think that's a viable issue. But this is just a made-up issue that doesn't deserve the time of day. It's not a problem. There's no solution that's needed. I did like hearing the conversation about there being several existing hotel projects in town that could be exempted from this, which have spent a great deal of time and money designing, renovating, or construction new projects. I alluded to that a second ago. As you know, I'm working on the One Rehoboth project. I mentioned that we've been through concept review and we're waiting on the Board of Adjustment. Prior to that, we've had multiple meetings with the city regarding city staff regarding the plans. We've also had good coordination meetings with the city regarding how to redesign our hotel project based upon the Baltimore Avenue streetscape efforts with the new lifeguard station, the comfort station there, because that significantly impacts how to get access into our hotel, because we're not going to have access off Rehoboth Avenue. So in our case, to Mr. Mandelis's comments, there has been a great deal of time, money, and work put into that particular process, and it's been officially in front of the city now with the concept review, which was fruitful, and we're awaiting our hearing in April on the Board of Adjustment. So I would ask that for any project that is currently underway, and I don't represent all of them, I just represent that one at this stage, that they be exempted. I think it just avoids, as Mr. Mandela said, you can go to court and try to get a victory on a vested rights case, and I think in many of these cases they would win, but I think you should just avoid the cost of that litigation. I don't even think you should go forward with this. I think it's a non-starter, as one of you all said. It's a solution that doesn't tie itself to any problem, but if you're going to, make sure you exempt the people that have already started their projects, because these are not simple matters to design them. There's architects involved, there's engineers involved. As I said, there's work with the city, but hopefully it doesn't even get that far, and you all just say, we don't need to do this. Planning Commission, deal with residential parking issues. We don't need to address this. So thank you. I appreciate your time.
Just one question on Rehoboth One Hotel Grotto. How many guest rooms is that planned to be currently?
The One Rehoboth?
One Rehoboth.
60.
60,
Yeah,
thank you.
Yeah. And it's designed to be fully compliant with the current parking requirements.
Right.
Yeah.
I have some comments, but I'll save them for later. We'll get to the more members of the public. Carol or Alex, you flip a coin. You can, either one.
Alex Moore, Avenue Inn, and Beachview Hotel, and I'm glad Vince went first because I concur with pretty much everything he said. As Mayor Mills mentioned, we did, my brother-in-law put a letter together to the commissioners, and so maybe it wouldn't be put into the meeting today, but basically I'm going to read the letter. I spoke with Secretary Womack, and she told me you typically have 3 minutes to speak, and I knew you had a full agenda. It's a beautiful day, so I'll be quick. I'm here representing the Avenue Inn and Spa and Beachview Hotel. I also represent the interests of the Simpler Moore families who own other developed and undeveloped commercial properties here within the city of Rehoboth. In these capacities, we wish to bring to your attention our concern with and opposition to the recently proposed resolution. First, I'm going to note, we appreciate the efforts that have been put forth by the Planning Commission that they've undertaken proposing the resolution to the Board of Commissioners for its consideration. However, having listened to the roughly 3 hours of public meeting held on this topic and having reviewed all the information made available to the public, it's our impression that the current proposal has been crafted less with an eye toward a comprehensive strategy to deal with the city's parking shortage and more with a sense of urgency due to the introduction of these 3 to 4 new hotel projects. For clarity, we're not involved with any of these projects. Under closer scrutiny, we find the recommendations of the Planning Commission to be 1, inequitable, 2, lacking demonstrable efficacy, and 3, unsupported by the information presented publicly, and 4, certain to produce consequences that are inconsistent with the city's long-term development as set out in the comprehensive development plan and attached to the letter that I'm reading today. We substantiate each of these issues. We urge the board to reject the current proposal that affects the hotel parking requirements and to instead defer consideration of any changes to the zoning code related to parking requirements pending comprehensive study of the causes of the city's parking shortage. We understand the board will be considering the Planning Commission's proposal over several workshops and or regular meetings, and we plan to be present for as many of these sessions as our schedule permits to provide public testimony and otherwise introduce constructive suggestions. In advance of these discussions, as I noted, we had emailed the letter to you all that you can hopefully take the time to review that I won't read today. As long-term residents of and business owners in Rehoboth Beach, we understand the need for the city's code as it relates to zoning and building to evolve to ensure the continued vibrancy and diversity of our community. In this instance, we believe that the only way to intelligently solve one of the most vexing issues related to parking shortages is to undertake a far more comprehensive and exhaustive level of planning. So thank you for your consideration.
Thank you, Al. Thank
And
you.
if I could speak to Commissioner Bennett,
Yes.
what you have is parking dictates how many rooms you can have. No matter where it is, however big your parcel is, you're going to get as many parking spaces on that lot as you can. To Commissioner, the statement about what you're going to wind up happening is, fortunately, you made the right decision to take away below-grade parking from the FAR. What's going to happen is now someone is going to expand their property. I'm going to make a lot more money with a hotel room than I am with retail space. We have a lot of lots on Wilmington Avenue. We want to infill Wilmington Avenue with retail, restaurants, that nature. I'll make a lot more money with a hotel room than I will with the retail that you get on Wilmington Avenue. So that's what we're going to wind up doing, is going against the comprehensive plan, and we're going to have parking on Wilmington Avenue, because you're going to fill the space with cars, not the retail space that we need. Thank you.
Thank you, Alex. Carol?
So Carol Everhart, Rehoboth Beach, Dewey Beach Chamber of Commerce. Let me move this. Maybe I won't. Well, in late February, early March, I received a call asking if the chamber would do a survey about hotel parking. In over 3 decades, I've never had an issue with hotel parking. It's never come up. There's never been anything. I was surprised that they asked about it, but I agreed to do it, and we did it. I sent the survey to the principal, the owner of the hotel, and that is who answered this. So these answers were not from front desk or another employee, that type of thing. What it indicated very clearly was that they're not having a parking issue. There is no parking issue. When I asked the question, how often do guests come and bring more than one car? Very rarely. Okay. Well, what do you tell them when they arrive with more than one car? Well, if I have space, I let them park there. Okay. If I don't, I help them get a parking pass, or because these are families, they will help them get something to the park and ride. When we asked, do you have a limit? And this was 100%. Do you have a limit of 1 car per room? Yes. So everything that you just heard them say, it's consistent everywhere. 1 car per room. And when we asked them, what was one other one to tell you about? You know, when we ran, we welcome all visitors. We welcome all visitors. But everyone has to understand that when you have an overnight guest, they are putting into your economy double what a day visitor does. It makes perfect sense. Plus, they're coming as families. So you've got an economic part of this. The other situation is the accommodation. You don't want less rooms. The accommodation collects 8% tax. Okay? That tax is divided out in many ways. One of the most important ways for Rehoboth Beach and the coastal community is beach replenishment. So you've gathered this money, they get 8%, 5% goes to the state. They can use that, they also collect it from the other counties, but accommodations are collecting it, hotel and motel accommodations. That 5% then can be used for grants. Where's that money come from for grants? Well, there's one of the places it comes from. 1% goes to, so 5% to the state, 1% goes to Delaware State Tourism, okay, that's your 6%. 1% goes back to Southern Delaware in our county, and it's distributed to the chambers, but it has to be used for marketing. That's not Santa's house. It has to be used for marketing. And the last percent goes to beach replenishment, which is scheduled to begin in the next few days. So when I did the survey, I didn't know what I was going to get back, what I was going to find, but I don't think that the recommendation to have reduce the parking in a hotel and thereby reduce your visitor that's overnight, that's adding to your impact considerably, and all the other things it goes to. Just part of your decision making, I can tell you the chamber could not support it. There'd be no support. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Carol. Anybody else from the public? Nope. Bring it, oh, okay. No, wait till you get to the microphone. We want people at home need to be able to hear you also. And so refresh all of us what your name is.
Frances Kelleher.
Yes, ma'am.
318 Stokely. Well, it just dawned on me when listening that, as we always say in science, it's all about the question you ask. What question do you ask? And I take what these people said, but I question it because, but what I was thinking is, has the city ever thought about actually collecting the information, like they could do it this summer, of every pass, every parking pass that they sell, whether, wherever it's bought, and to really track who is buying that pass? Is it a, quote, day tripper? Is it a person who's staying in a residential home? Is it a person staying in a hotel? Is it a person, and even they could track the time. How long is that pass bought for? Is it a pass that's bought for the week? Is it, So, I mean, if the city of Rehoboth actually is serious about the parking problem, and I mean, I think I've sent letters or I've gotten up years and years ago when all the parking spaces at the end of Stokely Street by the boardwalk were taken away by the houses that were built right at the end of the boardwalk, and they basically figured out how their driveways were going to go and such, and basically removed many of the spaces on the street. So, I mean, I had complained about that, and I think that the only, people talk about all the parking problems and that, but again, where is the data? I mean, I thought it was interesting what they said, that, yeah, show me the data. So I kind of challenged the city of Rehoboth to actually get data on who it is, who is it. Everybody can blame the day trippers, but is it really the day trippers? Is it really the McMansions? You know, or is it a combination of McMansions taking away spaces coupled with McMansions being used as mini hotels, you know, so.
Very good. Thank you very much. So we'll bring it back to the commissioners. I do want to go through the 5 recommendations of the Planning Commission again real quick because the public pretty much, the 3 speakers, at least 3 of the speakers, were pretty much referenced just number 1. And if anybody's thinking of wholesale dismissing all 5, I want to remind us that we did ask the Planning Commission to address certain specific things on here. So just a quick review. Recommendation number 1 by the Planning Commission was to increase the minimum number of off-street parking spaces for a hotel, et cetera, from 1.0 to 1.2 for each rental room, plus 1 for each 250 square feet of gross floor area used for meeting and conference rooms, plus 1 parking space for each 250 feet of gross floor area devoted to office space. Number 2, and that was not specifically asked for by them, not that that's anything wrong, they're addressing certain things and they're looking at everything. Number 2 recommendation by the Planning Commission was a deletion of the 2 parking spaces for the resident family. I recall watching some of this meeting, and I think the resident family had to do with hotels in the past having resident managers on there, and so they required 2 parking spaces there. So that's actually giving 2 spaces back, if you will, perhaps. The number 3 recommendation for the Planning Commission was to amend and clarify minimum number of off-street parking spaces for medical, dental, and legal offices, 10,000 square feet or over. This, I think indirectly, we asked the Planning Commission to look at a couple parking sections, 270-35 and D5 was one of them. Recommendation number 4 from the Planning Commission, also in that same section, clarify that no parking spaces are required for retail store or service shop 15,000 feet or less. Again, that came up in front of us when we had a case in front of us, lawsuit, I think, and there was some ambiguity. So we did target this specific one for recommendation or for analysis by the Planning Commission. And then lastly, recommendation number 5 from the Planning Commission was to amend and clarify that the minimum number of all-street parking spaces for, quote, all other commercial uses shall be 1 for each 200 square feet. Again, that was something we specifically asked the Planning Commission to analyze because of its ambiguity that came up in front of the commissioners before. So again, you know, what we need to take a look at is, do we want to act on any of these? If so, which ones? And how do we want to act on them? Again, because they are within the zoning code, the next step would be scheduling a public hearing.
Mayor, could we get the city solicitor or Matt Janis to confirm that items 3, 4, and 5 truly are clarifications to what is existing in practice?
Yeah, you can probably look those up now. 270-35D, 5, 7, and 8.
And Mayor, if they are indeed just clarifications, does it still require the?
We still have to go through, yeah, it's still a change in the zoning code, right?
Yeah, these came up during the clear space proceedings, and they were matters that truly need clarified. I mean, there's ambiguity there that should be addressed. Mm-hmm.
Well, then I'm perfectly fine moving forward with items 2, 3, 4, and 5. Number 1 is a non-starter for me, for the reasons mentioned by Mr. Moore, Mr. Robinson, the Chamber of Commerce, and more importantly, Mr. Strange very nicely articulated his position, and this recommendation, it very much is a backdoor way to change density. I think it was fairly transparent, and I'm disappointed in the Planning Commission on how that has happened and the urgency in which it has come up. This is in complete contradiction to the CDP. It does not make any sense from a city revenue standpoint. It contradicts best urban planning. Many examples were cited of other municipalities that currently have the same code that we do. Just lacks any common sense in my mind. So it's number one's a non-starter for me.
Thank you, Ed. Let's take a look. I just put on the screen, I don't know if I can make it any bigger or not. 270-35D, number of spaces required. Number 3, hotel room, is currently 1 for each rental room plus 2 for the resident family. Thus, the recommendation was at number 2 that removed the 2 for the resident family. And then recommendation 1 that added a change to 1.2 for each rental room, plus the 2 other changes in there. The other one was number 4, office building.
5, medical.
Number 5, medical, dental, and legal offices, less than 10,000 square feet, no spaces required, and over 10,000, same as 4 above. I think part of some of the ambiguity is right here and same as 4 above. It means, what does it mean? And I think that was some of the trouble we had before. So they're seeking clarity there. What else do we have there? Number 7, each retail store or service shop over 15,000 square feet of gross floor area exclusive of underground parking. What is there now currently is 1 for each 200 square feet of floor area devoted to sales or office and exclusive of underground parking. So you can see where those to me are clarifications. So again, we have 5 things in front of us. We don't need to make a definitive decision today. If we want to wait and get some more public input, that's fine before we choose to move forward or not. But I would like to offer anybody else up here additional time for comment. Commissioner Legree?
I haven't been convinced that we need to that we need to change the requirements for hotels.
For hotels,
Yeah,
okay.
that's the first one. And yeah, if we can clear up the ambiguity on the chart for number 4, that would help a lot. And I think that does that. So I'm a no-go on 1, and I'm not sure whether we're helping or hurting that taking away the 2 spaces for the resident hotel owner, but the last 3 I think are valid. That's my opinion at this point.
Well, obviously, I mean, we've had some time, but not a lot of time to contemplate this. I've been leaning on the letter from Seaboard Hotels, and I think what made the biggest impression to me right here at this meeting was hearing from Vince explaining how many local municipalities, including those in New Jersey, but including Bethany Beach and Millsboro and all those that have 1.0 parking spaces per hotel room. And that gives me great pause at changing it. And so, and also Mike Strange's letter a little bit gives me something more to contemplate. So I'm not there yet. I'm not sure I will get there, but I would entertain any more input from anybody.
I agree. Number 1 for me, I don't think, I'm not in support of going to 1.2 for parking. I believe the other ones need clarification, 2, 3, 4, and 5. I'm okay as they are, other than number 4. I would think number 4 needs further clarification, in my opinion.
Agree.
Because I still don't know how that handles if I put a small alley between my 2 buildings to make them 7,500 square feet. Am I avoiding having to have parking on the same lot? But other than that, I'm supportive of
I'm
what
sorry,
others say.
I couldn't find it. What was number 4 that you were hesitant on there, Tim?
It's,
Retail store, service shop.
right, 15,000 or less do not have to have parking.
So that is right
Number 4.
here, number 7.
Oh, on mine, what I'm looking at is number 4. But I'm sorry.
Suggestions on the actual chart, number 7 there.
You were looking at, you were looking at suggestions number 4.
Which is number 7 in that chart.
Which is number 7 on the chart. Each retail store or service shop over 15,000 square feet of gross floor area exclusive of underground parking, 1 for each 200 is what's current and what is proposed.
Just, I take it just as a clarification that it doesn't state it, but it's an assumption, and I guess that's why the question is that what's in the code now, it's over 15,000.
Yes.
So it's just saying 15,000 or less, no space is required.
Yes.
So it's really just an addendum clarifying.
Right.
We refer to it as over, but we don't refer to it as under, and this spells that out to specifically state it's not required. So I'm not.
Right.
So in other words, that seems a reasonable clarification, doesn't it?
Does to me.
Yeah, it does to me, unless you want to specify or further delineate retail store and service shop. That's the only other clarification that I can think of.
If I built two buildings at 7,500 square feet and put a breezeway between them and connected them, is that 15,000 or is that 7,500? Which I believe is what we were in.
Yes, we were talking.
Which is one of the reasons we were in litigation a year or 2 ago.
Gross floor area is what it's based on. So if you've got.
But how do you interpret it?
Well, it's gross floor area is defined, so if you would connect them, that would enlarge the building, right? I mean, how would you?
Maybe. No, that's my point, is that I just don't, that one to me needs further clarification.
Where, if the connection, whether it's aerial or I don't know how you're talking about, I guess a second floor connection?
Just that if I built 2, instead of building 1 building at 15,000 square feet, I'm building 2 at 7,500 or 7,600 each. So now I'm over 15,000, I don't need parking. But if it was 1 building, it's 15,000.
Two separate buildings, correct?
Maybe.
How do we?
That was the issue that this board had to deal with before, and I don't think this clears it up.
So how would you clarify that further?
How did we arrive at 15,000? Maybe we could go 10,000.
They had 2 separate buildings.
Well, how did we arrive at it? We didn't. It was already in the code.
It was ambiguous, yeah.
Right.
I mean, that was, it was the issue with clear space. There were 2 buildings, right?
In the beginning, there was 1 building, but there
Right,
was
then it became
30,000
2, and then
square
there's
feet.
no parking.
Yeah.
So
What
that's
if we
I'm
ask Glenn to do a draft codification of numbers 2, 3, 4, and 5, and bring it back to the May workshop meeting for further discussions to see if looking at it codified conjures up any additional analysis or interpretations or whatever. Will that satisfy you, Tim?
Yeah, no, that was my only question, was number 4. The other ones I'm fine with.
I think what you want clarified in number 4, which is number 7 on the chart, is that if it's 2 separate buildings, you count the entire, it's all gross floor area on the lot.
It should be, right. But I think the way they were written was it was 2 buildings.
But What
as it
what
was
you're
interpreted.
referencing is something that was different in that they were on different properties
Different
and they were
laws.
in different ownership. I don't think that that is ever going to get clarified here in this, in what we're looking at here.
Right, but what he's concerned about is if you built a 3-unit retail property, somebody could argue that there are 3 retail stores there, each of them being less than 15,000 square feet, so none of them trigger a parking requirement.
Right.
But you want to clarify that it's the entirety of the gross floor area dedicated to retail space on the lot.
Right. The one entity should be one number.
Right.
And I don't disagree, that needs to be clarified, but where in here is the appropriate place to clarify that? Maybe it's within the building code, maybe it's not in the parking section, or maybe that's the easiest thing in the parking section. So would you give some thought to that?
So are we in agreement that item number 1 is just a no-go?
We've asked, yes, we're asking Glenn to do a draft codification of items 2, 3, 4, and 5. Now, remember, the net result is 2 less parking spaces for the resident family.
Well, but that's.
Maybe we want to leave that alone.
I'm sure they won't build their hotel then.
Well, but doesn't the owner of the hotel still have the option, if they want to have resident parking for however many spaces, they could deem that resident
Oh, yeah, sure,
parking?
but the whole thing is, do we as a city want to require those 2 extra spaces? Because
I don't,
I don't know, do you recall?
I can't hear Vince.
Don't quote me on this, but
I don't think there's any reference, I don't recall any reference to resident family other in 270-35D3 that says requires 2 parking spaces.
Yeah,
for
I
residents.
don't know that it whatever. It's not worth all that much time and energy because I think it was just only if you had an apartment in your hotel for a resident, then you had to have 2 spaces. That's all. So it's not like anybody was gaining anything by that being pulled out. That's my point.
Well, we'll do a draft and then we've got more discussion, so we'll finalize it at the May workshop meeting. Is that all right?
Yeah.
Anything else? You okay? Yeah.
Because we did, Alex Morgan, we did have to go through that. When we redid the avenue in 2016, when we expanded, we did still have to include 2 parking spaces. But to your point, you didn't put it together. It's a code that was long ago written. When we had built the beach view, people lived at the beach view. That's why they had the 2 parking spaces. Most of the motels that were built in town, assume at that period, around that period when the code was written or rewritten, that people were living in motels. That's why it was written. But it never got removed, but no one does it today.
Well, again, it's an easy thing to leave it in. Just change resident family to manager or your favorite elected official or something.
It'd be empty all the time.
All righty. Anything else on this topic? Nobody else in the public? We thank you for your comments. We appreciate you coming and glad you were able to come at the last minute and not make you stay for the whole thing. With that, we're moving on to the next item of which is commissioner announcements and comments. I just want to make note that this is National Telecommunications Week. We did not have a proclamation ready for today, but we'll be giving that to our 911 dispatch center this week and see if we can do a photo opportunity and give them some praise for the job that they do. Well done job, in fact. Also, just reviewing future meeting dates and content. Want to let the Animal Issues Committee know and the
Mayor, I had a comment.
Okay, on that?
Commissioner comment.
Yes. Well, I haven't gotten that. Oh, yeah, go ahead. Go ahead.
See, it gets too late in the day.
Time's up. Time's
Yeah.
up.
The only observation I have it's a learning for me during all these meetings that we have, and we talk about basements and we talk about trees, and we have a number of folks that are on different levels of education of what we've talked about before, how we got to a certain point on trees or basements or any other subject. I'm wondering if one of the things we need to think about is, as we're slogging through these issues that are very nuanced many times, very complicated, and sometimes self-inflicted complications, maybe it's time for us to think about how we utilize our communications vehicles to try to bring our community along with where we are, instead of getting to where we may think we are at almost a conclusion and being met with multiple levels of understanding that doesn't really bring you to a common understanding of how we got from point A to point B. So maybe it's just food for thought of how do we ramp up on, because what's in our sights is also stormwater that's coming. And I don't know how many other topics are in the pipeline, but maybe it's time to start ramping up where we are with our constituents. That's all.
All right, thank you very much. With that, I want to continue a couple notes here. Just a note to the Animal Issues Committee and members and Environmental Committee members. I haven't forgotten you. You know, I know you all have some topics, dog run on the beach, for instance, and for the environment, restricting gas-powered items and stuff. Haven't forgotten you. We just have an incredibly busy palette right now, and I don't see any of those things being resolved before this summer anyhow. So it may be June-ish before we get to them. I'm sorry, it's just our amount of time there. Upcoming future meeting dates, Wednesday, April 19th, that's this week, Stormwater Utility Meeting, starting at 9 o'clock. That's the big culmination of all these task force meetings. Thursday, the 20th, Street and Transportation Environment Committee have their meetings. Friday, the 21st, is Arbor Day, as the city manager mentioned earlier. And then the next workshop is Monday, May 8th. And we have a special meeting that same day. So unfortunately, it's going to be another long day with the workshop. And then a special meeting. And the special meetings are going to focus primarily on, I think it is maybe 6 permits of compliance and potential license agreements. So another long day there. I appreciate what you did today and helping getting us through all these things. And I'm sorry for the member of public that we had to divide the day into 2, but I'm really pleased and proud of us getting accomplished what we did. With that, we're going to pause. So actually, I'm going to adjourn this meeting at, unless there's any other comments, I'm going to adjourn this meeting at 3:21 p.m. And thank everybody. And we're going to sit right here and pause for 1 minute so they can reset the cameras. And then we're going to enter right into the special meeting. Thank y'all. Y'all are welcome to stay. For another.
Anybody want to trade places?
How exciting. Actually, they're not welcome to stay.
Yeah.
All righty. Good afternoon, everybody. It's Tuesday, April 11th, 2023. This is a special meeting of the Commissioners of the City of Rehoboth Beach, live at City Hall Commissioners Room, 2nd floor. I'd like to call this meeting to order at 3:23 p.m. And we'll let the record show that all the commissioners are present, but for Commissioner Bunky Markert, could not be with us at this session. Also in attendance are City Manager Lawrence Christian and Glenn Mandalis. The purpose of the special meeting is for the executive session, is to be able to go into executive session for the purposes of discussing personnel matters in which the names, competency, and abilities of individual employees are discussed as permitted by 29 Del C, Section 10,004 B9 also known as the Freedom of Information Act, and of receiving legal advice and opinion from the city solicitor regarding pending litigation as permitted by the Freedom of Information Act. I think the intent here is to go into executive session, so I'd like to have a motion to do so, and I'd like you to read what is on the...
Mayor, I move we enter an executive session for the purposes of discussing personnel matters in which the names, competencies, and abilities of individual employees are discussed as permitted by 21 Del C 2004 B9, and of receiving legal advice and opinion from city solicitor regarding pending litigation as permitted by 29 Del C 10004 B4.
Second.
Pause a minute. I'm sorry. We have a motion by Commissioner Ed Chernowski and a second by Commissioner LaGree to go into executive session for the purposes stated in the agenda. Is there any discussion? If not, all those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye, opposed. And the six of us that are here unanimously agree to go into executive session. Just my normal notes. Unknown duration. No actions will be taken inside the executive session. When we come out of the executive session, we'll come back into public session, and during that public session, no expected actions are to be taken when we're back in the public session. With that, we are now in executive session, and we'll go over to the caucus room. You ready? It is 4:35. I'd like to entertain a motion to come out of executive session back into public session.
So moved.
Second.
We have a motion by Commissioner Stranowski and a second by Commissioner Tony Sharp to come out of executive session and back into public session. Is there any discussion? Hopefully not. With that, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. And with that, we are back into public session. No actions were taken in executive session, of course. No actions were identified to take in the public session, and therefore, I'll adjourn this meeting at 4:37 PM. Thank you very much.